Hello, thank you so much for waiting. Hi. Hi, Infernal. Hi, Shadow. Hi, Tyradex. Hi, Gato. Hi, Cyber. Hi, Rick. Hi, Mister. Hi, Jesus. Hi, Hosky. Hi, Jinzo. Hi, Bobby. Hi, Golden. And Leif. Hi, Buds, Mikey, Antonio, Tyradex. Brother, late to the game. Red Reaper. And, Shadow. Also, hi, Brownie. Hi, Turtle. Hi, Cole's Shadow Knowledge. Shadow Edge. Oh my gosh, I can't read. I'm so sorry. Hi, Tommy. Hi, Darth. Hi, Crewy. Hi, JP. And Azriel. Hi, Liam and Mikey. How awkward. Did we just get disconnected? Hello again. We're back. Okay. That's so awkward. I'm so sorry. Goodness, can you believe that I almost didn't use IRL Toolkit today? I was like, you know what? It went so fine yesterday. the other day. Yesterday's always the last time I streamed. Hold on, I'm trying to reload Twitch. Restore. Reload. There it is. I sometimes can't find the reload button. Hello, I missed all of you. You all disappeared for a bit. Hi. Does this work? Instead of looking for it? Thank you. It does. I think I've already discovered that. I'm just like a never-ending rediscovering. Thank you so much, Mr. Black. That is a telltale. That is a telltale. That is a sign. It all happens at once. Whenever it plays each individual alert. See, it's doing it again. Why is it being so weird? Thank you so much. Thank you, NorCal, and thank you, Mr. Black. I really appreciate it. Okay, so I understand chat needed to be reloaded because it's a quick disconnect, but why does Stream Elements... But thank you so much. I'm so sorry, it throws me off. Thank you so much, Antonio. I really appreciate 27 months. Thank you. Also, hi, YouTube. We are streaming today. We're just going to see about risking it and see if it goes okay. Yeah, it just goes to a black screen. I apologize. I wish that because I was using Toolkit, it would go to BRB. But because I don't know, I guess because I don't lose signal and it just disconnects, it just goes black. Because if it lost signal, I think it would go to BRB? I don't know. Jayward, thank you so much for the super chat. All is well. Hi, thank you. See, BRB going to get food. Trying to something, my happy something. Well, you should eat. You sound, I bet food will make you feel better. Shake my head. I hope you enjoy your food. I have food too, but I'm not actually really that hungry. But I came prepared because I'm late today. We didn't do reactions yesterday. Shocker, shocker. That's like 2 weeks in a row. I don't know what's happening to my YouTube channel. So yeah, I had to do a reaction right before stream. I don't know how good it was. Thank you. Hi, Big Dave. One of us, or one good job. Good. Okay, yes, shorts again and socks. Again, I'm getting very not creative with my outfits. Thank you, Chewy, also for tier 2, but for 35 months. Thank you. Thank you again, Antonio. I really appreciate you resubscribing for 27 months. Thank you, Pterodax. Oh my gosh, thank you. Thank you, Darth, for the biddies. Thank you so much, August, and Jayworth for the super chat. Thank you, August. Thank you, and thank you, Chewy, for tier 2. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Wait, oh my goodness. I'm not standing, but thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I'm already out of breath. Look, it doesn't matter if I have this up or not. I'm just always like, okay. I was the most excited that I've been since last time we started our stream. So, thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I know I'm not going to be paying attention or be careful enough, and I'm just going to spill all the water on me. Because we don't have straws anymore. Yeah, that's fine. That's okay. Hi, Pyro, also. And hi, Endymon. Hi. Also, hi, Kastner. And Mr. Damage, thank you so much for gifting us up. Hobby, also, thank you for the super chat. Thank you. Money's worth? Oh, Alex, for someone... Yeah, never mind. Hi, Russ. Hi, JP. Hi, JC. And hi, Alex. And Dunk. Hi, Dunk. Hi, Hoppy. Thank you. I really appreciate it. That's very nice. Thank you for being so generous. And also thank you, Renee. Still uploading the clips, but probably almost done because I don't think that we had that many. I don't think that we've had that many submissions. My voice sounds strange.
Listen.
I don't think that we've had that many submissions this time. So
I just have to ask, Blue, have you played more BeamNG Drive this weekend? Thank you for the wonderful stream on Friday. Was fantastic. Life.
Oh, I'm happy you liked it. I plan on playing it more. But no, I didn't play it this weekend. I should have been doing videos yesterday, but I didn't. We were just all sorts of irresponsible. I don't even know what I did yesterday, actually. Probably nothing. Except for if you would like to watch Avatar, The Last Airbender, we will be watching a tiny bit more of that after stream. Since we're not going at the pace that we don't have to rush through it. I don't want to rush through it, but I also think that if we space it out too long, then, you know, there's too much. I don't want to wait. We're going to watch some more after stream today. We might actually take a break on Monday though, because that's going to be a few days. Yeah, so yeah, we're going to do that.
Listen!
Oh, thank you so much,
Hello, Blue.
August.
How are you doing today? Happy for stream. Thank for reaction today in all Avatar streams.
Oh, thank you. I'm happy you like them. Thank you. I'm excited about the history reactions. I was going to submit my own videos, but I forgot to look through it today. I need to not do things before stream, and I need to do them, sorry, a day before stream. A day before stream, not the day of, because I'm all over the place. Den Toad. Hi, thank you so much for joining. Also, thank you so much, Hoppy, for gifting biddies. Thank you so much, Mr. Damage, for another gifted sub. Thank you, Rick, for 1,000 biddies. Hope all is well, Sleepy. Is everything okay? Probably should get some more sleep. Wait, you? Or are you saying I should probably get some more sleep?
Hi, hello, Blue.
Hi, hello. Hi. Hi again. Hi, August. Yeah, maybe a little bit more sleep. I'm a little lower energy today. So yeah, we're just gonna be really cozy and watch some history stuff. And I don't know what we're doing after that. It might not be that long of a stream. We'll take some breaks and like watch some and then talk and yeah, all of that. We're just gonna watch them together. If you're new or if you're interested because you don't understand how we watch these clips, you can submit them in in Discord. Goodness, instructions today are gonna be even worse. You can, join Discord. You can submit reaction videos in Discord, but they're only going in specific channels, and there is a theme. So you can't just randomly post however long videos, whatever subject at any time in any channel. Specific channels for live reactions, and you will see those channels open or closed. This one's obviously closing because we're about to react to it. And then the next theme, whenever you do see them in Discord open, you just follow the rules of the time in there. It's based off of your subscriptions. I'm not doing double time for if you're subscribed on YouTube and on Twitch because I don't want to give people an incentive to subscribe to both. I of course really appreciate it, but it's a lot more to keep track of. And I already do different rules for different tiers, plus then high support and stuff like that. Plus, if we don't keep up reactions on YouTube, I wouldn't want people to feel like they subscribed to YouTube just so they could submit, and then you don't even get to see me react to your video because we may not do reactions on YouTube long term. So you do not get double time for subscribing on there. I do, of course, really appreciate it, but I just don't want to give an incentive of, oh, I should subscribe on Twitch and on YouTube. Give her more money. No, you don't have to do that. You can subscribe to one place. You get the same amount of time. I, of course, again, really appreciate it. I don't want to sound unappreciative. Those are just my reasons. But yeah, I might change it in the future. I just want to add an extra layer of, it's already a little hard for people to follow and explain. It's kind of a list of, oh, plus you get this. So not right now. But yeah, all you have to do is be subscribed to either. That's a little misleading on YouTube because subscribing's free. Become a member. Be a member on YouTube or subscribe on Twitch. And you can submit at least a little bit of time for a video depending on the theme. I don't know what our theme's going to be next time, but we can vote. We can maybe even vote today. That way we're on top of it. Because if I keep saying, oh, we'll make a poll later, then we never do. So maybe at the end of our reaction streams, we should make a poll and decide what the next theme is going to be before we even end. That's a really good pace. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, NorCal, and Remember for the biddies. Thank you, Cyber, for the biddies. Member and don't know above? Wait. Oh, yes, JC, I'm sorry. I talked through that. I'm sorry. Super chatty. I sound like I don't have my voice. Sorry, I was coughing a bit yesterday, so thank you, JC. I really appreciate the super chat.
Hey, listen.
Okay, yeah, it's just not it's not scrolling very well.
When your streaming notification pops up, I wait with bated breath.
Aw, that's so sweet. Thank you. I get a bit nervous once I actually go live. I think if I try to get everything done, and then... Oh, I missed Mr. Damage too? I'm sorry, Mr. Damage. Thank you also for the super chat.
I have work tomorrow, but I was lucky to watch with you the first time we watched Avatar series.
Oh, well, yeah, no worries. If people miss some episodes, then I know it's at least on Netflix. But I know not everyone has that. I'll try to give at least a little bit of time to, ooh, we could all catch up, you know? We should just do reruns in Discord, even if I'm not hosting it. Before the next time we watch something, there should be a rerun prior. But that might be too much. It's okay if you miss a few episodes here and there, as long as you see the majority of it. I think that you'll get a good vibe. And the ending, everyone has to be there for the ending. If you don't see the ending, then why did you know, like, I can't do anything. You better be there for the ending. Yeah, rerun before we watch, whatever. But that might be more confusing. Thank you so much, Mr. Damage, for the super chat. Thank you for the water. Yeah, I'm dying. Thank you also for the super chat. I was scrolled up. JC. It's not the same. It's not the same without you. Well, it's just for a few episodes, you know? Some of them, I wouldn't say are skippable, but if you miss them, it's not dire. But some of them have really good lore. And if you miss them, it's important. So you do at least see, you know, some of them are like, look, this one's worth replaying. Because you need to understand the character development. Character development is peak. I really want to react to the show, but do you think I've seen it too many times to react to it? Yeah, I could just do I could just talk about the first season. But then you need clips, you need little editing. If I didn't sleep, what I would do with my time while I wasn't sleeping is editing. But it's too much to get into. I want to do everything. Then it's like, hey, I already do a lot of stuff at the computer. Maybe the next hobby should be not at the computer. But my imagination for editing, I'm like, ooh, this is how it would come in, and then it would be blurred, and I want this scene to be showed here, but then I'd have to go and look for that scene myself, and screen record it, and then cut it, and then move it, and then also place, well, that's a lot just for one scene. You have to do that 12 times? I can't! And then zooming in, how do you even zoom in? I've always wanted a button that would give a zoom in effect, and I don't know how to do that. I want to, though. I want to do something like, wait, hold on. There's something here. Give me a second. No, I just have sounds. I just have sounds on this one. It would be like this, but it's slowly zooming in now. Music even can go with it. One button. Just imagine a zoom in on it too. Like you don't even need anything now. Okay, stop doing that. Yeah, just like that. But I want the zoom in. I want a button that zooms in. Not like well, not like that. I want like a slow, not a cut. I want something different. I want a button for that. I've looked it up. Ooh, I've seen one. Oh, better? There's an add-on to OBS that can do that. If someone wants to link that, I would be very appreciative. I've looked it up and I found one, but what it does is weird. It kind of moves the screen, but I don't think it zooms in. I think it just moves to the side. And instead of resetting when you click off of it, when you click back onto it, it starts at the same spot that you left off. So eventually your screen's just not on camera. It eventually just moves off. Doesn't matter if you okay, reset so it can zoom in again. Nope, it just slowly pans away. Out of frame. Now it's a black screen and you can see the corner. Bye. That's what it did. I was like, I don't want that. I like screen movement. The subtle little, they do it kind of on the sides. They kind of move a little bit like this. Like it's just kind of moving. It keeps your attention. Psychology. I know you're watching the video longer because you're like, it's not flat and boring. I know you are. I know all of your brain rot. I do it too. Not because my brain's, no, because we're all the same. And it's, movement. My eyes, I like that. Yeah, you don't know what's happening, but it is. Even if you argue, you're not aware. You need rainfall as well. Rainfall. That one might look a little bit more one surface, what is it called? That might look a little, I'm thinking of a movie that I've seen how they used to try to do snow effects, but it was very clearly just right in front of the lens. They were just like dropping stuff like right in front of, oh my goodness, it's snowing. I don't know what movie it's from. I didn't actually see it. I've just seen that one scene. I was like, wow, that's what it would look like. Surface to air missile? I don't know what it means. Shorter stream and watching after sounds like a good plan. Yes, but I will have to space it out because I'm also being really irresponsible. I really need to do videos. So right after stream, I might do a video, and then we will get right to Avatar. But I need to do at least maybe 1 or 2 videos. So there'll be like an hour break after stream, and then you better be in Discord VC if you want to see possibly the ending of 1st season. Ah, Trigger, thank you.
You're here? I guess there go my Sunday plans.
Oh, that's so sweet that you would throw them out just to watch my stream. Super fan, thank you. Thank you so much. I need to make a role in Discord. Super fans. Super ultimate pick me fans. Pick me, Lost Boy, super, yeah, okay? You will be one of them. When we make that role, it will be you. You will get your recognition that you deserve for being the ultimate fan boy. Thank you, Trigger. I really appreciate the donation. Who votes that Blue's in the next Incredibles film? They're not making a live action. I heard though that they're making a 3rd. No, that's okay. They're making a 3rd one, apparently. I don't think that the 2nd Incredibles was bad, but very interesting to think about them having a 3rd. Kind of funny too, because it took about them, didn't it take 10 years to come out with the 2nd? And it came out in, was it 2014? And now it's like 2005, that's like another 10 years. Of course, they didn't age from the other time. It took place right, the beginning of the 2nd movie took place right at the end scene of the 1st movie. But it was weird because it was a slightly different vibe, but it picks up right where it left off, so it was kind of odd. I think a lot of people expected it to be, oh, they're gonna be adults now because we waited 10 years. Nope. It was 2 seconds later? Okay, excellent. So I don't remember how the 2nd movie ended, but I wonder if they're just going to, oh, it's 2018. Yeah, 2014 sounded a bit too old. But still, that's nearly, it's like 8 years still from 5, 6, 7, 8, 7 years.
Hey,
well, it's not like they're gonna come out with it this year, so it's gonna be about 8 years.
Nice cozy drip today. You really rock the shorts and long socks. Hee hee. Also nice in reaction. You did great. Song was more about storytelling than lyrics. Woof.
Oh, thank you. I really hope that I could do some song in the future soon or something that maybe focuses a little bit more on lyrics, because I think that people used to appreciate that a bit more, but wanted to at least still try to do something, music. Yeah, might have been a weird one though, because it was like a random video with it, and I definitely know I've heard that song, but I don't think I've ever sat there and listened. I might have even just told myself I've heard parts of it, so I told myself, oh yeah, I've heard it. I don't think I've actually ever sat there and listened to the whole thing. Definitely didn't decipher, wow, he's putting her in the trunk. Like, I think that I've heard maybe 1 or 2 lines, and I told myself, yeah, I know that there's songs about Kim that he hates. He's totally made references to killing her, but like actually listening to it all together, like, oh yeah, no, maybe it was just, this was what I was, that's a bit dark. I then learned later that was apparently all done the first take. So, yep, there should be a 2-minute thing at the end of the video, how it's a reaction, but then I take a break and I look something up, and then I tell you a fact about it at the end, like, hey, I just learned this. I looked it up now that it's the end of the video, but now we're gonna talk about it. Here's the fun fact also. Yeah, fun fact information at the end of the videos, I guess. Gary, hi Gary. Well, I'm off to my last day at my current job. Wish me luck, and I wish you luck on having a great stream. Thank you. I hope you have a really good last day at work. Yes, I hope you have a really good last day. Based, I also hate women. Oh, okay, yeah, no, I read. Based, I also hate women. Me and Eminem should talk about how bad women are. Oh, okay. I didn't know that was coming from a hate women thing. I thought it was, this woman's a succubus. I don't like this one. Yeah, but you know, the women are all the same, so that's probably, I hope you have lots in common with, oh, yeah, no, that would be cool. I don't know how to respond to you. When you say break on Monday, does that mean no movie event? Or did you mean a break from Avatar? I'm thinking about maybe no movie event just because we're doing 3 days in a row of Avatar So I thought, oh, maybe take a break on Mondays. I mean, we've done the last few, and we could do the next Monday, but maybe we can just do, well, maybe even not next Monday. We could do weekends for right now. Yeah. For right now, just for Avatar events. Weekends will be Friday, Saturday, Sundays for each season. Gosh, that sounds like a lot. It's gonna be, Kim was Iran and, oh my. If there's going to be more music, can there be some metal, please? I would love for that. I would like that too. We can totally keep that in mind. I don't know where to start. I think it's been so long since I've done a metal reaction that I don't know what I've already done. I know that makes me like, how you could just look it up, but some of my music was taken down, so it's hard to like, wait, did I do that already? 97, Bonnie and Clyde is the follow-up song to Kim. Have you heard that one? That one sounds less familiar. I told myself I've heard Kim, and I don't think I ever sat there and actually listened to it. Oh, metal, I have so many suggestions. Yeah, I didn't know that was a follow-up. I'm sure I've heard it in the background, because Eminem, most of his music I assume I've heard in the background.
Listen!
Here and there, but...
Was an intense song to listen to, especially as a girly. But you did great, no need to say much, your reaction still showed how the song made you feel. Woof woof. Less than 3.
Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, I was worried that people would think, you're sympathizing with someone who's awful. And it's like, look, I don't know this person, I don't know them. So it was just a lot to take in about anybody saying that about any person out there ever. Maybe slightly more sensitive, because yeah, maybe girly pop. Girly, it's a little like, it's... Women are a bit easier to get in those situations, so it's, I guess, felt a little bit more intense. But yep, thank you. I really appreciate it. I appreciate it. Oh. Thank you, Daniel. By Eminem was great. Definitely not something I thought that you would ever do, but amazing. Oh, thank you. You find me offensive. I find you offensive for finding me offensive. Is that for someone else? Red? Wait, what is this? Gosh, I do not know how to work YouTube. Oops. No, I'm not trying to... Why does this happen? No. Okay, go back. Sorry. Clicking on people's random channels, I apologize. Rain Man? Rain Man. What is that? That's a movie. Yeah. Okay. Hi, Peru. Hello. How are you doing? I sent you a heart redeem. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm missing all of my stuff. Thank you so much. I probably missed. Let me go and look at them. Thank you, Chewy, for the biddies. I'm also not supposed to apologize, but that was 11 minutes ago, so did I pass? Red Mars, I didn't see that. Oh. Well, I can apologize now. That was 10 minutes ago. It probably shouldn't count unless I acknowledge it, because even if I got lucky and I didn't apologize, I didn't acknowledge it. And I think thinking about it makes it harder to not apologize, because now I'm thinking about it. You know, like if you think about a yawn hard enough, or you see someone yawn, then it makes you want to yawn. It's kind of like that. We're talking about apologizing. Personally, if I didn't get a heart redeem, I wouldn't let that slide. Oh my goodness. Wow, that came right after you said that you feel the same as... So what would you do, Pantsu? Would you like to share what you mean? Keeping it to yourself is also an option. React to 8 Mile rap battles. Pause to avoid copyrights. That one sounds familiar. Stop trying to get me banned. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I feel like I've reacted to 8 Mile. I thought that was actually one of the best videos that performed, possibly. But maybe it was only for one clip in the movie. Maybe it was just one. There's obviously others, but I've also seen the movie, so I don't know if people would count that as a reaction. I mean, I never sat there and was like, oh, this is cool. Like, I never broke it down or like really listened to it, but I don't want to trip over what reactions mean. and mislead people. Thank you so much, Happy. I appreciate the 10 gifted subs. Thank you. Thank you. 8 Mile is decent, but it's an interesting movie. No, I mean live.
Metal.
Oh.
Don't give me hope. But Metallica, the only one you have reacted to. I do believe. So much you can look into. Disturbed is great.
Oh, that would be neat. I think I'm more used to things having to be cut because the words and the sounds of people's voices, but I wonder if just music, because metal has a lot of just music in it, how sensitive that would be. My memory tells me that it might have even been harder because it could be like, oh, everyone knows that tune. I don't know how to explain it. Like, it's easier to get... That sounds very specific. But yeah, I mean, that would be cool. I don't think all of the videos have to be monetized. I just can't have them hurt the rest of the channel. So they can't be like blocked or whatever. It's okay if they can't be monetized, and I can do those every now and again, I'm sure. But yeah, just nothing that could hurt the rest of the things and stuff. Disturbed Sound of Silence, David. Dream that was amazing on those vocals. Oh, Disturbed. Well, technically it kind of heard it, but maybe never really sat there and listened. There's a lot of songs that people say, oh, I've heard that 100 times, but then they listen to the lyrics and they're like, whoa, I had no idea it was about cheating or killing people. I think Pumped Up Kicks was one of those songs. A lot of people were like, wow, this is neat. Well, that one actually doesn't really count because I think people kind of caught on pretty quickly, but that's just an example. Like, it's a fun, wow, I love that song. It's like, it's about, like, it's not just the chorus, listen to all of it. But yeah, that one's not a good example. There's much better examples out there where I think I've even looked back and thought, I didn't know that's what the song was about. Also just because you hear it as a kid and maybe it's that kind of like adult themes. Pumped Up Kicks, I thought was, yeah, probably. But that one wasn't a very good example because I feel like people pretty quickly told others, this is what you're dancing to, or like, this is what you're listening to. But there's a lot of other songs that it's like, yeah, I've heard it, but I don't think I've really listened. I've heard it before, I haven't listened to it. Extra Emily, ordering McDonald's with agent. Oh, she's great. I don't know who that is, but yeah, she's great. Extra Emily's cool. She did back in early February and another time in May. Oh, thank you. I don't know why I'm snooping. Not having lyrics isn't a bad thing. Instrument parts can be interesting too, unique sounds. Oh, of course! I didn't mean to make it sound like it's bad to have a lot of just instruments and not as many lyrics. I'm saying as far as how sensitive it is to be flagged, I wonder if, you know, some videos are flagged every 9 seconds, some things can be flagged every like 3, and if it's a lot of music, I wonder if it's more sensitive. It's just a guess. Some of it could be like, nope, I know those chords. Like, it's just immediately it comes after it. But maybe people don't mind. I really thought about doing the movie thing that people suggested, where as long as you've watched the movie and you see like a blip of the scene, maybe that could be tried. But yeah, no, lots of neat things that we could try.
Happy to see that you did another music reaction, and on Eminem no less. Hope to see another music reaction in the future. ゚HISTORY.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. I hope we can too. Sorry that I don't have any real plans. I don't, not fully in control of how things go, but I would really like to, and I really appreciate the feedback. Thank you for the donation. Thank you so much. I see the clips are still being uploaded. No rush. But we could probably start that soon if people would like.
For as much as that song was intense, I'm glad he decided to express himself that way instead of doing something regrettable. Woof woof. Less than 3.
Oh, definitely. If he felt better after that song and it was just a song, then yep, definitely would say artistic expression, get it out there. I think maybe some people just aren't as used to seeing people artistically create something like that or express themselves that way. But if there is ever a thing where somebody feels much better after writing it down or getting it out afterwards, definitely better that than, you know, taking action or bottling it up and it turning into something else. It's just interesting to think about. Someone was like, yes, sign it, send it. Oh my gosh. But yeah, no, I'm not trying to make fun of it. It's just interesting. Yeah. Because in my mind, it's like, oh, that wasn't that long ago, but it's already so different that I don't know if something would be like, yeah, love that. Put that out there. Thank you so much. Thank you, August. I really appreciate the 3 months, and thank you so much for not 3 months. Thank you so much for the 39 months, and thank you so much for the tier 3. Thank you. Thank you. That's so nice. Thank you for the extra support for being here for so long. Thank you. Super loyal. Yeah, nope, yep. Sorry talking about YouTube reactions so much, but hopefully can do some more. Everything just kind of feels a bit random, so that's also a little weird. But I appreciate people liking it. React to King for a Day by Pierce the Veil. Oh, that's a bit random. I don't think I've heard of Pierce the Veil before, but I don't think I've heard any of their music. You know. Oh, thank you so much, Ruin, for the biddies. Hi, Singularity. Hello. I thought that said hi and bye. Hi, Blue. Do you want a cutoff time for the videos? Cutoff time? Like, yeah, well, what do you mean? Per video, when they tell me that I'm supposed to stop watching? Sure. Just so I have it in mind. But no stress or anything if it's not super clear, you don't have it up right away. When they stop for submissions. No, not that? Oh, a cutoff time for people to stop submitting videos? Are people still submitting? Well, someone could easily be looking right now. It's typically cut off right whenever I start, so mods can just focus on stream and not focus about uploading the videos anymore. Because then I need someone to watch it and I need someone to upload it. And if we're already watching them, that could be a little hectic for the moderators. So yeah, I think we've always just cut it off whenever I start. Smart. I need supervision. Oh, yes. Thank you for making that clear. Honesty's great. 305 stream streak. Oh, I missed that. Thank you so much, August. That's so nice. Thank you. 300, so many. I would miss my own streams. Start at 1 hour? Oh yeah, I could start at 1 hour, at 9-ish minutes. I am not aware of how many there are. Right now, there are 45, so I think we usually hit about 50 to 60 submissions. I actually wish I'd paid attention to what's the most that people have submitted for, but we've done a try to make me laugh twice. And so if people had something to submit for both times, that's probably the more popular ones. The neat thing about you streaming to YouTube as well, in case whenever I miss something, I don't have to wait until the stream ends and the VOD will be available. I can just go to YouTube and search for the relevant earlier parts of the stream. Oh, that's nice, especially if I take a break. You don't have to sit here for 20 minutes. You could just rewind the stream and maybe watch something, rewatch something. That is really nice. I wish Twitch did that, but it's okay. It is cool that both have good things about one another. That's why it's convenient to stream to both. I really like the saving VODs thing because I have completely lost being responsible with saving my VODs. They just all feel so unorganized, and I feel like there's so many gaps in my folders that I think it just makes me more, what's that word when you don't do something because you push it off? It does make me procrastinate it more because it feels so unorganized. I feel like I'm downloading the same things and I have to dig in my folders and look for something before I download more videos. That takes so long. Josh, thank you for becoming a blueberry. Thank you so much. Now I'm rambling about nothing. Yeah, I really hope, I really want to work on the YouTube videos. So thank you so much, even if some of them are a bit random. I appreciate the feedback. I wish I could do everything, but hopefully I can find a middle ground where even if a video can't be monetized, I just want to make sure it isn't copyrighted too much to where it hurts the rest of the videos or anything. But yeah, that would be neat. Josh, thank you. I appreciate it. You should react more to real life lore videos. I like the universe one that you did. I really like that one too. Thank you. I plan on doing more like that, but it seems as if the ones that I have on standby are kind of a limited supply. So once those are done, I wouldn't exactly have anything in front of me that I know what I would do next. But yep, I would like to. If I find them, I will do them as they come by. Sometimes the just sillier videos pop up a lot more and are pushed a bit more. Thank you. Oh, good jammer, human benchmark. Which one would you like to do? That's actually enough time to do that, and then probably get started on the videos. Singularity, learn language. We'll do both. I'm assuming Polish. Yes? English too. Learn language, and then do the history videos have to be funny? No. There's no funny. It literally just the only task is history. I would prefer them to not have copyright music in them, but I know a lot of people put that in the videos, and you can't help it because they're short. But yep, could also just mute. They get muted over here, but you get in trouble over there. So thank you for the biddies, Chewy. Sorry, I'm doing something really quick. Okay, good jammer. Which one did you say that you would like? I need to click on your name whenever I see that happen. I can't click on your name if you just redeemed something, that's why. Groston or Groston, hi, how are you? Streams are the most active wait, your streams are the most active I've ever been. Oh, really? Like socially? Oh, that's so nice. Oh, that makes me happy. That's exciting. Thank you for sharing that. That's really nice. You can choose between Polish and Russian. We've never done Russian before, and I already know I'm not very good at Polish, so we'll try Russian. English to Russian. Half bottom of screen. Sorry, Gits Jammer, I haven't seen which one you've picked. If you have to look at the list, just let me know if you need to see the list for you to pick one. No worries. Okay. I just noticed I can see Egg Dog. Yeah, I actually had to tilt him today to hold up the bat, which I haven't named. I think Sakura is a bit too basic, and it makes me think of the girl from Naruto, and nobody liked her, honestly. Yeah, she had to have help stand up, so Egg Dog is helping her stand up. How are you? Is really easy. How are you? Is it loud? No.
Как вы? Как вы? Как вы?
We could try lots of things. We could try lots of different things, different ones.
Спасибо.
Spasiba! I like that! I like that one! That's so easy and it sounds so cute.
Спасибо.
Sorry, spasiba. Spasiba or spicy?
Спасибо.
Spasiba. That one's so easy. Spasiba. I do enjoy Japanese. None of our business where she is. Oh, well, thank you, Time Lord. She don't know, or Amish? Huh? Also, hi, Punch. Oh my goodness, why? Stop. Okay, so there is false information. Whatever, it's fine. I'm going to clip Blue speaking Russian. Ooh, that's enough to. Oh, you are canceled.
Спасибо.
Spasiba.
Спасибо.
Spasiba. Spasiba.
Помоги мне. Помоги мне. Помоги мне. Помоги мне.
Помоги мне. Помоги. They don't make asking for help easy. Very Russian.
Помоги мне.
Помоги мне.
Помоги мне.
Помоги мне. Obviously.
Помоги мне.
Помоги мне. Помоги мне. Yelp my shaggy jig. I'm forgetting them because I take so long without practicing them. Okay, we have to go in order of which I learned them. Help me! No, that's Hungarian. Apua. That's... Why am I trying to say French? Oh my gosh, what's wrong with my brain? I'm so sorry. Finnish. Don't look at me. Help me. Get 3 of them. Say 3. Say 3. Okay, no. Seriously, we have to practice. I'm reading in chat as I'm trying to remember it. Go in order. Yeah. Okay. Help me. Apua. Shh, not shaggy jig. What's Turkish? Oh my gosh. Something like dumb, like you are dumb. Yardım. Yardım. Gosh, it's so easy when you can remember it by... A lot of them remind me of saying dumb. Are you a dummy? You're dumb. Yardım. Yardım. Are you a dummy? Ayudame. Like they're just all, it's all the same. Shaggy jig. Okay, so help me. Apua. Apua. Yardım. Aduvame. Ayudame. Ayudame. Aduvame. Ayudame. Did I already say shaggy jig? Look, okay, I can't help out. Yelp my and Hilfmir. That's plenty, that's enough. And then this one.
Помоги мне.
Помоги мне. Помоги мне. Why is it so long?
Пожалуйста.
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 Is that like, that's close enough? Because it's so easy, I'll do one more.
Пока.
Пока. Пока.
Привет.
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 It looks like private. Привет. Привет.
Привет.
Привет.
Привет.
Привет.
Привет.
Viet or vet?
Привет.
Yet. Привет.
Привет.
I think. Привет. You know, part of this is not just pronunciation. Part of it's I can't fully hear what she's saying. Yep, Russian. We super tried Russian. Okay, human benchmark. Which one? Good jammer. I'm sorry if I keep missing it, but which one would you like? Here's the list. We have reaction time sequence memory. We have aim trainer. Number memory. Stop. Windows 11. Number memory, verbal memory, chimp test, and then visual and typing. You can see all of them right here. You can tell that one's typing, but visual memory might be a little confusing. Rocky, there is no one who is Russian here. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, I mean, that's my own fault. If I'm speaking a language and someone hears it, then it's a little hard to maybe grasp the, what do you mean I can only speak English? Well, none of my moderators or myself actually, yeah, well, I can't say speak another language because my moderators do. But, yep, just English is the only thing I actually understand and can read. It's because I'm scrolled so high up. I can help you in Arabic, French, and also Italian if you want these. Are the only other languages I speak, including English. I had to learn them because, let's say I had to. That's really cool that you know so many languages. I found you from Tupac reactions, but always really enjoyed your M reactions too. I know more about Tupac than M, but they both keep me coming back. Oh, thank you. Happy Sunday. Oh, thank you, Snake Eyes. You too. Sorry, I'm really behind. Good jammer. Wait, yeah, thank you. Is that what that means? Thank you. Which one? Maybe I need to click. Hi, pretty boy. And also imaginary. Here, you probably said it. Oafmere. You actually didn't say it. All up to you. I don't even know. I can pick. It's Privyet. 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 Privyet is hi. Okay. I speak English and random words and phrases. I used to know a little bit more ESL, but that's completely gone now. This is Kitty. Kitty. And don't get mixed up with thank you and F you, because they're very similar. If it's my choice, we should probably do one that we haven't done in a while. Tide Pods! Somewhere there is a Russian streamer counterpart version of Blue called Red, who has a miniature pet bear and drinks vodka boba tea, and likes Digimon characters but has never played the games, and has a voice so deep that people accuse her of faking it. I love that. I like that. I'd watch that anime. We haven't done Chim Test in a while, but I take forever on it. Number memory? I think I'm specifically bad, but we've probably done this one the least. Which is really unfortunate, because I know I used to be good at this whenever I was younger. It's all fun and games when it's like 3 numbers. I put something in stream chat that will help with Russian. Oh, thank you! $8.92. Saying it out loud will probably help. Honestly, I started getting aching knees this year. First time I felt old. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's probably odd. Like, you just always hear about other people having issues, and you're like, wow, can't be me, and then it happens to you, and it's like, what? Darn it, I've never had this. Good message. Peter. It's not. I would consider it 70s old. Oh yeah, everyone has a different, opinion. I like those memes, though, making fun of, hey, I'm 20. Wow, that's so cool. Hi, I'm 22. Hi, I'm 26. They're like, oh my gosh, how are your grandchildren? Are you okay? Do you have senior citizen help? Oh, how does it feel? Do you need a cane? How's your back? Like, they all treat the 26-year-old like they're so old. So everyone's perspective is, yep. $8.92. $59.45. $59.45. $78.43. $78.43. $78.43. $78.43. $78.43. $78.43. I'm 130 and I feel wonderful. They just hit the second. What? Okay. I'm I still wanna make her a life alert necklace for TwitchCon? I'll think of something. I will. Brain's not what it used to be, but I'll think of something. By the time we're there, I'll think of a comeback for that. Yeah. They spoke German, Hungary, Czech, Polish, Romanian, Ukrainian, Italian, Croatian, Serbian, Slavic, Slovene, and Ruthenian. That is so many languages, especially in such a small, condensed area. Okay. Okay, so I got it. Not even that many numbers yet. Why are you freaking out? That's like 5 numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's like 6 numbers. Got it. Okay. 61, 96, 82, 8. 61, 82, 8. 61, 82, 8. 61, 82, 8. 61, 82, 8. 82, 8. I feel like I just don't say the number easiest to remember out loud because I trust that I'll remember it. So the part that I keep repeating. Yeah, okay, that's what I'm doing. It makes sense. $65, 47, 65, 47, 65, 47, 65, 47, 65, 40, 65, 40. Combos, thank you. Bye, Gary. I'll leave you with an upvote. Oh, thank you. Hmm. 33. Okay, 04 66662. 04 66662. 04 66662. 04 66662. I don't know why I committed to remembering it that way, but that was not the best way I could have. It's 4 times. Just say 4 6 times. And I genuinely, I know that still doesn't make any sense, but that's easier to say and tell my brain, no, the other way around. You know what you mean. Then 66662. Okay. Yeah. Thank you for the biddies, good jammer. Aw, feel your pain too. Too many motocross wrecks for me. I've bounced my head off the ground more times than a person should. Well, then you can bring me a life alert and I can bring you a helmet. Sorry for all of my yapping. That's okay, Red. Well, I mean, I might be missing some of it, but it's okay. Okay. Yes, my brain knows. Even if I'm saying it wrong. Darn, level 9. Let's get past 10. Okay. 3400, 42, 63, 57. 42, 63, 57. 42, 63, 57. 42, 63, 57. 42, 63, 57. 42, 63, 57. Sorry if it's annoying that I keep saying it over and over. As long as it's a padded special helmet, yeah, it'll come with the special little restraints for your arms. I'm nervous. Now that I see that someone said, she's so good at this. My heart's racing. I need my heart rate monitor, please. I don't know how to deal with praise. I just need racing. You're doing terrible. No, that's not good either. 10's good. Even if it happens here, it's not a big deal. That's a whole phone number. People can remember phone numbers. And it's not like I remember it long term. What did I just type? I have no idea. 3400, 42, 057 or something like that. 050. Yep, I missed the 63. Yes, thank you, Red Reaper. 3540, 3540, 2087, 493. 2087, 493. 2087, 493. 2087, 493. 2087, 493. 2087, 493. Oh no, JC, stop. Thank you. Oh, Oh my goodness, a new member. Thank you so much. Rayorn. Ah, thank you. Thank you so much for being a new subscriber. Thank you. Also, thank you, Rowan, for the biddies. Sticky Chewy for the biddies. I prefer puzzles over memorization. I get lazy brain with too much of this. Yeah, maybe puzzles are a bit more rewarding because you figured it out. Whereas memory, like, you just keep going and going and going, and then eventually it's like, okay, well, I don't want to try to remember it anymore. It's too much. Or it takes longer to try to get it. But I guess if it's timed, it makes it more fair.
Hey! Listen! Cute red bow, Kit Kat. My fave thing about your hair is always the two little hair loopies. Hee hee. Also, important cue. Will you go penguin sledding with me? Woof woof less than 3.
I would go penguins. Say words. I would go penguin sledding. Yes. I'm sure they're fine with it. That's not animal cruelty. Thank you so much for the biddies, Pterodax, and NorCal, and Cyber, and Hoppy. Thank you. Yeah. It's just body language. I don't know. I might fixate on it now. I don't know why I do that. I think everyone has like their like quirks or something, and I think I've just developed that one obnoxiously a lot lately. Okay, got it. I'm nervous. I'm overthinking it. Okay, no, I got it. Chill. Five, 7, 800, 24, 60, 38, 24, 60, 38, 24, 60, 38, 24, 60, 38, 24, 60, 38, 24, 60, 38, 24, 60, 38. Okay, well, it's because they're giving me easy beginnings, so it's, you know, if every single number was a different number, I would have already failed, I think. Where's my heart racing? I'm such a tryhard. I'm so sweaty. Not actually, I mean, like, that's because I'm trying really hard. Sweat. Blue's excited gremlin laugh? That's gonna have to change. You're doing great, thank you. Quirks are what make people who they are, though. Just thankful yours are... Well, thank you. Remembering in chunks is great, makes it easier. Got it. Focus. What is this, 12? Oh, that's actually already kind of okay. Oh, I can't scroll down. Whatever, that's fine. 96, oh my god. 90, 30, 96, 36, 32, 84, 61, 31, 5. No, I'm done. I'm cooked. 32, 84, 61, 31. I'm done. Darn it. I didn't say it enough. It's too long to even say. Darn it. I'm sorry. I lost it. Yeah, as I try to think about it, it's going more and more away. I said 96 half is like 90, 80, 84. How many numbers? There's 13. 80, 84. I have no idea what I said. 8 something. 60, 37, 30, 84, 21, 30. I have no idea. It doesn't tell you how many you got correct either, probably. I think it just ends. 96, 36, 80, 84. There was a lot of ones. There were ones towards, it was like 61, 31. And then, oh, it ended with 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. It ended with 5, and I think the ending was 61, 31, 5. So right here is where I'm missing the numbers. I think I've also just made up 84. 96, 36, I didn't say out loud, and I think it started with 84. 84, something, something, something. 61, 31, 5. I think it was, there was a lot of ones. Was it like 51? 84, 6? 51. 50, no. I think it was 61, 31. 84, there was a 5 in here somewhere. 50, 51, 61, 31. 5, 6. I don't think it was 3 in a row. But I do think that it was 61, 31, 5. 61, 31, 5. And then there was something right here. There was probably another 1, but it was probably flipped. Like 1, 5. 61, 31, 5. So I don't think there were 3 ones in a row, like skipping each other. But it, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. This is my best guess. I think it's wrong. No! Wait, what? $96, 36. Why is there a 32 right here? My answer, that's why it's wrong, because there's a 32. So it's 84, 84. It is 51, 61, 31. Oh, no! No, it's not. It's 46. I keep looking back and forth. I missed. It's 96, 36. 3, 2. Okay, look. It's 8, 4. And 6, 1 is in there. 8, 4. There was no 5, 1. It's pretty close. Oh. Can't save score. Once again. That's okay. 13. We are done. We can do reactions now, if you would like. We should add Minecraft. Only beginner. I don't want to get stuck on like expert, and we're gonna do that for the first 30 minutes of every stream for the first several weeks. Also, yeah, it's not usually right there. I swept yesterday, so it's in the wrong spot. You don't normally see so much of it. And now this sticks out. Okay, yep. And we don't need green screen because we're just gonna do the reactions, but noticing that in the background. Thank you for the biddies, Big Dave. Minecraft. Oh, I meant Minesweeper. Sorry, not Minecraft. Sorry, I meant Minesweeper. sorry. I can try this while I'm watching your stream. My attention is constantly getting stolen. Rushing guy in chat. I meant sorry that I. What is Human Benchmark? It's the site where you can do different tests and stuff. See? There's just different ones, and you can make an account and it'll save your score. And you can improve and stuff. There's just like little tests and ads for games, the same game. They must have like given them a lot of money. Yep. Thank you, Lay, for gifting a sub. Okay, check on the clip queue. There are 46 clips. Thank you so much. That's more than I thought. I thought yesterday there was like 30, so I guess a lot of people just waited till the last minute. Like, oh, if I come across the history clip, then I'll post it. But then a lot of people didn't, so they had to go look today. Mm. Sorry, it keeps notifying me of stuff. Okay. Oh, delivery for something. That's why. Okay. It'll make reactions go fast and you can do videos later? Wait, what? Wait, what? What will? Oh, thank you, Benny, for watching so many. Community Minecraft win. It makes more sense if it's when I play the game. And it would be cool to play this year, but I keep saying, I'm gonna play this year, and I'm gonna play this year. So I don't know if I'll actually make it this year, but we can do it within the next 12 months.
What's cooking? Good looking. Just checking in on you. Making sure Chewy hasn't driven you crazy. I'll kick his ass if you want. Hope you are well, miss. Bark bark plus 24.
Bark. Oh my goodness, it's escalating. Thank you so much for the donation. React. Oh, we still have Casually Explained here.
Basically a place where high school kids go to learn social skills from adults who act like high school kids.
I can't listen to that again. Okay, the immersion. Let's not. React. React scene is. If you don't remember that one, then no worries. Glitchy scene. I need to move chat, and I need to move the thingies. Oh, I never fixed my pause alerts buttons. So if moderators don't mind helping me with that, if I forget, I can at least try to put this on here. Is this just it on scene? Yeah, this takes it on and off, but it doesn't actually pause the alerts. Which it used to, I thought. I'll have to fix that. We could fix it together. Oh, this was your submission. Screen 2. Good enough. Moving chats and turning off the music. Okay. Oops. Oh my gosh. It says paused. Okay. Yeah, but it just wasn't from me, I don't think. Stop, please, Windows 11. I'm just trying to go up to the top of the screen. Choose a Kremlin now? I hope Michael Vick is not... Wait, who is that? Did he... Oh my gosh. Okay, never mind. I think I understand. Okay, the first one is the greatest speech in history. Is it loud enough?
With this in mind, if you're a streamer, it can be hard to keep everyone well behaved in the chat. So you have to...
Yeah, sounds great. Ruin. Minecraft would actually be a really good filler game. When you don't have a plan, log in, build something there, and then goes for 4 hours. Oh, there goes 4 hours? Oh my gosh. That game actually sounds a little dangerous, but since lately I haven't gotten addicted to any games or anything, where I, like, oh my gosh, I want to play all the time, and it steals so much time away from me, I think it would be a good, hey, we're going to do this like once every 2 weeks. But I do think the first time I ever play Minecraft would be a big thing for me, kind of getting the feel and handle on things. So I'd want it to at least start like, ooh, that's big. We're going to dedicate some time to it. Because if I've played it for a day, it probably wouldn't stick. But then what if it's like the only thing I want to play for several months and I'm just a Minecraft streamer now? I'm not even good. I'm just new. Michael Vick was the QB quarterback in NFL. I remembered him as something else. Dog. Now we're ready. Yeah. Okay, go. Sorry. Next. Oh, no, sorry. Chat, you're in the wrong spot. Right on top of the thing. It'd be fun. I'd like it if you turned into a Minecraft fiend. Minecraft streamers seem to get cozy fast growth. Oh, crazy. I was like cozy fast. Crazy fast growth on YouTube. I can't see that happening to me. I feel like if people go to somebody for Minecraft, it's like, ooh, I want to see that one Minecraft streamer. Like, do people just start off? Maybe because is that like their niche? Maybe they just post all of a sudden like, oh, it's Minecraft content. I was gonna get a blanket, but actually it's kind of warm in here and I didn't realize it. Read it. I will read it, but not out loud. You all will have to read for now. You will have to read yourself. I'm sorry. I can't. Hi. It's supposed to be cozy, and it's not. I stress out when I read out loud. Sorry. You have to read too. Mainly Minecraft YouTuber. Become a streamer, and he is still streaming it since 2013. Wow. That's a lot. That's a long time. Okay. Now we're starting. I pay attention. Plus, my struggle to pronounce certain words is going to embarrass me. We are not done. We have to. Okay. I knew. Mm. 324. Okay. I was reading. Want to make sure I understood.
What I'm about to say isn't meant to stop you returning home. As far as I care, you can go wherever you wish. But I want you to know how you have behaved towards me, and how I have treated you. I'll begin, as is right, with my father, Philip. When he found you, you were mere peasants, wearing hides, tending a few sheep on the mountain slopes, and you could barely defend them from your neighbors. Under him, you began living in cities, with good laws and customs, and he turned you from slaves into rulers over those very barbarians who used to plunder your land. He conquered most of Thrace, taking the best harbors so there was trade and prosperity, and put the mines to steady work. The Thessalians, they used to terrify you. Well, we rule them now. The Athenians and Thebans, always looking for a chance to attack Macedonia, were so humble, myself playing my small part in the war, that they no longer take tribute from Macedonia, but instead depend upon us for their protection. My father went...
I know this makes it sound like I'm trying to like be funny and quirky or something, but it's already... That's not gonna work. I'm not laughing. It feels a bit embarrassing sometimes looking at a map, very old map, because I'm sure a lot of people are like, oh, I didn't know that was there and that's what that was called and whatever. But even looking at a current map, I struggle with where things are. So I feel like it takes a really long time to fully understand, wow, this is right there, that was right next to this, and oh, that's where this is now. Like, I feel like it takes a really long time to get a grip on it. So it's just a bit like, I need to look at this a little bit longer than I think what the video is going to allow to. Oh, okay, that's this place now. I can tell by the shape. Yep. That was it. Hello, Nitro.
To the Peloponnese and put their house in order. Then he was declared supreme commander of all the Greeks for the campaign against the Persians. An honor not just for himself, but for all Macedonians. This is what my father Philip did for you.
Oh.
Great enough on its own, but small compared to what you've gained from me. I crossed the Hellespont, even though back then the Persians still commanded the sea. I defeated the satraps of the great King Darius, and made you rulers of Ionia, Aeolis, Phrygia, and Lydia, and took Miletus by siege. The rest of the land surrendered willingly, and their wealth became yours. All the riches of Egypt and Cyrene, which I won without a fight, are yours now. Syria, Palestine, Mesopotamia, Babylonia, all belong to you. The wealth of
That's a lot.
the treasures of Persia, the jewels of India and the outer sea. You are now satraps. You are generals and captains. What have I held back for myself apart from this purple cloak and diadem? Nothing. No man can point to my riches, only the things I hold in trust for you all. And what would I do with them anyway? I eat what you eat. I get no more rest than you. Many times I have spent the night on watch so that you could sleep soundly. Who among you believes he's worked harder for me than I have for him? Come on! If you've got scars, strip and show them to me. I'll show you mine. There isn't one part of my body, the front at least, that doesn't bear a wound. My body's covered in scars from every weapon you can think of. Swords, arrows, stones, clubs. All for the sake of your lives, your glory, and your wealth. And yet here I still am, leading you, as conqueror of land and sea, rivers, mountains, and the plains. We've celebrated our weddings together. Many of your children will be cousins of my own. I've paid off your debts without asking how you got them, even though you're paid well enough and pillage every city we take. Many of you wear golden crowns, badges of courage and honor given you by me.
Just to break it up, because I think it's a longer video, I know, oops, that's the wrong thing. I know what a diadem is because of Harry Potter, actually, for your information. Like, what is that? It's not a crown. Yep, I'm pretty sure Harry Potter taught me that. That's not that embarrassing, because I was still in elementary when I was like, So it's not like a, ooh, that's no, I learned from that. I love speeches from leaders who are like their people that they're leading. It's much harder to respect somebody telling you to do something and they're not doing it themselves. So I'm already like, wow, this is great. I loved it. I feel like I was there, which good thing I wasn't. But yep, really good speech so far. I like the point, which is what have I given myself other than what I'm wearing? He said purple something and this crown. I eat even what you eat. I'm not like a king or a ruler who eats better food and you people get scraps like peasants. And he's all out there fighting and even keeping watch, probably gets less sleep, probably gets more battle scars because he's leading the charge and directing everybody. So super powerful speech. I'm kind of cringing already at the beginning, kind of made it seem like people didn't respect him and he's having to say, how could you not respect me with everything that I've done and how I treat myself not really even better than you. So I like the speech. Makes me think of Game of Thrones.
Any one of us who was killed, who met a glorious end, we buried with full honors. Many now stand immortalized by bronze statues in Macedonia. Their families are honored and pay no taxes. under my command, not one man has been killed fleeing the enemy. And now, I wanted to send back some of you who've been wounded or crippled, or have grown old, to be welcomed back home as heroes. But since you all wish to go, then all of you, go! Go home and tell them that your king, Alexander, conqueror of the Persians, Medes, Bactrians, and Scythians, who now rules over the Parthians, Chorasmians, and Hyrcanians as far as the Caspian Sea, who's marched over the mountains of the Hindu Kush, crossed the Oxus and Tanais rivers, even the Indus, first to cross it since Dionysus himself. I would have crossed the Hyphasis too if you hadn't cowered in fear. Who sailed into the Great Sea from the mouth of the Indus. Who crossed the desert of Gedrosia, where no one had ever led an army. Who took Carmenia, while my fleet sailed the Persian Gulf. When you get home, you tell them that when you made it back to Susa, you abandoned him and went home, leaving him under the protection of the foreigners you'd conquered. Perhaps this report of yours will seem glorious in the eyes of men, and worthy in the eyes of the gods. Be gone!
He's calling them... He's something.
Thank you to all the Patreon supporters who helped create this video. If you'd like exclusive early access to videos like this, and the chance to vote on future topics, please visit the Epic History TV Patreon page.
Got that shout out in there. We're watching people's videos today, so I wish that there was a little bit... No, it is right here. Epic History. Can you see that whenever it's on screen? It's just so tiny. I wish that that was bigger than the title or as big as the title, but yeah, no, I liked that video. It was really good. Sad that he died only a year later and at 32, but I would think traveling across all of that land and doing that much, yeah, 32 sounds longer than some people probably would have lived, so. Conquered half of the known world by the age of 32. What's my thoughts on the stuff near the end? I liked it. I mean, I guess it said at the beginning it wasn't exactly quotable, but it was kind of summed up of how it went by eyewitnesses and passed down. I mean, it's so long ago, so it's kind of hard to believe how accurate it was, but it sounds like someone would have given a speech like that if they conquered that much and they felt like everyone wants to just turn their backs and go home now, we're good, we're done, and let like strangers or now foreigners, maybe not foreigners now because he conquered the land, but other people that haven't always been with him to protect him. Super ambitious person. Blue looks 39 in another universe, but not this one. Very specific. It's interesting. Thank you. Reaver, hello. Oh, sorry, I saw some other people come in. I'm sorry if I'm not saying hi. We're just watching and I didn't want to interrupt the video. But hello. Did I like history in school? It was okay. Wasn't my favorite, but I didn't really dislike it. I just found it typically as an easy class because if I studied right before a test, I always did fine. But I don't think that I really went on and retained a lot of information. And I kind of wish that they taught more about other things. I feel like a lot of things are U.S. history based. Yeah. Like there's several classes where you only learn about your state and there's several classes where you only learn about your country. So I think it would be neat to learn more about other continents and more historical things. I think that they look into the Holocaust gets a good chunk, but there's a lot of things that happen that I don't think that people are even really taught about in school. Like it might be referenced while you're learning about something else, like, oh, that one time that this wall was here and this country was called this, and then they just move on. It's like, wait, what? Why? How did that happen? And why is it two countries now instead of one? when did this become, wait, why did they do that? So I think that there's just a lot of blanks, and if you look into it and you're really good in history, then I'm sure you do know that stuff. But if you're just following the basic education and getting through the class, I don't really think a lot of places teach. It doesn't feel like they really focus a lot on it. There's definitely a few years. Maybe different states are like different, but there's a lot of focus on like us. Mm-hmm. The hungriest?
Hey kids, I think we can all agree that there are few pastimes more grotesque than competitive eating. The concept of a bunch of guys pushing their anatomy to its limits just for sport leaves a bad taste in my mouth in more ways than one. But imagine if these men didn't adopt this habit just for fun. Imagine if some gross biological error forced them to eat like this for their entire life.
See, we're changing the pace of the videos. Look, if I had to submit videos, I will be honest, I probably would have submitted. It's interesting. Hold on, give me a second. And they're really short too. It's like, oh, I don't know what to submit. History's long. I have you covered. I have not endless, like 8 videos of I don't know, like Europeans just being really interested in torture. And yeah, this is how they used to kill people. All those little things, like, they used to put people like in a boat, and then they would close it. They would put like a thing on top of it, but your arms and your legs would stick out like, I'm in the water, like you're touching the water and you're in a boat. And then they would tie it up with like chains and stuff, and they would force feed you honey and milk, and then they would fill the thing with honey and milk all over your face, all over everything. And your face would have a little opening, so anything that wants to like get you or whatever, like the demons and the sea creatures and birds and bugs and all sorts of other stuff can get your arms and your legs and your face, and you have like honey and stuff all over you, and you were just force fed, and then they send you into the water, and then obviously, you know, people have to like, and then you're sitting in that, and then like bugs and stuff and eat your skin, and then you eventually die. It's so freaky. So yeah, I almost had judgment of like, who is this? Who did this? But then I remember I watched that video the other day and I was like, wow, interesting. Change of pace. Wasn't there a movie too? Yeah, gluttony. And I think at some point someone's force-fed a lot of, because gluttony. I saw a video about that a few days. We've already watched the same one! It's called Scaphism. Neat. I'm so lucky I was born now, here, recently. The part where they put you on a boat. Oh, I messed up the part where they put you on a boat. It's like a little, maybe it's not a boat, but it's a thing and they send it into the water. It's like a boat. It's shaped like a canoe, little thing. Maybe not. Never mind. Yes, Europeans used to be creative with killing people. Now you guys are boring. I'm really trying to look for this button. I moved everything. Here it is. It's right here. Clip Q. Sorry for interrupting your video.
Just for sport leaves a bad taste in my mouth in more ways than one. But imagine if these men didn't adopt this habit just for fun. Imagine if some gross biological error forced them to eat like this for their entire life. Introducing ゚HISTORY. ゚HISTORY was born in France around 1772 to a poor farming family. It's said that his appetite was so voracious that, by his teens, ゚HISTORY could eat an entire quarter of a cow carcass in a single day. You'd think he'd be like mega obese, but no, he only weighed 100 pounds by age 17. However, there were still a few things that stood out about ゚HISTORY appearance-wise. For one, he had a huge, stretched-out mouth with horribly stained teeth. He could reportedly fit 12 eggs in his cheeks at once, much like a chipmunk keeping its chipmunk eggs warm. Additionally, when ゚HISTORY was full, he'd get a crazy ~ʔoctomom gut going, and any other time, he'd have a huge flap of stretched out skin hanging around his waist. He also stank to high hell, even by 18th century French peasant standards. He was described as reeking, quote, to such a degree that he could not be endured within the distance of 20 paces. So between all this and his horrendous outhouse flooding dumps, his family had had enough. Alright, you're eating us out of house and home here. You gotta go, man. You heard me. Kick bricks, Froggy. Wow, he just called a French person a frog. That's so racist. No, it's not. They're all French. The guy just looks like a frog is all. Oh, Well, too late, I'm already offended. That's fair. Dislike. After leaving home, Țărușa was forced to beg and steal just to satisfy his gargantuan appetite. Inevitably, people began to take notice of him, and eventually he landed a job as a street performer in Paris. People would hand Țărușa entire baskets of apples, eggs, and even wine corks, and watch in delight as he horked them down without the slightest hesitation. Normally, this went off without a hitch, except for one time when he suffered a severe intestinal blockage. Fortunately, the crowd was kind enough to carry him to the hospital, where he was treated with the strongest laxatives the 18th century had to offer. I would draw what happened next, but it would probably get my channel deleted, so let's just picture it for a few moments.
I don't...
Moving on. Cut to the year 1792. This marks the beginning of the War of the First Coalition. Ever heard of it? Me neither. Who was in it? Fucking everyone. Anyway, Țărușa decided to enlist in the war. After all, maybe that profound emptiness he was feeling was just a lack of purpose in life. Turns out, no, he really was just psychotically hungry. Even after being granted quadruple rations, Țărușa would still be digging through the trash pile whenever he got the chance. After suffering extreme exhaustion, he was sent off to the military hospital in ᴚᴚᴜ. The staff there was so dumbfounded by the man's abilities that they decided to keep him there to run a few experiments. The first of which involved putting Țărușa in a room with a meal prepared for 15 people. Naturally, he ate the entire thing and immediately fell asleep. Next, they presented him with a raw eel. In response, Țărușa crushed the eel's skull between his teeth before slurping down the entire creature in one go. Now, this is hair-clenchingly horrifying for a couple of reasons. Firstly, he put a whole frickin' eel in his stomach, but secondly, there had to be some point during digestion where the meat was gone but the bones still remained. Now, for those of you who don't know, an eel skeleton looks like this. That means Țărușa had all of those needle-sized ribs stabbing into the walls of his stomach at once, and he was fine. He also ripped a live cat apart with his bare hands, drank its blood, and ate everything but its bones, and then later gagged up the fur and skin like an owl, but, you know, that's neither here nor there.
I just need a break. No, I was almost with him. I was like, look, you can't, I don't know, is there something wrong with this person? Like, it's hard to picture off of a cartoon. We don't know, how did he act, like, on a day-to-day basis? Was he, like, there's something else going on. He ripped a cat! And then ate it. A man can't eat? There might be a little bit of an exaggeration. Oh my goodness, the spoiler,
But, you know, that's neither here nor there. After reviewing our data, I've come to the scientific conclusion that, yeah, we got a goddamn demon on our hands. But as we all know, with great devour comes great responsibility. Since Țărușa was still technically enlisted, the military decided to utilize his abilities for the greater good. Hey Țărușa, it's me, the General. Listen, could you eat this box with a note in it for me? If you do it, we'll give you a wheelbarrow full of bull organs. Lo and behold, 2 days later, he passed the container in mint condition and was given his reward as promised. With this proof of concept, they made him an official spy and sent him into Prussia with a document in his belly, to be delivered to an imprisoned French colonel. Unfortunately, there are a couple things Țărușa couldn't do that are generally important when sneaking into another country. A, he couldn't speak German, and B, it's pretty hard to maintain a low profile when you're running around like a madman wolfing down garbage and mutilating small animals. So he ended up being captured by the enemy. Initially, he kept his mouth shut, for once, but after a whipping and a day in jail, Țărușa gave in. After confessing that he did, in fact, have vital intelligence snaking its way through his GI tract, the Prussians chained him to a latrine until the box emerged 30 hours later. The note wasn't actually anything important, so they just mock-executed him, gave him a severe beating, and sent him on his way. After all that, Țărușa returned to life at the hospital, desperate for a cure for his condition, but nothing they ever tried worked. Meanwhile, the man's endless hunger continued.
we're on this list. Tell him to just quit being a throat cork working, and then it has an X next to it. I love this video. Oh my gosh. I like it. It's so great. Okay.
Meanwhile, the man's endless hunger continued to get him into all sorts of trouble. He'd often sneak out of the hospital to eat the scraps behind the local butcher and fight stray dogs in the alley for their precious garbage. He'd also seek out patients undergoing bloodletting in order to take all their life juice for himself. On several occasions, he was even caught attempting to eat bodies in the mortuary. By this point in my research, I was so desensitized to this guy that I didn't even bat an eye when I first read that. I was just like, alright. Guess he must have been hungry. Anyway, the hospital staff begrudgingly tolerated ゚HISTORY's buffoonery, until one day when he went too far. Well, ゚HISTORY, you've only had 3 mess hall raids, 4 miscellaneous trash-related mishaps, and 1 cadaver defiling, so I'd say, so far, this week's been pretty good. Doctor, we should probably inform you that a 14-month-old child has gone missing from their room. ゚HISTORY, look at me. Did you eat a fucking baby? ゚HISTORY was promptly kicked out of the hospital and spent 4 years out and about doing, whatever horrific shit you can imagine. When he came back, he was suffering from advanced tuberculosis and died shortly after arrival.
Tuberculosis? Tuberculosis got him? It's like, oh, that's crazy. Maybe he ate someone with tuberculosis? That's...
During his autopsy, the surgeons found that, when they looked into his mouth, they could see all the way down his throat and into his stomach cavity. As you can imagine, his whole abdominal region was profoundly deformed. Basically, if this is a normal human, this is what they found inside ゚HISTORY. Just like the man's mind, we can see that around 90% is devoted towards food and 10% towards everything else. So, moral of the story here is that, no, you know what? Not even I can find anything resembling a moral here. Not all stories have a point to them. Sometimes they're just sad and disgusting from beginning to end. And now a word from our sponsor. As you can probably tell,
we're gonna it kind of looks good, like it could be a good...
I'm a very visual person when it comes to learning. I firmly believe that engaging visuals are an essential teaching tool that allows for much deeper comprehension than plain old walls of text. That's why I'm pleased to introduce...
Okay, now we're done. No, we don't need math and science. Done right. But that is a Salmonella Academy. That was good. I like the creed. Imagine somebody was just telling you a story. Yeah, oh, it's entertaining. Wow, shocking. But I think the pictures sold it. Imagine not even hearing the story, but you're watching the pictures. Yeah, no, good video. I liked it. It was 8 minutes. I wonder if there was actually like, well, okay, clearly there was something wrong. But if that could count as, okay, it's a condition if you're that hungry and nothing can fill you up, but then also not having the standards of what there's some monstrous tendencies there. So there's layers. Lots to peel back. I was waiting for a happy ending. Interesting story. Yep.
The year was 44 BC and Julius Caesar, the most powerful man in Rome, had been betrayed by those he trusted most. But let's rewind a bit and take a look at how Caesar rose to power. Julius Caesar was born into a powerful family, but didn't make a name for himself in politics until his 40s. Through alliances and strategic marriages, he became a force to be reckoned with in the Roman Senate. Caesar was not just a politician, but also a military genius who expanded the Roman Empire to its greatest extent, loved by his soldiers and feared by his enemies. Caesar's success fueled his ambition, but also made him enemies. In March, he was assassinated by a group of senators who feared his increasing power. Caesar's death marked the end of the Roman Republic and the beginning of the Roman Empire.
Dun 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 dun. Good video. Quick. Beware the idols of... Yeah. Not very informative? I liked it. It's just a little shorter. I think most of the clips today will be a bit shorter. I think the ones at the beginning are longer. Thank you for the combo. He was warned? What did you retain? What did you retain? Oh, well, you said that it wasn't very informative. I'll tell you by the end of the entire day, I'm hoping it's not going to be the man who ate everything, including a baby and an eel, and ripped a cat in half. We will retain something. More than that video. You know, I think the cartoon makes you remember. That's how people, remember, maybe we'll see something else that's really informative, but it's kind of cartoony, and that's gonna stick, because they make it funny. Day in the Roman calendar marked as midpoint of the month, corresponding to the 15th of March. Okay. Oh, okay. See, I retained that. I didn't know that. Thank you for the combos. Where is it?
This is a car, but you probably already knew that. Cars have become an integral part of our lives, and they have traveled a long way to become what they are today. But how did that happen exactly? Well, to answer that question, we're gonna have to go back. No, like way back. Stop! We've arrived in the 18th century. No smartphones, no Wi-Fi, people in powdered wigs. Truly the Dark Ages. Look, over there. A guy is tinkering with a steam-powered wagon. It's basically a giant tea kettle on wheels, hissing and chugging like it had one too many espressos. In 1769, French inventor Nicolas Joseph Cugnot built a clunky three-wheeled contraption that moved on its own without a horse. Witchcraft. This thing could go 2 miles per hour. Yup, a fearless jogging grandma could overtake it. It was so slow and heavy that during a test drive, it promptly crashed into a wall, becoming the world's first fender bender. Congrats! We managed to invent the car and the car accident in one go. People at the time were flabbergasted. You mean it moves without a horse? Sacre bleu! Society wasn't quite ready for these horseless carriages. Fast forward to the 19th century. Inventors all over the world are trying wild ideas to build better horseless rides. It was basically like the Wild West, but with steam and electric carriages. Surprise, electric cars aren't a new thing. In fact, in the 1800s, electric carriages were very popular because they didn't spew smelly smoke or require you to crank a handle like you're winding up a jack-in-the-box. But battery life was the ultimate party pooper. I guess some things never change. But then in 1886, a German engineer named Carl Benz said, "Hold mein Bier, I've got this." And he built the Benz patent Motorwagen, the first gasoline-powered car, which is often credited as the first true automobile. It had 3 wheels, a tiny one-cylinder engine, and a top speed of about 10 miles per hour, on a good day. But Carl wasn't just a madman, he was a madman who married a mad woman, because his wife, Bertha Benz, decided to take her husband's invention on a road trip to prove it was practical. Which it wasn't, because not only did she have to refuel at a pharmacy, since, you know, gas stations weren't a thing yet, she also had to invent brake pads on the fly by nailing leather to the wooden brake pads, because Carl hadn't designed the car for road trips since Bertha technically stole it without telling her husband. Fast forward a couple of years, cars are now a thing and they're starting to...
I just have to pause to take it in. Wasn't that in a Gran Turismo game? Did they actually have this in a Gran Turismo game? I'm learning more and more from these videos than I did in school. He was French. Can we consider him? Oh my. Lots of spicy comments. Hi, Hidden. Also. The Norway one was supposed to be the first, I think. Yeah, maybe different people have different views of, well, that kind of counted more than that one because that one didn't really go or have brakes or make even a trip with it. But technically, it did the engine first and had everything. Oh, but this one counts as the first because you took it on the road and they traveled with it. So that's like the actual first successful car. If you got skipped, want to do it after this one or at the end? Is Leif, so maybe before he mimes? Oh, yes, I didn't mean to skip it. I'm sorry. Oh, well, no, it's Leif's. It probably skipped it on its own. Yeah, if I could just have the link for it, I'll open it. Maybe just after I'll do the video. And then we'll do it right after this one. Sorry for pausing.
had to invent brake pads on the fly by nailing leather to the wooden brake pads, because Carl hadn't designed the car for road trips since Berta technically stole it without telling her husband.
She's
Fast forward
proving
a couple
it,
of years,
that it
cars
can
are now
work.
a thing and they're starting to catch on. But they're still mostly playthings for rich inventors and curious tinkerers. Enter the 20th century and say hello to a man named Henry Ford, who
Really big
basically
jump.
says, let's get everyone in on this fun. In 1908, Ford introduces the Model T, the car that would put the world on wheels. It was kind of like the iPhone of cars, not because it had a touchscreen, it barely had a windshield, but because it was a game changer that everyone suddenly wanted. The Model T was simple, sturdy, and came in any color you wanted, as long as it was black. Fashion choices were limited. You weren't picking out midnight cherry or electric blue back then. Ford also pioneered the assembly line in 1913, which was basically a conveyor belt that spat out cars faster than a popcorn machine. Instead of one guy painstakingly building one car at a time, each worker did a little task as the car in progress rolled by, like a chaotic sushi train of car parts. The result? Cars became affordable for the average person. By the 1920s, millions of Model Ts were buzzing around, and horses everywhere were quietly put into early retirement. Hey John, I think we lost our jobs. We were getting paid in food, man. It wasn't a good job to begin with. With cars now multiplying like...
It's cool that they weren't relied on for everything anymore, because, you know, heat exhaustion, and they just live their life pulling people around. Like, that's kind of sad. But also, I bet there's a lot less horses because people didn't need them as much. Still know of an all-original, running, driving Model T? That seems crazy. Original? Leave it to American. The Americans. Us. US. I get it.
Like rabbits on the road, a few cars now multiplying like rabbits on the road, a few other things had to happen. We paved roads, goodbye mud, hello asphalt. Put up traffic lights, and after a few wild years of everyone playing vehicular chicken at intersections, and invented gas stations so people could actually fuel these things without disturbing the local pharmacist. Cars also started evolving fast. They grew roofs, windows, and features like heaters to prevent your man-thingies from going into your food pouch. Somebody even said, hey,
wait, what?
Maybe music? And invent pharmacist. Cars also started evolving fast. They grew roofs, windows, and features like heaters to prevent your man-thingies from going into your food pouch. Somebody
And
even
I
said,
rewound because I didn't
maybe music?
understand.
And invented the car radio in 1930. Suddenly, road trips became karaoke time. Well, crackly Great Depression era jazz time to be exact. Designs got sleek.
Ah, it's 4 minutes. Darn. I thought he was talking about something with like food. I was like, wait, food? Started. No. Okay, sorry. But thought he was saying something. I was like, wait, food in cars? Oh, my bad. I'm sorry. I shouldn't. Oh, that was really interesting, really educational. You'd have to go to the pharmacy, but they built it to where they eventually needed gas. So you go to the pharmacy to get gas? Yeah. Mm-hmm. It was something else, yes. Oh, okay, yeah. Hmm? You will get it when you... Whoa. Whoa! I can't read anything aloud. Ethanol, aka booze. Alcohol. They had enough? It seemed like... Well, that was the point. That's why they made gas stations, but... I would think that they would sell in quantities to, you know, people. So, yeah, they still use them even though they were blowing up. I didn't know that. I just thought it was weird. 500 milligrams of unleaded. That was the place for chemicals. Check if maybe the next video is Norway, if not here. Next video is the hidden engineering of gas station. Ah, they go in order. So I'll do this one.
Hello, everyone.
Why are your videos always blocked? They don't want us to know about Norway. Well, not blocked, but they always get skipped or I can't watch them. Okay, bottom half of screen. Close enough, that's good.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to...
thought it was
Europe,
funny.
And here's Norway. Let's have a look, shall we? As the stiff, bitter grip of the last ice age began to slacken, human beings stepped onto the Norwegian coast, and there eked out a frost-bitten living as hunter-gatherers. New settlers arrived centuries later and introduced farming, and the area progressed into a Bronze Age and then an Iron Age that in turn birthed a number of small kingdoms, which we don't know a whole lot about apart from the semi-small kingdoms, which
I want to look at the picture. Wow. This one's nice. We're just going to be a whole beach. They're small, I can't read them.
All kingdoms, which we don't know a whole lot about apart from the semi-mythical records of the Icelandic sagas. And during all this time, the people grew more and more acquainted with the sea, a relationship that characterized the next and most famous portion of Norway's history, the Viking Age. For some reason, in the 8th century, no one's exactly certain why, the inhabitants of the Norselands took to the seas.
States. No, don't play it, don't play it. England, Wales, yes. Slavs, lots of Slavs. Finns is neat looking shape. Volga. Got it. Italy.
Began attacking, plundering, and enslaving all over the place. Not only were these Vikings feared fighters, but they were also skilled navigators. The Norwegian Erik the Red sailed to Greenland in the late 900s and established settlements, and his son journeyed further to what's now Canada. These were the sort of ships they were building. This one here is an excellently preserved specimen unearthed in 1904. The quality of craftsmanship is strikingly obvious. Tradition holds that in the 9th century, Harold Fairhair became the first king of a united Norway. His son had the charmingly pleasant name of Eric Bloodaxe. Over time, Christianity began to permeate the region and spread at a quicker pace after the reign of Olaf II, who was later canonized as a saint and had this Gothic cathedral built over his burial site. After a tumultuous civil war, the Kingdom of Norway achieved its pinnacle in the 1200s under Håkon IV. The country was decimated by the Black Death in the mid-1300s, and under Margaret I in 1397, Denmark, Norway, and Sweden joined together as the Kalmar Union, in response to the German economic powerhouse known as the Hanseatic League of Merchants, who already had a firm footing in Norway, dominating trade in the city of Bergen. The union lasted till 1523, when Sweden broke away, and thus it became known as Denmark-Norway. Not a very imaginative name, but whatever. Meanwhile, amidst the Reformation, Protestant Christianity succeeded in replacing the Catholic Church in the territory, after being championed by Christian III. Under Christian IV, Denmark-Norway warred with Sweden over geoeconomics, and then entered the 30 Years' War over geopolitics. But Christian IV was unsuccessful in his ambitions after losing this battle against the Holy Roman Empire.
Darn, it's slightly cutting off the screen. I apologize. Said it was good enough, but it's cutting off more than I thought.
And then entered the 30 Years' War over geopolitics. But Christian IV was unsuccessful in his ambitions after losing this battle against the Holy Roman Empire, and so he went back to bickering with Sweden, concerned at that country's increasing power. And what do you think happened next? I'll give you a clue. It starts with W. That's right. Water skiing! Fun for everyone! No, of course not. Fun for no one, except maybe Sweden, who won the war and gained more land. So horrible was this loss for Denmark. Yes, Norway was pretty much just a colony of Denmark at this point, that more non-water skiing attempts at getting the ground back were made, but none of them succeeded. Anyway, in the 19th century, no sooner was Norway freed from Danish rule than it was taken over by Sweden. Entered into a personal union with Sweden. Though their aspirations for independence were thwarted for the present, the Norwegian people did not lose hope, and nationalism blossomed through the rosy lenses of the Romantic movement. As the population surged and the economy thrived, the merchant fleet expanded, and industrialization thrust the nation into modernity. In 1905, Norway at long last Sweden and became a sovereign country. They even got a new king, complete with a splendid mustache. Norwegian explorers became the first to reach the South Pole in 1911, and while Norway remained neutral in World World War I, the Second World War saw the Germans invade in April 1940, and the Norwegians were like, "No way!" And the Germans were like, "Yes, way," and took control. After the war, Norway made rapid economic progress, and though it was a founding member of NATO, it chose not to join the EU. Norway today is one of the richest and freest countries in the world, and sits at the very top of the Human Development Index, with a very high quality of life, a very low crime rate, and a socio-economic setup that is the envy of the world. And just to show off some more, it's also really beautiful. And we can't forget about Norway's accomplishments, the greatness it has produced in the realms of art and music, in science, in literature, and in sport. Norway has won more gold medals in the Winter Olympics than any other country. Not bad for a nation that promotes penguins to high ranks in the military. So that's it for Norway, and that's all from me for now. Bye-bye!
That's cute. It barely passed 4 minutes, but that was essentially the ending, so. Where is it? Oh. There. My bad. Okay. Apologies that it skipped it. It's already fading away. Darn. No worries. I liked the video. Even more reason that I know now. Even more information is what I mean. Hi, Luke. Hello. Screen 2.
It's 1913. You're driving along in your brand new Ford Model T. The
Sounds like a commercial.
Down, the sun is out, life is good, but you're running out of gas. Luckily, the world's first gas station just opened up around the corner, so you pull in and fill up your car in seconds. This was a brand new concept at the time, and it planted a seed that would go on to change the world. The car market exploded, and soon more than 150,000 gas stations had been built all across the country, giving people the freedom
are they
to
accurate to where they started?
gas stations in the world. The car market exploded, and soon more than 150,000 gas stations had been built all across the country, giving people the freedom to travel like never before. Since then, gas stations went from being dangerous fire hazards at the side of the street to ultra-efficient pit stops, pumping out 3 billion gallons of fuel around the world every day. We modeled the entire thing to show you the hidden engineering behind gas stations, the 100-year quest to master them, and the incredible mechanisms that make them work. In order to understand how gas stations work today, we need to go back to a time before they even existed. Most people didn't have cars yet, but kerosene was being widely used to power lamps and stoves.
Okay, well this was my question,
You'd
so
go
yeah.
to a hardware store where an employee would pour it straight into a can and sell it to you. When cars started coming along, the kerosene would go from the store into a can, and the customer would pour it into their car using a funnel. This was slow and dangerous, and so there needed to be a safer and more efficient way to pour kerosene. That's when American inventor Sylvanus Bowser came up with the fuel pump. This was a hand-driven mechanism that squeezed kerosene from its container through a one-way valve and out of a nozzle on top. One full crank would dispense exactly 1 gallon of fuel. Soon, these pumps started being placed on city streets, allowing cars to be filled up conveniently by an attendant. But customers had no idea if they were actually getting all of the fuel they paid for. And so, a few years later, the visible fuel pump was invented. The attendant would first pump the fuel into a glass tank on top of the pump, measuring it to an exact amount. Then, by opening a valve, gravity would drain all of the fuel into the customer's car.
And it slightly goes down this other tube and drains back into the system.
These small curbside gas pumps worked well in the early days, when in 1900 there were only 8,000 cars in the whole US. But just 12 years later, that number increased to 1.2 million, and suddenly, cars were everywhere. Traffic jams started building up around every pump, and the small 50-gallon tanks couldn't cope with the demand. Worst of all, having all of the fuel stored above ground meant that things could go catastrophically wrong. And so, in 1913, the Gulf Oil Company opened up the first dedicated fueling station in Pittsburgh. Instead of a single pump, they placed a much larger storage tank underground and connected it to 6 pumps, allowing multiple cars to fill up at the same time. On its first day, it sold just 30 gallons of kerosene, but the word quickly spread. and by the end of the week, it was already selling 350 gallons per day for around
27
cents per gallon.
cents.
Similar gas stations started opening up all over the country, and the car
Tyrant
became the
tube.
ultimate key to freedom. But by the 1920s, most cars had switched from kerosene to gasoline, since it burned more easily and was more efficient. But this caused a new problem: vapor. Kerosene had a flash point of 38 degrees, meaning that it wouldn't emit flammable vapor until it reached that temperature. But for gasoline, the flash point was negative 40 degrees, and so it was constantly emitting flammable vapor into the air. This vapor would build up inside the tanks and pollute the air whenever someone filled up their car. All it took was one small spark, and the customer would quickly become history. To learn about your own history, you can use MyHeritage.
No, 5 minutes.
And piece together your own family tree.
No.
I'm France during
Don't.
the Battle of Arras in 1917, just shy of his
Sell
20th
DNA.
birthday. Amazingly, both of in action
Wait, is it
served
this
with
whole
the
thing?
Argyll and Sutherland Highlanders, 7th Battalion, a regiment known for its courage.
I actually feel like I skipped important information because I'm zip. The entire time that it's okay, so it would be just the little bar. Yeah, okay. My bad. Sorry.
Fire hazards into efficient self-service pit stops. Some clever engineering had to happen. Up until this point, cars were always filled up by a trained attendant. But as competition started to rise, gas station owners were desperate to lower their prices. And so, in 1947, Frank Ulrich opened the first ever self-service gas station. By getting rid of the need for an employee, he was able to lower the cost of gas from 23 cents per gallon to just 18 cents per gallon, drastically undercutting the competition around him. But the idea of customers handling their own gasoline seemed dangerous, and so self-service stations were banned throughout most of the country. The problem was, customers had no clue when their tanks were full, and so gasoline would often spill out all over the gas station.
That was
That's
my
when
next
engineers
question.
came up with the automatic shutoff valve. This was a simple mechanical float placed inside the nozzle that would rise and shut off the flow of fuel once the car was full. But deep underground, there was still one huge problem. Inside the huge storage tanks, gasoline vapor would build up, forming a layer of flammable gas. When it came time to refill the tanks, the vapor would get pushed out into the atmosphere, creating an almighty fire hazard. On top of that, the steel tanks would corrode over time, leaking gasoline into the surrounding soil.
Yum!
Nowadays, these underground gas tanks are made from fiberglass, and they have dozens of hidden engineering details that all go into making them safe. Here's how it all works. When a truck comes to refill the tanks,
Now we'll stop. That's enough. I was interested about the pump part because they kind of showed like a small glimpse of it in the other thing, but. Okay, that was yeah. Okay, extra minute if you want since the ad. Oh yeah, I wasn't sure if that was calculated in it. I wasn't really like watching or trying to minute pinch or anything, but since this one's a new topic and I'm never gonna be a truck driver, oil rigger thing, I'm just gonna leave it alone. Now it's safe. She's not interested. I just don't do that part. The pumping your own gas and it cutting off, like, why do I just leave it running and it always knows? I know it's an easy thing, but I still want to see the picture. I like seeing the pictures. At Y? Hi, KK. I missed something. I think. Yep. I have no idea what's going on. Cool to see how it works. The modern pumps. Oh yeah, and I don't know how it works now with like places where you can't pump your own gas, but there's still places where they don't pump it for you, and then other places where you're actually not supposed to or allowed to. Now it's not even I don't think it's a thing where, oh, you can pump your gas at this gas station, and then down the street, you have to let them pump your gas. Like, no, I think it's marked off in areas. Like, oh, this is an area where it has to be, they pump it for you, or all of these areas where you just get it yourself, nobody hires to pump gas. But I think you just tip them, or it's expected to tip them. And then obviously they're paid, so maybe that makes the gas more expensive. But gas station sells lots of stuff, so maybe that part doesn't make the gas expensive and they just get it a different way. I think that's just tradition. Tradition to pump gas? There's no one to pump it for you? No one will help you in Norway. You have to do it yourself. Interesting. I wonder what all places you have to do it yourself, or that you're not allowed to do it yourself. In Oregon, some places pump for you and others don't. Oh, okay. I don't know if it's just you can have your own rules and you can decide if you want to have a gas station where you have somebody pump or not. Or if it's kind of by state thing. Like, hey, the majority of the state, you can't pump your own gas or something like that. But if there's both different kinds in Oregon, then New Jersey is the last state where it's illegal to pump your own gas. Well, then great. I was technically right about one state, wondering if it's like actually illegal to pump your own gas. That's interesting. In California, you have to do it yourself and prepay. That's not shocking. Lots of places you have to prepay. You pay for it, and then however much you use is what's going to come out. I actually don't think that there's a lot of places where, especially at least in the US, where you pump gas and then you pay for it. I think most places are probably like that. You have to pay first. We used to not be allowed to pump our own gas, but it changed recently, so it's kind of half-half. Okay, well then that makes more sense, because I thought that if there was an area where you can't, then it's kind of in the majority of the area. There's not like ones across the street that do and ones across the street that don't. It might even be law where, hey, you have to have people who will pump people's gas for them because they're not allowed to do it themselves in this entire state. But apparently that's only a preference in most places now, except for New Jersey. I think Costco sometimes pumps the gas for you. Oh, that's kind of neat to know. I definitely like the idea of it being a preference. Like, it's available to you, but if you want to pump your own gas, then you can. Maybe some people don't want to get out of the car because it's snowy, really cold, maybe it's rainy, and they would rather just, hey, I'd rather pay extra or tip this guy $2 to pump my gas. But maybe they don't want to have places like that, because then a lot of people say, no, I can pump my own gas, I don't want to tip you. And then the people who would pump your gas are just standing there. We can still pay after in the country. We can still pay after in the country. Oh, I just didn't think that in a lot of places that's normal. I think most places you probably have to pay before, or you have to at least enter your card and it will take however much you use. I could be wrong. I just thought most places are like, hey, you can't just pump gas and then pay. But I do think that it used to be like that in certain areas, but it's probably slowly gone away. Especially in California. Hi, Satagate. Prepaying is not the standard here. It feels odd when you need to. Oh, yeah, in a different country? You pay after here too? Yeah, I mean, the US is so big, so I can't speak for all of it, but yeah, I think a lot of places in the US, you have to prepay. A lot of places. There's probably some where they test you. Hi, Bernard. In Germany, it's normal to pump first and then go pay. That's nice. I've heard that about a lot of other countries. Too many drive-offs? Yeah, I don't like generalizing the United States. I mean, it's really big, so it's not really fair to generalize. I mean, you should probably generalize how states do things. That's more comparable to other countries. But things like that, I think mostly you have to prepay most of the time. Probably. Maybe certain states do it differently. Or certain gas stations that are in small areas, like tiny towns or mountain towns, if they've been there for a really long time and most of their customers are like local people, yeah, they probably wouldn't change it one day. I could imagine them keeping up, hey, we know everybody born in this town and we've never had an issue, so we're gonna leave it like that, and you just pay after you're done. It's not illegal in California, it's just that nobody does it. Costco did pump it for me, now that I remember. Oh, okay, yeah. I guess a lot of places where it's not illegal or just more popular to pump your own gas, you can have places where they'll do it for you, but maybe they see at, like, why would you do that? Most people would probably just prefer to pump it themselves because they're used to it. Did you ever drive off with the nozzle still connected? No. Thankfully, never had that issue. I saw someone do it though before. They stopped when it pulled and caused a little bit of damage, but yeah, I've never done that. I've never even almost done that. Oh, Most of what you're about to see was shot on cell phones.
Hi everyone, mi chiamo
Inside Japan's Chicano subculture? I've totally seen something about this. I don't know if it was this exact video, if it's old, but I've totally seen this. I watched it with, I think either a friend sent it to me or I watched it with a friend. But yeah, they were like, it's interesting to see, yeah, because they were like, this is like my culture. And it's weird to them to see that it's like a thing in Japan. But yeah, I think maybe it was a different video, but I know this subject.
Mickey said and I'm Walter, your host. If you grew up in LA like I did, then you kind of understand just how big of a deal Chicana and Chicana culture is out here. And it's a way for people like myself to both honor the lives that we have here and the lives our parents left behind in Mexico. When I first heard that there were people copying Chicano culture in Japan, it seemed surreal. I really had no idea that this world could exist outside of LA. So I decided to go and find out how this spread so far away and why. Our first stop, the lowrider scene in Nagoya. Lowriders are iconic to the Chicano community in Los Angeles and were created in the 1940s. They came to represent rebellion, resilience, and beauty. And so I'm curious about how these cars got here.
Until the 80s, no one in Japan knew about lowrider culture, and there weren't any.
That's Junichi. He's one of the godfathers of the Japanese lowrider scene and founded one of the oldest car clubs in Nagoya.
All these imported magazines and Japanese journalists abroad gradually brought the concept of lowriders to Japan.
Junichi's been in this role for more than 30 years. For questions about lowrider culture and Chicano culture, he's someone who people in Japan really look up to.
Now it's not just cars, now it's the culture, music, the clothing, and most importantly, to like the people and culture over there. Without that, we are just some people who drive around in lowrider cars.
My first introduction to lowriders were actually people in my neighborhood. My best friend and I growing up, we used to build these little lowrider model cars. All we wanted to do in life was just own these lowrider cars. Being here has me thinking about all of the cultures Japan has taken on at different points. So it's not surprising that there are thousands of people here that are into Chicano culture. For our next stop, we're heading to Osaka, the cultural capital for Chicano fashion and art. Mickey Styles is a DJ and he runs a shop called La Puerta that imports clothes from LA.
Hats for Raiders, Dodgers,
What's your most
my
popular
mix CD.
shirt? DGA. Why do you think people love this shirt so much?
Because it's
Mickey
art.
Styles reminds me of someone who I went to middle school with. You know, like shaved head, baggy pants, baggy t-shirt. He goes to LA. He buys clothes and he buys gear, and he brings it back to Japan and has a thriving business. So when I thought about cultural appropriation and how oftentimes there's money being made from a certain culture and a certain community, he potentially fit into that.
I respect their culture and live my life the way I do, including the fashion and the lifestyle. Even if, oops, sorry. 5, yeah, I'm trying to, okay, yeah, I'll try to remember that. I might get zoned in and forget again. And live my life, thank you for the super chat. Oh, that's really weird to say, interesting. And live my life the way I do, including the fashion and lifestyle. Even if anyone says something about appropriation, so
Even though
what?
Mickey says he respects the culture, it was weird seeing so much of the LA Chicano gang scene represented in his store. So I wanted to meet ゚HISTORY, an artist based in Osaka whose artwork focuses on the positive aspects of Chicano culture.
The things we see about Chicanos in popular culture are mostly about gangs. So for us Japanese, we start equating Chicanos with gangs. In my drawings, I don't want to put violence and drugs. I want to emphasize the importance of family and community in Chicano culture. You said 5:45? Sad girl! I like it.
Mona, aka Sad Girl, is one of Japan's most popular Chicano-style rappers. She's released 4 albums, and her international fan base has taken her to perform in places like LA and San Diego.
I just got excited at the name. I thought it was a cute name. I don't know who that is. It's like, When I first found out about Chicano culture, my friends were also interested and we made a girls group.
She's Mousy,
Saya,
Michael, Wella.
Which one of these women still dress like this?
Nobody.
Just you.
Just me.
And what do you think is the future of Chicano fashion and culture here in Japan?
To be honest, I think it will disappear. There are a lot of girls in the younger generation who learned about the existence of Chicanos through me. But these girls are just taking what they see from us and don't know the true lifestyle of the Chicanos, the ones who really appreciate the culture. I can count with one hand, well, at least in Japan.
1 2 1 2 check 1 2.
I never understood why I was born in Japan. But because I discovered this culture, I learned to respect my family. About love, I believe I was saved because of this culture. Sorry, I bet it's great.
This story attracted me because it was asking a question about belonging. Here you had a group of people really committed to copying Chicano culture, but also deeply Japanese. And so for them, it wasn't a question of either or, but more so and.
Interesting video. Yeah, I don't know if I actually saw that one because the music part didn't sound familiar, but I feel like I watched maybe there was like another video on it, or maybe I only saw a beginning of that video and it was a clip, but it seemed immediately like something that I had seen or had heard before. Did you see his shoes? Were they Nike Cortez? I never really understood some of the culture appropriation accusations. I think it can be a sort of compliment. That's an interesting thing they do. That style of dress is really pretty, etc. Imitating it entirely seems strange to me, though, to be honest. Oh, yeah, no, that makes sense. Good night. Oh, good night, Red Reaper. Thank you so much for watching. I find it an interesting video and where people have their opinions and I guess lines of this is okay and then this isn't. Or you just have to make sure you appreciate it when you look into it. Don't just like wear something, maybe know a thing or two about it. Like people of the culture who wear it would know something about what they're wearing. But then also some people just say, everybody shares everything and people have stolen all sorts of things from all sorts of places. So as long as you're like not making fun of it and you're wearing it or doing it because you like it or you enjoy it, then that's where people's lines are. You just have to like it. Don't like make fun of people's culture. But then some people also do think like, no, there's not really a line. Or I guess the line is you can't do that. You shouldn't do that. Maybe. because then it just seems like stealing. Maybe there's also another line where if you're making money off of it, some people are like, oh yeah, you can enjoy it and listen to the music, obviously, but once you go to LA and you take stuff from that area and you go back to Japan and you make money off of like art and stuff and share it with your country where it probably wouldn't have existed naturally, then that's bad. Of course, then it wouldn't exist there and people couldn't appreciate it if it wasn't brought there in the first place. And he has to fund, you know, going and buying all the stuff in the first place to share. So yeah, it's hard to share it with where you go back to unless you were to make money off of it. Thank you so much, Leah, for the biddies. People rub off on others. It's a natural thing. Oh, pretty boy. The girl's prom dress a few years ago is what always comes to my mind. I think she just thought it was a great style and had genuine appreciation for it. But certain types of people wanted it to be a bad thing. Oh, because it looked like it was styled like a certain culture or something. I mean, I've even had accusations. I mean, I'm on social media, so maybe it's like that's obviously gonna happen. But I've had some. You're trying to be Asian. Okay, thank you. Well, lots of different people appreciate different cultures. Sometimes people just don't like it when certain cultures do it more or something. It isn't stealing unless you're taking away from someone. If you both have the thing in the end, it's called sharing culture. Appropriation is made up. I like that point of view too. Thank you so much, Star Reaper. Thank you so much for the biddies. Some people thought I was Asian, but I am just. Oh, okay. Oh my gosh. So dumb, just how you want. I do think that it seems like a lot of people in other countries will call out the U.S. for speaking more on cultural appropriation. Whereas a lot of people in other countries, they seem, anytime, I mean, it's not like I'm in these other countries. I can't speak for, because I heard one person from this place. This is how all of them think. No, it's just a lot of the times it seems like a lot of people point out that the U.S. seems more offended and to bring it up in conversation more than other places. Other places are like, we don't care if you do that or wear our stuff or like our things. If anything, a lot of people even like it. They're like, yeah, you look cool. You're supposed to tie it this way. You're wearing it on the wrong side, but yeah, it's cool. I like people wearing our dresses and hats, listening to our music, whatever it is. It seems like a lot of cultures, they'll ask them those interviews. They're like, hey, so do you think my outfit's offensive? And it is something like really just bottom of the barrel, stereotypical, but whatever. And they're like, yes, that's clearly offensive. And it's someone who's not of that culture. I'm not gonna say like white people. It's just like some random person in the US. They're like, yeah, you're probably offending that culture. And in the same video, they'll go and they'll ask someone who has that culture. They're like, do you like my outfit? And again, just bottom of the barrel, stereotypical. And they're like, no, I think it's cool. Like your hat. Like they haven't, a lot of those videos. So I'm like, oh, well, those are kind of telling a little bit. I've even seen people in Japan say like, oh, we like it when any foreigners come over and they go through this like certain area. It's like a really touristy area where they put you in like these kimonos and they do your hair a certain way and they like get you all dolled up and it's so cute. They probably do something for guys. Like I'm sure there's an equivalent there for that's a little bit more if you want to do that. But I know that they also do like maybe makeup even for girls. They do all of this for anybody, but there's also specific like girl stuff. And it just seems like a lot of the people who are working there who are Japanese are like, yeah, I love putting clothes of my culture on people who are from other places daily. I was like, those are cute videos. They at least enjoy it and they don't seem offended. Hi Tony. But yeah, no, I get that everyone has a different opinion. Imitation used to be a form of flattery. Now it gets you called a colonizer. Yes, that's true. If that is your biggest worry, you have a pretty good life, worried about how people dress. Yeah, I would agree. Not to say there aren't people out there who do disrespect it or... I think I've seen one person's argument was somebody was selling something that's typically used... what did they call it? I don't know what they called it, but it was essentially a bonnet. But they didn't call it a bonnet. They were like, look at this cool thing that I invented, that I'm the first one to come up with for this type of hair. And a lot of people were like, that's been around. So it's okay if you sell it, but just know that you're selling a bonnet. Those have been in existence. Maybe they were just more popular with certain people of certain hair types, but you didn't invent that. There's been someone who's done that before. So again, don't care if you sell it, but maybe don't like advertise that you've invented or come up with something that someone else has been doing. Every country I've been, as long as you're respectful, they appreciate you learning their culture. Plus, lots of the different cultures do kind of overlap. They have different things that they do slightly in different ways, but they're kind of the same thing. So really interesting. Thank you so much for the videos, Chewy. Oh, they're still paused. I apologize. I probably should have unpaused them since we were here for a minute, but...
When you make a formal declaration of war, the last thing you expect is for it to be rejected. But this is what happened to Poland during World War II when its government in exile declared war on Japan. The Japanese refused to accept this declaration as valid and thus promptly ignored it. Which raises a pretty obvious question. Why? Why did Japan refuse to acknowledge that Poland was at war with it? So, during the interwar period, Japan and Poland had very good relations. This was due to their mutual dislike of the Soviet Union, and the two nations cooperated deeply in conducting espionage within the USSR. Japanese listening stations were located within Poland, and Polish spies were smuggled in and out of the USSR via the vast Japanese puppet state of Manchukuo. However, as you all know, the Japanese allied with the Germans during the Second World War, and its ally conquered Poland. The Japanese deeply disapproved of this, in part because their close ally had just been wiped out, but also because Germany had done this in tandem with the USSR, which the Japanese government viewed as its greatest threat. That said, there wasn't anything that it could do about the destruction of Poland, and so the Japanese simply said nothing. At least publicly. Privately, Japan supported the Polish government in London, and the two continued to spy on the USSR together. Of course, at this point, Japan wasn't at war with the Western powers. But when this changed in 1941, the Polish government in exile declared war on Japan like their hosts. So the Japanese response was simple. No, we're not actually at war. Its main justification was that the Polish government in exile wasn't free to do as it chose, and was at this point a client of the British acting under immense pressure from the Americans. Thus, as far as the Japanese were concerned, the Polish didn't really want to declare war on their old allies. And friends don't let friends declare war on friends against their will. Of course, the Japanese also viewed countries like Australia, New Zealand, India and Canada in the same light, but they accepted their declarations of war. And the reason for that was proximity. Poland was half a world away and unable to actually do anything, whereas the others could project forces near enough to Japan to cause a potential issue. Also, they sat where Japan wanted to expand her empire. Another issue was that whilst they wished to continue working with the Polish in order to spy on the USSR, they didn't want to upset their German allies too much. And acknowledging the declaration of war would also be acknowledging that a Poland still existed. So after the ignored declaration of war, what happened? Well, nothing. The Polish couldn't do anything against Japan because they had much more pressing issues closer to home. And when Japan surrendered to the Allies, Poland wasn't at the ceremony. This was because during negotiations with the USSR, the Western Allies had agreed to stop recognising the Polish government in exile as legitimate. And so after this, when normal relations were restored between Japan and the Allies in 1951, Poland's representative was the head of the Polish People's Republic, a communist state which Japan was not a fan of, and the two held no formal relations until 1957. This was when Japan acknowledged communist rule as legitimate, and also sort of maybe made peace despite not really ever having been to war, just to sort of get things over with. I hope you enjoyed this episode, and a special thanks to my patrons, James Bisonet, Kelly Money.
It's kind of funny to a little bit to hear like from that angle of, oh, okay, sure, sweetie, like we're not taking these seriously. But yeah, whenever you actually look at it on the map, they're pretty far, and yeah, that's a good thing. You know, you have to, they're making you have pressure to challenge us, and we're cool. We're cool. Okay, yeah, just gonna go to war with you. It's nice. That's what friends do. Friends who acknowledge that you are a country do. And also, I'm so sorry, I read it whenever the video started. I didn't want to like interrupt the video, but yeah, also important because certain maybe cultures might have meanings, and it would be a dangerous territory if you technically were like, oh wow, I bought this from a store in Japan, that Chicano store. Gosh, I love these shoes. I'm gonna wear these when I visit LA. So yeah, some things maybe look into a little bit, because some things can have meanings, and yeah, you don't have to, you know, study, like, ooh, you have to be researched and study the culture. You could also just think, oh, that's a pretty dress. But yeah, if you're gonna buy shoes from a store in Japan and be like, I'm gonna wear those when I visit, maybe, like, don't. Yeah, or do whatever you do, you live the life. But yep, so it's also just for your own well-being. But yep, this was a really interesting video. Poor Poland. Paid off not being taken seriously. It was good. The funny thing that is, the Japanese hardliners held out until they got nuked and were convinced themselves that the Soviets could bail them out and create potential path to victory or better terms. You wearing the Cortez to Japan? I don't have Cortezes. Hi, David.
Before we had microphones or records.
Wait, what? Oh, first time humanity heard its own voice. First voice ever recorded. 1860.
Before we had microphones or records, one man dreamed of capturing sound in 1860. Edouard Léon Scott de Martinville built the phonograph machine that could write sound onto soot-covered paper. In April of that year, he recorded a simple melody, Au clair de la lune, for the very first time in history, but there was no way to hear it back. The voice remained silent for nearly 150 years, until 2008, when scientists converted the waveforms into audio and a ghostly voice from the past sang once more. For the first time, humanity heard its own voice echo across centuries.
I feel a bit confused by that one. 2008. So that was what was written down, and then we finally got to hear it. People still sound like that in Discord. I hear it all the time. Confused by what? Just one part, but nope, I think I got it. It sounded like a swarm of bees. It was literally nothing. It was progress and interesting. The guy made a recording, but not a way to listen to it. Just knew that it was captured. And then we captured it, and that's what it was. This looks familiar. Warhammer. Goodness, it seems so hard to move. It's a very long... Where did he stop that? Up his suit. Up his suit. Like to the belly. Is what happened. Under the armor. Yeah. So they say it was all aliens. Okay then, where they are now. I'm saying that ancient Egyptians had education that we do not have now. Very fair. Chivalry. Never mind. Did he? No. I think he jabbed. He stabbed in one of the openings of his suit is what he did. Oh, it's already on screen. Good, good, well done. It's hard to read. He shot the horse? Goodness. Just leave the crossbow. Super. Who has the longest stick to kill with? That's an interesting one. You can just capture their neck? Like a meat tenderizer. You know, I think movies might have. No, I'll just wait. I think movies might have like ruined my brain a bit because I know this is how it probably actually happened in real life. But seeing it is very, oh, this is a bit sloppy. It's stab. It's a little. Ooh, let me catch my. I don't know how to explain it, but it's interesting to watch. Again, though, I know that that's probably how it actually happened. You're watching movies and someone's like valiantly jumping from a horse and slicing that one little part that's open in their armor, and then they take the sword and they're able to slice them somehow. The camera wasn't really there, so we didn't really see it, but it looks really cool. And now the arm's gone. This is really realistic. It's people who actually, he walked up, we saw the whole thing play out. Wearing actual armor, using the actual stuff. Yep. Of course, it did look like, yeah, some of the weapons. I've never seen that thing where he got around his neck. Thing. The little, he got out of it kind of easily. But that was an interesting weapon. Very realistic. Sammy, the price of a good horse back in the day was worth a Lamborghini, basically. So that knight would be... Did he shoot the... Oh, he shot that guy's horse, who was very angry, clearly. Yes. I figured he was anyways, because, like, shot his horse, attachment, that's his ride. I wasn't even thinking about cost, but yeah, no, makes sense. They would use CGI in movies sometimes to make the fight seem quicker. Yeah, so not complaining. I'm sorry if it seems like I'm making fun of it. It just throws me off a second, like, wait, that's how it actually... And it's like, well, yes, because they're people and they're moving with, like, a lot of armor, and it's clunky, and then, you know, you're trying to see. So, yep, no, I still enjoyed it. I just think about the movies and the difference. They would use... Oh, yeah, I visited my daughter after college a few years back, and we sat at a local park while we watched some people practice this type of medieval fighting, suits, armor, and everything. It was pretty cool to see. I bet that's really cool to see in person. What are places like that called that do stuff like this? There's like events and things. I'm sure they do this there. Not just for the setting, but part of the whole event. I don't know. Oh, well, yeah, at the Renaissance Fair, they would... Oh, okay, interesting. Yes, same thing. I was thinking of something like that. I guess it's always up. It's always a thing. It's on a fair that happens every now and again. It's like a... Yeah, is it medieval times I'm thinking of? I've never been, but I feel like I've heard of it. Don't they do stuff like... I mean, they practice all the time. It's not like... Hema? Like where they roleplay? Well, I guess they're like actors or employees, but yeah, they do stuff like this in person. I went there on a grade 4 field trip. I always hear about other people's field trips, and I just think I went to the wrong school. I don't know what that is either, man, bro. They put on shows. Historical European martial arts, HEMA. Okay, not that then. LARPing. No, I think I was thinking of medieval times, probably. Yeah, medieval times is a dinner show. Okay, you go there, you have dinner, and you watch people, like, do that. And lots of other stuff. There's a reenactment groups with medieval times besides where say people doing other roles, like apothecary. Oh, okay. Yeah, I know people, well, I guess you would call it LARPing, like role-playing, but I was thinking of an actual place where you can go. Not just where people get together and do it themselves. But yeah, I think it was medieval times. Thank you so much, Cyber, for the super chat. Today's the day? Back in 2020? Thank you. Sorry, I was reading the whole message. Thank you, Cyber. Thank you. That's cool. Today? Oh my goodness, that's 5 years ago. Well, thank you so much for the super chat, Cyber, and I'm happy that you're still here. Most knights weren't outright killed. They were expensive to take years to train. They would be asked to be loyal to the king they were fighting against and fight for them. Oh, makes sense. Was your school cheap or something? No, I think one time they went on a field trip, but I happened to have just moved or not been in that class anymore. So, yeah, maybe timing of things. We have a place like that called Connor Prairie. Oh, okay. You have to eat with your hands at medieval times? Well, finger food. Yeah. I truly thought medieval times was just created for the cable guy. That's a movie that I guess references it. So you thought that it was just because of the movie? Oh yeah, I'll do alerts. We'll do like halfway through, and I'll take a break.
The oldest surviving motion picture as declared by the Guinness Book of World Records is Round Hay Garden Scene. It was filmed on October 14, 1888 by French inventor Louis Le Prince. It lasts only 2 seconds and features the family of Joseph and Sarah Whitley walking around a garden in England.
That's
the
cute.
Prince is often credited as the father of cinematography, as he was the first person to create a moving picture with a camera. Despite that recognition, however, his achievements were not widely recognized as he mysteriously disappeared shortly before a scheduled public demonstration of his technology, with no clues as to his whereabouts. The Prince invented a single-lens camera that is one of the most groundbreaking inventions of early cinema. Thanks for watching. Please follow me for more movie facts, reviews, and recommendations.
Oh, that's sketchy and lame. I'm sorry, I didn't see that.
Ever wondered about the rich history of Mexico? Our story begins over 3,000 years ago when ancient civilizations like the Olmec, Maya, and Aztec thrived on Mexican soil. These societies were renowned for their remarkable advancements, from grand pyramids piercing the sky to elaborate artwork that captivates the eye. They developed sophisticated calendar systems, demonstrating their keen understanding of astronomy and time. These ancient cultures set the stage for the vibrant nation that Mexico is today. In 1519, a turning point arrived in the form of Spanish conquistador Hernán Cortés. Cortés's arrival marked the beginning of a tumultuous period in Mexico's history, the fall of the mighty Aztec Empire. This significant event paved the way for nearly 3 centuries of Spanish colonial rule, a time of immense cultural, social, and political transformation. The Spanish conquest left an indelible mark on Mexico, shaping its future in profound ways. As the 19th century dawned, Mexico began to fight for its independence. This struggle took form in the Mexican War of Independence, an 11-year conflict that saw heroes like Miguel Hidalgo and José María Morelos lead the charge against Spanish rule. Their efforts culminated in 1821, when Mexico finally shook off the shackles of colonialism, stepping into an era of self-governance. But the trials for the young nation were far from over. Just a few decades later, Mexico found itself embroiled in the Mexican-American War. This mid-19th century clash resulted in the loss of half of Mexico's territory to the United States, a wound that has left a lasting scar on the nation's psyche. Both these wars had a profound impact on Mexico, shaping its borders and its national identity. They marked a period of intense change, setting the stage for the Mexico we know today. The early 20th century witnessed the Mexican Revolution, a period of social and political upheaval. This transformative era was marked by the valiant efforts of figures like Emiliano Zapata and Pancho Villa, who fought for land reform and workers' rights. Their legacy continues to echo in the heartbeats of the Mexican people, shaping the nation's identity. As we transition into modern Mexico, we see a country steeped in vibrant culture, a fusion of its historical roots and contemporary influences. Mexican cuisine, a delightful symphony of flavors, reflects the country's rich agricultural heritage. Its art, from the traditional crafts to the murals of Diego Rivera, narrates a tale of resilience and creativity. The traditions, whether it's the Day of the Dead celebrations or the mariachi music, are a testament to Mexico's spirit of unity and joy. From ancient civilizations to a modern, diverse nation, Mexico's history is as rich and vibrant as its culture.
Yeah, that part seemed a little weird and just kind of injected in there, so, sorry. That's why I gave a weird look. I was like, wait, so this, I'm assuming, isn't actually the guy that you're talking about right now? That's racist. Good afternoon. Hi, Hop. Hoppo. Hello. My favorite part was when they ran out of historical footage and used stock mariachi. Yeah, it's great. The one right before that was, I guess, it stood out a bit more, but huge fan, Blue, but dang, there are like 7 fan YouTube channels about you. I'm like, that's stalker crazy fans. I only know of a clip channel, so yeah. Great idea for a stream. Oh, thank you, Parabellum.
Ottoman Empire. So Thomas Jefferson and John Adams go to talk to the ambassador of Tripoli, and they're like, hey, can all the Ottoman Barbary states leave our boats alone? At which point the ambassador informs them, absolutely not. You see, we're part of the Ottoman Empire. We don't need to listen to you. We're not scared of you guys. And it is our official stance that, and I quote, it was written in the Quran that all nations which had not acknowledged the prophet were sinners, who it was the right and duty of the faithful to plunder and enslave. You know, unless they give us money, of course. Everything's got a price, apparently. So Thomas Jefferson is like, well, okay, we're going to war then. And that's when John Adams is like, whoa, calm down. Let's just pay the tribute so that our ships can be fine. We already disbanded the Continental Navy after winning the Revolutionary War. We don't have a navy to fight these guys. We just have to give them the money. So that's what happened. For the next 8 to 10 years, America would pay tribute every year to these 3 remaining Barbary states, and every year they wanted more and more money, and eventually even that wasn't enough because Algiers began attacking American vessels anyways. Okay, if you're not picking up what I'm putting down, I'm trying to tell you that for the first time in American history, somebody has fucked with one of America's boats and they're not immediately sorry about it. Yet. The president at the time, George Washington, goes to Congress and pretty much tells them what's going to happen because at this point in time, George Washington is basically the king of America. Nobody actually knows if he's going to step down from presidency or not. So he's like, hey, guess what? You guys are going to pass the Naval Act of 1794, establishing the United States Navy. And at the very top of that document, it very clearly states that the purpose we are building the United States Navy is so that we can combat Algerine corsairs, which is just a fancy word for state-funded pirates. Yes, I'm telling you that the founding document of the most powerful navy the world has ever seen at the top specifically states the sole reason for their creation is to hunt down and destroy pirates that had the audacity to fuck with one of America's ships. We've officially entered the find out portion of the story. America immediately commissions the building of 6 enormous frigates covered in guns to go fight these pirates. Fast forward to when the frigates are done, it takes a couple years. It is now 1798, and George Washington has decided to step down from power, allowing for an election to happen, and we are now into the second president of America, John Adams. And John Adams decides he would rather keep paying tribute.
Disappointed!
America just created the Navy, spent $1 million creating all these frigates, and now John Adams isn't going to use them for their intended purpose. Obviously, a lot of people are upset, including his own vice president, Thomas Jefferson. So Thomas Jefferson, the vice president at the time, immediately begins campaigning to run against the sitting president in the next election. And one of his biggest platforms is that he is going to go fight these pirates rather than pay them tribute. And his slogan for this is, and I quote, "Millions in defense before a cent in tribute." Okay, just so we're clear, Thomas Jefferson's platform for running for president is, I'm going to spend millions of dollars in defense, which might as well be hundreds of billions of dollars at that point, because America no longer negotiates with terrorists, and I'm pretty sure my high school English teacher would refer to this as foreshadowing. So Thomas Jefferson wins the election, the entire world finds out that he's going to be the third president of the United States of America, and then on March 4th, 1801, the day of his inauguration, he receives a letter from Yusuf Karmanali, the Pasha of Tripoli. If you don't know, Pasha is like the dictator, the king, the president, the main dude in charge. And at this point, Thomas Jefferson, the guy who just ran an entire presidential campaign on, I'm gonna go fight pirates, is thinking in his head like, maybe this guy found out that I'm about to send a navy over there to beat him up, and he's gonna send an apology. Maybe he wants to sign a peace treaty like Morocco did. This is already working out great. I might not even have to send my navy over there. He opens the letter, and Pasha Yusuf Karmanali has decided that he is gonna poke the Pilgrim King because he is now demanding that because of the new administration, the United States owes him an extra $225,000 in tribute. And Thomas Jefferson is pissed.
You're trying to get crazy with this. Don't you know I'm local?
Originally, Thomas Jefferson was going to have to go to Congress, get permission to activate the Navy to send him over there to fight these pirates, but not now. He's so mad, we're activating the Rainbow Shortcut to ass-whipping land, and Pasha Yusuf is going to have some consequences immediately because he's sending the Navy today. But like I said...
Okay, so it's like fun reacting and watching these videos together, but realistically, if I ever wanted to interject, I couldn't because I have nothing to say. It's just entertaining and I don't know anything that's happening. It's like, oh wow, interesting. Like there's nothing. So I really like his videos, but I'm also starting to feel like this is a cheat code because I just want to watch the whole thing. But it's 24 minutes, so I wouldn't really be adding a lot to justify that.
It takes a literal act of Congress to send the U.S. Navy over there on a military mission, so Thomas Jefferson is like, that's fine, we just won't send them on a military mission. Fill up one of our frigates with a bunch of gifts and peace offerings for Pasha Yusuf, and then give it a nice healthy escort of other frigates to defend it, and send them on their merry way to deliver the gifts. Right after he gives the commander of the United States Navy the standing order that he is also to defend...
Sorry to interrupt, I will be right back. She's baking cookies to poison chat at TwitchCon. I should have went. I want to be poisoned by her. Stop bragging. Worries. I didn't think so. Really like your hair. Are you? Men used to take down woolly mammoths. Yes, with spears. And they were built different, like a little different. I'm totally not trying to be rude. We were all built differently. That's a long time ago. You know, if people walk around outside too much without shoes, you're gonna get glass in your foot. Ah! Watch out! That's so unsanitary. We're not what we used to be, okay? We're a bit coddled. So I would say the first step is, if you can't go outside without little shoesies, you might not be the same person as the men who took down woolly mammoths. I have to say, I'm sorry. Don't worry, I have the same self-awareness. I am definitely not the same woman who can feed a whole village. I can't feed myself. We're all aware, so no hate. Anyways, look at all these S's. Wow! Yeah.
I didn't do it on purpose. I don't want to clickbait people. I'm sorry. Last dono for real, for real. Hee hee. Good night, Kit Kat. Give me some spice, real quack. Woof, woof. Less than 30.
I'm sorry, I don't have any change. I don't give to, like, you're begging. I can't. I'm sorry. Thank you for the donation. I appreciate it. Really quack. Okay, yeah. Take care. ゚HISTORY can give you lessons on how to get girls. That mustache knows how. Yeah, but I want to do it a way that's, like, not, you know, fake. Like, I don't want to have a fake mustache in order to pull women. I already fake my voice to pull men, so I just can't afford to be any more fake. There's no room for inauthenticity. Yeah. Yep. Hello, Angel. Okay, get up, go F him. No! Oh. I meant F, like press the button, like melee him. More, but I think that I got lucky because a friend suggested it to me, and actually going forward with the idea with doing reactions to rap music was not my genuine idea. So, a friend suggested it and then helped me set it up and like do, I think, the first few ones. So, yep. Yeah. It's my birthday. Oh, happy birthday. Happy birthday. For a gift, I want you and chat to have a great day. Oh, darn, now I have to. Chaucer? There's no N in your name. The Chaucer. I hope that you have a really good birthday. There's a locust right there, I think is what that's called. Or cicade, I don't know what that is. It's huge and I think it's dead. Oh my gosh, it's not dead. I think a smaller size would be good. What size is this? It's, we already went over this, I couldn't find it. It says STD on it. Is that like small Turkish dress? One size. One, that's what it is. Oh, thank you. One size. I'm gonna stop assuming. Okay, she's like, you want a hot? Well, there's. And it's already PS5. Oh my goodness!
Did I jump scare you?
It's every time!
I bet I did. You coward. You make me sick. Your weakness is pathetic.
I keep missing all deleted message drama. Oh, you're funny, August. All 7 floors flooded. So now that we think about it and things have calmed down, your wall is probably a bit wet because it was flying against the wall, not towards the outside of your apartment, but towards the inside. So we should probably check the wall for humidity as we get quotes for how much the inside of it's going to cost. We should also check the inside of the actual apartment. Yeah, so they came in and I crawled over on my couch and he said, stick this thing in that wall. And I said, okay, and I did. And there were 2 little needles on it. And he said, if it's like in the yellow zone, then it means that it's a little bit moist. And then it was like all the way in the red. There was only 2 bars that it didn't hit. And I said, okay, what if it's red? And he's like, yeah. It's pretty wet. It's pretty wet in the wall there, probably. That's a lot of humidity, so we're gonna have to open it up. It's like, okay, so they cut a hole in my wall, and now it's just kind of airing out. Yeah. I don't care about the hole. I just, you know, it's a little, like bugs, if the bugs.
It ain't easy being cheesy. Your meal looks delicious. I hope it fills you up like you fill us up with love. Love you.
I love it, and it's so uncomfortable. It's so Why is it so weird? Okay, thank you. Hello. Hi. I'm sorry. The nervous, uncertain smile. The rest of the stream is just going to be a little bit more calm. Hi. Okay, you take off I'm just start unplugging things probably. Yeah. I should have labeled this, but I didn't bring the Sharpie. So help me remember that this generic looking black, oh, it's so crooked. Actually, I can never do ASMR. I just realized I just forget that I'm supposed to be quiet, and then I like just leave that. Okay, just. I don't have any room. I'll take the camera down first. Actually, I think that's a good idea. Oh, is this copying? Are we all, look at us, all copying Benny's, stop, don't touch me! Eat a frog, and people eat frogs here. So I wouldn't say here. That's more like those, or like, yeah, somewhere else. But they're like smaller and more, I don't know, bug-like. It has to be a really big frog for it to be worth it. But lots of snakes are really big, so I would just assume that makes more sense to eat because they're larger. Frog. Oof. I've both eaten and drank snake. Yeah, I had a friend who really wanted to try snake or drank snake. Talk. I don't know. Okay, great. Learning language is done. Juice and talk. We're done. Done. We are finished. Don't assume.
Boldog húsvéti ünnepeket! Boldog húsvéti ünnepeket!
Hungarian's not easy.
Listen! Azrael donated 100 Kit Kat. Woof woof. Less than 3.
I need more Wii games. Yeah, I'll let them know.
Did I jump scare you? Did I jump scare you? I bet I did. Yeah, I bet I did. Coward. You coward. You make me sick. You make me sick. Your weakness is pathetic. Your weakness is pathetic.
I don't know why this is. You know what? It's don't extra touch. She is backpack sized. Am I? I can be carried. I'm guessing 5'2" and 3/4. 3/4. So I did a double take. I was like, what? Okay. I might have not even downloaded it because I was like,
The reason that Bunny is pregnant is because you removed the original condom Bunny. Hee hee. Be safe, chat. Woof woof. Less than 3.
stop. This is a wholesome. It's Christmas Eve. I know it's my fault. Happy New Year. or 2? Yes. Should have just done the heart on this screen. Look. Well, I guess chat. It goes so much further now with barely a push. Look at this arm strength. No, actually, I need to come back. They work. Okay, wait. Slow down. Oh my goodness. Amazing. Like the weight of me spinning brings it in a different direction. I love it so much. How do you need to lower yourself so you can reach the ground? Is this as low as it goes? It doesn't go any lower. It looks like it goes lower. So what's your new boyfriend's name? You know, what if we're ever IRL streaming and we go to that coffee shop and you see him? You know, that's, maybe he wants to be undercover. Yeah. Yeah, we'll call him, I don't know what to, I'm gonna okay, yeah. We'll call him Ryan. That's not his name. This is Twitch chat. Be glad we compile one legible word. Full sentences is impossible. Call him Iro? Oh, but he's not really like, you know, like... It's fine. Yeah, no, it's good. It's coffee instead of tea. It works. It's fine. Because, like, Crash Team Racing, the one that always works, was in there. I don't ever take that out. And there were like little remnants of the disc in powder form. There's an indentation in the CD, disc, DVD, tape, cassette, whatever it is. So there, I would have shown you, but guess what I did? I did the thing that I told you that I did that works, where I just put it under like boiling water. And it's actually working. So I'm afraid to turn it off and take it out and show you, because if I put it back in, it doesn't work, then I'm gonna feel like really embarrassed. It's working right now. So when you see it work today, just remind me after stream, show us the disc. I'm gonna show you the disc and you're gonna see that there's literally an outline of an indentation in it and it still works. Oh yeah, and the language routine. Also, hi. Are we back? Sorry. Are we here? Yes. Hello. Sorry. I'll rewind a tiny bit. I'm sorry for stopping so abruptly. I'm good. I'm sorry. That was rude. And weird. I'm sorry. Yeah, no, I'm all good. We were in line prank here. Oh, I'm also not sure where we're supposed to stop, but I also need to be really careful. If I'm not pausing enough, then, YouTube's a little picky. I don't want to get in trouble for not pausing or anything. So apologies, I might more, even if I don't really have a lot to say. Okay. Oh, it is? Oh, these died. Ah, my headset. It didn't die. It turned off because there wasn't any sound playing through it. I charged it. It's fully charged. Also, Infernal, I'm so sorry if you still hear me or hear this. Then I hope that you have a good rest of your day and all your problems are solved. I saw that as I got back. Oh, it was right here anyways? I already went over 5 minutes. Okay, sorry. I liked the video, but I don't want to take advantage and just watch too much of it anymore, especially since they're not only picky, but I also don't have a lot to include. So we'll just go to the next one. But thank you. I apologize, it was abrupt. You don't want to take advantage? Wait. Did I say something funny? Because I'm just... It's in my reactions. You can watch it on your day off. I don't think I've actually subscribed to him yet, but I like him. I need to go do that.
This is the disturbing and tragic story of the Radium Girls. In the 1920s, female factory workers painted watch dials with paint containing radioactive radium, which actually glowed in the dark. From today's perspective, the work instructions were a scandal. They were told to sharpen paintbrushes with their lips, which caused radioactivity to enter their bodies. And to make matters worse, they also painted their nails, teeth, and faces with the deadly paint for fun. Many of the women became infertile and later developed anemia, broken bones, and necrosis of the jaw. In 1923, the first woman whose jaw literally fell out of her skull died. By 1924, 50 women who had worked in the factory had fallen ill and a dozen had died.
If there was a theme just for deadly things that people used to work with, we could have a whole category of that. Doesn't matter if it's machine or material. So many stories and so many clips. That's so sad. Oh, don't get up and sharpen that. Don't dip it in water. Dip it in your mouth. The brushes, that one kind of made sense. Like, gosh, they took advantage. That's awful of the company. But then they said, oh, they also painted their nails and their faces and everything else with it for fun. Oh, well, because it glowed in the dark, and they were like, hee hee, it's not toxic. We actually can. I have so many videos for that topic. I thought it would be too niche. Do you want to do that topic? At least put it in the category. Deadly things. Deadly things? We're gonna get a lot of animals. Animals are deadly. Deadly things that people used to work with. Like paints and toys. Lead and toys. We could have lots of videos on, there was this type of stuff that they used to put on leather and shoes. There's lots of neat stuff. Well, neat, sad, but that could be its whole thing. Shaking hands with danger would cover so much. And that's a good title. Hi, Kill. White face powder? Oh yeah, that's another one. I forgot what exactly it has in it. I keep having to, I always see it, and I feel like I know it. But if I'm on the spot and you ask me what it was, I couldn't tell you. So I guess I don't know what it is. But yeah, used to make their face really pale, so they would always put it on their face, but it was poison. So a lot of women started technically rotting their skin away. Skincare. It makes our skin look white and nice. I don't know, but cover your pores and lighten your skin. I don't know what the selling thing was, but yeah, it rotted their skin away. Face rot. They'd have holes for putting it on their face. Beauty! There could be a whole beauty category. Corsets and how they would like rearrange your organs. You know, not permanently, but a little bit. Oh, there's also that thing. Well, now it's off topic, I'm sorry. But there's also the thing that you add a ring each certain stages on your neck. But that's more culture. That one's just interesting because if you take that one off, then, well, they can't hold their neck up anymore because yeah, that's more of a cultural thing. But beauty things that are dangerous. Yep, now we're back to the feet binding. This is more just people don't know what things are made out of, and everybody used lead and asbestos for lots of stuff. Clip Q, I keep forgetting, it's this one.
It was in December of 1967, the same year, or about a year after the initial Mothman sighting, that the infamous incident to alliterate happened. It was the Silver Bridge collapse. It happened on December 15th, 1967. Yeah, it was rush hour traffic. It was basically at a near standstill with cars just kind of bumper to bumper all along the bridge when it just suddenly collapsed out of nowhere.
Oh, gosh.
31 vehicles in total fell into the Ohio River when the bridge collapsed. That comprised a total of 64 people, 46 of whom died, and 9 of whom were injured.
Wow. That's amazing that you would survive that.
That one's interesting too. I feel like that's Kitty. Nope, I'm out. Okay, bye. Have a good rest of your day. That one was quick.
Houston, Boston, Santa Ana, Davy Crockett. Remember the Alamo! Lots of famous people and places to cover, but here's the Texas Revolution in 3 minutes. So to understand the revolution, we must start before the revolution. In 1821, Mexico was big, really big, and fresh off its own battle for independence from Spain. It had a lot of land and nobody could inhabit it. Remember, Native Americans didn't count back then. Sorry.
Okay.
So Mexico started a program. We want you to become an impresario. Impresarios were in charge of recruiting new settlers. They didn't have money, they had land, lots of land. And Americans love free stuff, especially free land. Yeehaw! Impresario Stephen F. Austin recruited the first 300 families and established the town of San Felipe de Austin as the central hub of Texas. Things were okay, but then Antonio Lopez de Santa Anna became president, and even though he was elected, he acted like a crazy dictator, doing very dictatory stuff like throw out the Constitution. The Texans didn't like that, and suddenly they started to think of independence. Mexico was getting suspicious, and in 1835 sent troops to take back a cannon they had loaned the Texan settlers in Gonzales. But when they arrived, come and take it! They were met with a flag and a big boom. Texas
I'll take an aim at.
Revolution. Texan troops were even able to push the Mexican forces out of San Antonio and took command of the Alamo. Santa Anna was muy mad. He sent a force of 6,500 men, including himself, to Texas. First stop, the Alamo. Inside were famous Texans like Jim Bowie, William Travis, and the hero frontiersman from Tennessee, Davy Crockett. Meanwhile, over in the bustling town of Washington on the Brazos, a group of other men gathered and on March 2nd, 1836 declared, Texas is independent!
4 days later,
Santa Anna's troops attacked the Alamo at daybreak, and within an hour or so, all 180 Texans lay dead, including Davy Crockett. When the news spread, everyone freaked out.
Wait, but how many people were against? Oh, I feel like I either missed it or he didn't say it. 186 Texans were dead, but how many did they face?
When the news spread,
everyone
freaked out. They began to retreat in what's called the Runaway Scrape and burn their cities to the ground so Santa Anna's troops would find no supplies.
A few weeks later.
Oh, it was said. Oh my gosh. Oh, around 6,000. Neat.
A few weeks later,
Mexican troops captured 340 more Texan soldiers as they retreated from Goliad. And on Palm Sunday, they executed them all and burned their bodies in the Goliad massacre. Texas was getting walloped. But one man had a plan. Here comes the General, Sam Houston. The Texan retreat allowed him to build an army. Pretty much any man with a gun could join the fight. And on a swamp called San Jacinto, Houston and his 900 men met up with Santa Anna's much larger army. And in the middle of the afternoon on April 21st, Houston launched an attack. Surprise! Remember the Alamo! Remember Goliad! The Texans overwhelmed the Mexican army and won the battle in just 18 minutes. 650 Mexicans died and only 11 Texans. Santa Anna was captured the next day, hiding in the brush and forced to sign the Treaty of Velasco, acknowledging Texas as an independent nation. Well, the revolution was over, but Mexico never officially recognized Texas, and when Texas joined the USA in 1845, it even started the Mexican-American War. But that's a whole nother story. For now, Texas was independent. If you love Texas, make Davy Crockett proud by liking this video. And if you want more Texas history, check out our Texas history.
Yeah, thank you. Matthew Kirkland, thank you so much for the super chat. YouTube short of you. Saw a YouTube short of you responding to people criticizing the way that you squat in your chair. Next time, tell them that if you squat on them, you own them, because squatters' rights. I would say that with confidence as a man. I'm afraid I'm a different person. I can't. That's great. That's a great one. I probably won't use that next time. But that's great. That's a really, I like that. For you, for other people, for like men to say to other men. Yeah, I will not say. Yeah, that was a good video. Yeah, Texas. It's taking land. Thank you for the super chat.
Here's everywhere crime and punishment from medieval Europe. 1. Being a very chatty woman. If you were a woman who ran her mouth a bit too much, you'd be put in the Scold's Bridle, a heavy metal device which clamps around the head with spikes in the mouth to prevent you from speaking and spreading your filthy gossip any further. 2. Which
I know someone who needs this. I knew about this one. Is that bad that I knew about it? Stop! Don't say me! I would be great at avoiding this if I lived in a society where I should not talk. But that's not where we went. That's not where we are. But if I needed to, then I could easily. Especially since he specifically said to stop her gossip. Maybe it's about women who would say things and step out of place when they shouldn't. I don't do that. And if I'm just chatty with people I'm comfortable with, it's fine. But you know, I don't cause trouble. I would not cause any issues. I think I show a lot of restraint talking about other people, actually. Wish someone would put that on me. Oh my goodness, look at the field of comments, and that is the one that I saw. Thank you. You chatter. You sharing. So open, so comfortable. Did you still want to do the poll for the next reaction theme? Yeah, we'll do it at the end of stream. We will think of themes and we'll do it later. Put that to all that hush Hollywood gossip shows. I knew about this one. I think I only saw something about it once, but yeah, it sounds familiar. There would be something in the mouth, and obviously if you tried to talk or do too much, then it would hurt you. I don't really remember what they would do if she would eat, but I even feel if a husband is the one who wanted her to put that contraption on, there would be a chain tied to it, and he would have the ability to take it on or take it off of her if she were to eat. So yeah, like a dog. Thank you, Daniel, for the super chat. History of Star Spangled Banner is a tearjerker. You know, I bet it is. That would be an interesting video. I hope it's submitted. I think there were chain. Oh, this one was skipped. I'm sorry. Got it. Okay, we're not gonna watch it like at this very second because I already started this one and I interrupted. But we will watch it right after. Apologies. Wait, this is White as Kids. Okay. Go back. Go back. See? This is for women who talk too much and you interrupted the video to talk, so.
gossip any further. 2. Witchcraft and blasphemy. For this you'd be tortured with the Pear of Anguish. This was a pear-shaped device that was inserted into a very intimate place of the back body, which was then gradually opened by turning the stem, and after a while the pressure would pop it into thin, sharp slivers which were now stuck up your bottom for the foreseeable future. 3. Robbery or murder. You'd be lashed to a large wagon wheel and beaten with a club. Your broken body would then be braided into the wheel and erected on a mast where you'd be left to the mercy of birds, decay and insects. 4. Just a generally offensive.
Well, I'm sorry, I know it's a quick video, but I have to stop because we just ran through 2. I have not heard of the second one. Ever. It's a lot to take, or yeah, that's wow. Wow, but I did know about the wheel one. I don't know if I necessarily knew you were spinning, but I know lots of people leaving you out, like with wounds, maybe food on you, maybe sores like broken arms and limbs for birds to pick at, is kind of a common one, I guess. Thought the witchcraft one would be something different, like burn at the stake, but I guess not.
And insects. 4. Just a generally offensive act. If you'd done something that the Catholic Church found offensive and needed to perform penance, you had to pretend to be a ghost. People were known to wear a white sheet with eye holes cut out and very loudly beg forgiveness for their crimes.
I bet that's how they punish the men. Ooh, pretend to be a ghost, be humiliated, you have to beg for forgiveness. But then all the women had little contraptions over their faces and were accused of being witches. What? Yes. Okay. You know, we're getting some really interesting suggestions for our next. Oh, I know about Unit 731. That's some really dark, I mean, I don't know the video, but I know about that. And then this one caught my eye. Horrors of circus freaks. I don't know about watching or looking at actual photos. That's a bit heavy. But yep, these are the one above it. This one, surviving the dark. Oh, you mean this one? 11 circus freaks that actually existed. Well, these people just had like deformities. Let's just watch these. They look good. Let's go to this video that we skipped on accident. These are weird because they're shorts. Where's like the rewind button? I don't know.
Is the Creel Mound in South Charleston, West Virginia. It's believed to have been constructed by the Adena culture during the Woodland period around 500 BC. Some people believe it may have been constructed right around the birth of Christ, around 1 AD. The Smithsonian excavated the mound in 1883, and what they found at the base of the mound was quite interesting. The Creel Mound, along with other Canal Valley mounds, were built around the time of the Great Wall of China, as well as the birth of Jesus. The city of South Charleston was actually built around the mound, with its main street facing directly at the mound. The mound stands 33 feet tall and 157 feet in diameter. It's a central point of this town that the community has become very accustomed to. There were 13 skeletons found in the mound, 11 of which were in the original burial chamber at the base, while a couple other were intrusive burials from a much later period. This is the Creel Mound.
Interesting. Creel Mound? Shorts are a plague. Just make a short video for... But they move so seemingly. Yeah. Perfect for brain rot consumption. I know vocabulary. First language, by the way. So a massive graveyard. I wouldn't, that's massive. FYI, it was an 11-foot red-haired giant buried there. And there's a boba shop a block away, so I've had boba on top of that mound. Wait, really? That's really interesting. Shorts get views though. Yes, yeah. I really should start, even on one of my channels, shorts. But I don't want to edit them. On at least one, on something. Especially the reaction ones. We could do reaction shorts of what we're watching right now. Probably not of watching shorts, that's not allowed. But on the other channels, not this one. You don't edit yours. Yeah, maybe someone who really likes editing shorts. The people who maybe edit them already. But I think that I would take too long. I feel like I don't know really how. I know there's a way, like if I tried, I could figure it out, but I think that it would not be worth, it would take too long. They want you to post like every day, that's too much. I can't even keep up with Instagram. Next one, yeah. Also, hi Patrick, and Tony again, and Birkin.
One of the most fascinating historical mysteries of all time is surrounding the death of Alexander the Great, one of the most successful military commanders of all time, who created one of the largest empires in history by the age of 30. He died in June of 323 BC in the ancient city of Babylon at 32 years old. The Greek historian Plutarch said he came down with a fever 2 weeks prior to his death that was followed by 12 days of excruciating pain. Now here's where things get weird. Not only has the cause of his death been heavily debated, but the timing of it as well, because according to historical accounts, his body didn't begin to show any signs of decomposition until 6 days after his reported death. And at the time, this was confirmation to many that the king wasn't just an ordinary man, but a god. Now, historians today believe that the reason he wasn't decomposing wasn't because he was a god, but because he was still alive in a coma-like state.
I was gonna say coma?
A neurological disorder called GBS, but many others believe that it could have been from battle injuries, another disease, or poisoning.
Oh, that's sad. They were like, he obviously was not decaying because he was a god. It's like, oh, they didn't know what comas were. The clickbait art on some of these. Yeah. Studio Ghibli versus Disney. So many good suggestions that are interesting. Oh, well, then I'm demanding, hey, you have to make some for me now. And I don't know. I didn't know how they would be different or if they would just be the same. Double demand, double the amount, I suppose. Yes, Twitch does have a feature for making your own shorts, but I think I'm a little bit like, editing myself is, let me just cut more out than I want to cut everything out. And also I want to sometimes have it zoom in, like after half of the video is done with something, it then shows what's over here. But Twitch doesn't do that part, and I think that part's really important, because there's me, the game, and whatever we just saw, and then chat's response. So sometimes I want it to be on the game and me, and then like halfway through the video, go from the game to chat and what they're saying, and it doesn't let you cut it up like that. I'd have to take it and then put it somewhere else and edit it more. Thank you so much, Thunderhawk, for watching. I hope that you have a good rest of your day and enjoy barbecue. Thank you for watching. But yeah, no, I'm happy that they added that feature. At least it helps with the first step and the shape and stuff. I'm just a dumb bean. I remember watching the movie. Yeah, no, I saw that I could stop and then I just got curious. I keep trying to say Anastasia. Anastasia. I remember finding out quite young, like, this is not what actually happened. You want to know what really happened? I was like, yeah, what actually happened? It's like, this is, the movie's gonna stop when the story is made up. And at the very beginning, where the entire, sorry, spoiler alert, the entire family passes, and Anastasia escapes, she said, right here, this is where it stops. Because she did not, they all died at the end. It's like, neat movie. I was scared. It's so sad. Yeah, we should watch that movie and just tell ourselves one daughter escaped and then was found and reunited. Spoilers. Never. I am just joking. They all passed. It was a very historically accurate movie and very sad. 14 minutes long. I don't know if Discord was gonna make it to that movie anyways. It's okay. I don't think a single person has ever mentioned it. Anyone claiming to be Anastasia has been debunked, though, haven't they? Probably. Yes? Yeah. I think that's why they say, yep, it ended there, because they all unfortunately passed away. That song! Once Upon a... Yeah. Nick. Wait, she was a secret? She was a secret mystery in Red Dead Redemption 2 also. Watch the movie you just spoiled. Oh yes, next one. I'm trying to make sure I'm not skipping anyone's videos anymore.
Ever wondered how facial hair became a symbol of power and style? In ancient Egypt, pharaohs sported grand beards, symbolizing divinity and wisdom. Greek philosophers like Socrates wore beards, reflecting their status and intellect. During the Middle Ages, warriors flaunted rugged facial hair as a sign of bravery. The Victorian era saw men wearing meticulously styled mustaches and beards, emphasizing sophistication. The 70s brought back the bold mustache. Think Magnum PI and the mustached stars of disco. Today, facial hair is a reflection of personal identity, from hipster beards to clean-lined mustaches. Facial hair has evolved, merging traditions and trends through the ages. Each style tells its own story, representing different eras and cultures. From majestic beards to classy mustaches, what's your favorite facial hair era? Dive into the history of facial hair and see how it continues to shape our styles today.
Good one. Let's see the clips after this one. One of the stupid things Romans did was put a stigma on beards? Oh, I don't think I knew that. So is that why they're all typically they don't have any? AI videos are kind of strange. Was that all AI? I guess I wasn't paying attention. I didn't even fully take it in. I was paying attention to the video, but maybe not like that part. Yes, all of it. Neat. Content. Jord, hi, hello. Looked like AI. Well, I guess I'm like, if I kind of sort of hear someone speaking, I'm like, oh yeah, that's a person. And maybe the video was put together by AI. I feel like that could be easy, but I didn't maybe fully pay attention to that the voice was not an actual person. It felt a bit little choppy, I guess. Yeah. I want to say no emotion, but there's real people who have that purposely. Most Moist Critical made a video on AI, and it's really good for a point of view. People doing AI videos are making bank these days. Wow, how fast AI is moving. It's also kind of scary. I know it's biased though, because I make content or I'm like online, so it's gonna be probably a biased opinion. But it seems a bit scary to think that any type of even image of someone vlogging, like it's a whole video. It's not an AI video like this where they're spreading weird facts and you don't really see a person. I'm talking about, I don't like the word influencers, but like a person, like with an identity that's actually AI. It's like, oh look, I'm here at the pyramids. Here we are, chat, and like that's all AI. That just seems really weird. But I know I'm probably biased. Like, well, it seems weird to you because you want to do that. You want to be a real person who does that. But I guess it's all weird. It's much easier to make it as AI, so I think a lot of people are just going to lean into it. It would be much harder and more expensive to actually travel or get some of the backgrounds with a certain lighting or make sure that it's not raining a certain day, but you can just make anything with AI. So yeah, maybe more people will end up leaning towards just watching that because it's easier and more content comes out with it because you can make content faster with it. I'm very skeptical now. I think you are AI. I feel like I would have less hiccups if I was. I would program myself that way. Yeah. Wait till she hears you lowered the price of something at TwitchCon to $250. Blue hates my mustache. I don't say I hate it. I just think it's weird that you judge eating kiwi skin and you have like a bunch of fur on your face. Yeah, here we are.
Imagine a city where the mustache, a
Oh, yep,
symbol
now
of masculinity and pride, was forbidden to those who served others. In April 1907, the streets of Paris roared with the footsteps of thousands of waiters who defied this bizarre restriction. They weren't asking for better pay or fewer hours. They were fighting for the right to grow mustaches. This bold stand led to confrontations with police and widespread disruptions across the city. By May, they had triumphed, marking a turning point in French labor rights and forever changing the face of the service industry in France.
That's very interesting. I was slightly distracted by the mustaches not being fully captured well, but it was good.
Ever seen a building or painting that felt like it was from a dream? Let me take you on a journey through the mesmerizing world of Art Nouveau. Art Nouveau, or New Art, emerged in the late 19th century as a reaction against the Industrial Revolution. Characterized by its use of long, sinuous lines and nature-inspired motifs, Art Nouveau sought to bring beauty back into everyday life. Artists like Gustav Klimt and µ were pioneers of this movement, infusing their work with emotion and elegance. The movement wasn't just limited to paintings. It influenced architecture, jewelry, and even furniture design. Fun fact, Art Nouveau's influence can still be seen today in various forms of design and art. Next time you see those curvy, intricate designs, you'll know a bit more about the wonderful world of Art Nouveau.
That is really pretty. I like that style. Sorry if my drink made a sound.
What is pop art? Pop art is an art movement that emerged in the 1950s. It is characterized by its use of bright colors and images from popular culture. Pop art often references commercial images and objects, such as trademarks, advertising, and comic strips. Pop art is often seen as a reaction to the abstract expressionism of the time. It sought to bring art back to the everyday person and to make it more accessible. Pop art rejected the idea that art should be elitist and inaccessible. Pop art is often associated with images of consumerism and commercialism. It sought to challenge the status quo and to create art that was relevant to people's everyday lives. Andy Warhol was one of the most famous and influential artists of the pop art movement. He was known for his Campbell's soup cans and his Marilyn Monroe prints. His work was highly controversial, and he is often credited with ushering in the era of pop art.
Interesting as well. Kind of ironic. Because, yeah, we're going to bring this in and make art not elitist. And then seems like it got a bit elitist, but at least it just seems heavily commercialized. So that's I guess a bit different. It's not as stuffy, but it's still consumerism and stuff. Pop art annoys me. Brain rot before the internet. Yeah, not my thing, but maybe I could see at the time that it was like, ooh, different style. Andy Warhol, the most overrated trash. Okay, most people agree. Did you ever? I did not. I didn't get my email. Talk about it. I did it once, but you have to do it 3 times to get all 3, and I didn't get that one, I don't think.
Internet is that massive computer network, the one that's becoming really big now.
What do you mean? That's big. How does one? What do you write to it like mail?
No, a lot of people use it and communicate. I guess they can communicate with NBC writers and producers. Allison, can you explain what internet is?
The internet is important. You don't need me, a guy on the internet, to tell you that. Believe it or not, at one point the internet was niche. But now, of course, it is the all-consuming force in our modern society. I mean, you can't really overemphasize how essential the internet is now. But go back 20 or even 30 years ago and things were very different. Some knew that this would be a big deal, and some were less certain of how useful the internet could actually be. And so the predictions for this specific topic are a little bit different than those that I've covered in the past few videos. I mean, of course, there was some wacky predictions about mind linking and VR streaming and other stuff that I've mostly already covered. But today I want to stay purely within the realm of the internet and what people thought it would become. Context is important here. In the 90s and the 2000s, accessing the internet with usable speeds was basically impossible unless you were at home. In fact, a lot of people just weren't using the internet at all. In 1995, only 16 million people were online. That's about half the number of people that bought the most recent Animal Crossing game. But it
oh my gosh, that's weird to think
by
about.
1999, that number had exploded to 248 million, which is a lot. I mean, it's pretty close to the number of iPhones that are sold each year. And those that were online weren't getting the best experience. Almost everybody was using dial-up. That's 56k speeds, 56 kilobits per second. Remember that 1 byte is 8 bits. So this is really, really, really slow. Slow enough that to download this image of a JPEG labeled JPEG, it would take 3.5 hours before you were done. To download this song file, it would take 12 days. To download Call of Duty Black Ops, it would take 740 years.
Oh my gosh,
are
of
slow,
course.
but file sizes were also much, much smaller.
So they improved it by, like,
it evened out. The expectation of the future was that speeds would increase, but this wasn't quite a guarantee like, say, transistors getting smaller. And the fast speeds of the time, they weren't that fast either. And in the early 2000s, broadband was defined as 4 megabits per second, which is about what I had for most of my life, so I guess it, that's fine. Of course, people did things on the internet. It wasn't such a niche club, but overall, the future was, well, uncertain. In 1999, David Bowie famously predicted that the internet would bring about unfathomable changes to everyday life. During the interview, he said, "I don't think we've seen even the tip of the iceberg. I think we're actually on the cusp of something exhilarating and terrifying." He also said, "Where the interplay between the user and the provider will be so ゚ᴛ it's going to crush our ideas of what mediums are all about."
It's weird watching this video and, like, the internet's my life. They could see the future. It wasn't even that long ago.
Interviewer responded with a very 1999 reply.
It's just a tool, though, isn't it? No, it's not. No.
The idea that the general public would actually want to use the internet en masse was still a very niche idea. The concept that it would become essential, well, that was only held by a select few. Some thought the internet itself was a fad, something that would fail to even captivate the public on the level of radio or television. In 1995, Newsweek published an article claiming the internet was just that, another box of empty promises that would soon be forgotten as we return to the old ways. Digital futures would be uncanny to the public. People didn't want to learn online, and information was hard to come by anyway. The irony is that Newsweek itself would discontinue physical releases, and now is an entity that only exists online. Some predictions were from the famed futurist.
Okay, we're not done yet, but, Oh, Cyber. I wish, I don't know what part that was aimed at, but do you not want to be here? Are you sad? We still have so much more to find about the internet and use it to its full potential. Yeah, unfortunately, people use it in, like, really awful ways now too, but that comes with everything. Not like that. I don't even know when I saw TV or radio last time.
Ray Kurzweil. In the late 90s, he said that by 2020, we would be able to access the internet from anywhere at all, from any device, and most of these devices would be on our wrists. Granted, some people do that, but, it's close enough. Remember, mobile data was, well, not even at 3G by this point. It was at no speed. Other predictions surrounded just basic interfacing. I mean, the internet kinda looked bad. And a future where all devices had varying screen sizes and aspect ratios and resolutions. Well, this would be a nightmare. How do you scale this to that? One prediction I enjoyed reading is somebody speculating that web pages would one day be able to shift and reformat themselves based on mobile or desktop devices. Something that is at the core of
something that I'm still struggling
internet.
with.
But for as seemingly mundane as a prediction like this would be, we also had some that went a little too far. The cloud. Now, yes, to be fair, the cloud exists, but let me explain. The idea of an internet-connected cloud has been around since the very birth of the internet, and some believe that by 2020 this would really take off. not like today, not just from storage or streaming games or whatever. It was something far wackier. They envisioned the cloud not as a network of servers and computers far away, but everywhere. Every device would be a part of this larger cloud, and the computational power of every consumer electronics would contribute to everybody else. Basically, you could have the ability to access all the world's computational power from your phone. If this were to happen today, well, how do I put it? Say your PlayStation is a couple teraflops. Now, 1,000 teraflops is a petaflop, and 1,000 of those is an exaflop.
Oh, we're done?
If this were to
Yeah, I'm so sorry. It's math. Oh no, darn, it was just getting good. Very interesting. Yep. The cloud slightly confuses me a bit more, I guess. Oh, or maybe where he was fully going to go with it because maybe they thought it would be something different. But yeah, it's not like in existence of nowhere. It exists somewhere, just somewhere else. You don't have it on your phone, but it's over there. So hopefully that doesn't get hacked or leaked somewhere. Thought you liked math. Good night, Seven Heads. Thank you for watching. Someone else owns your data. Yeah, you're just putting it in a different place. It's not actually. We all use the internet for different things. Nope, actually, sorry, I might have been. There's no cloud. It's someone else's server. That's ridiculous. How do you plug into a cloud? I want to move our system to the cloud. Oh, you don't want to own your servers? Smart. Don't? Wait, don't what? You mentioned earlier, someone owns your data. Yeah. Read? Oh, you're saying don't, like don't read. Oh, don't read. Oh, yeah, no worries. Saw who sent it. I passed. Thank you. You can still participate. I just don't know how much I'm going to, Yeah. Yep. Participation from a distance. Oh yeah, good video. Oh, I thought that was pervy. I'm sorry. Pretty boy. Well, not, okay, hold on, sorry. There's someone just a bit ago with a different name, so I apologize. Thank you so much for watching. I hope that you have a really good rest of your night. Thank you, pretty boy. That's not, oh, never mind. I should have just kept it in my head. There's another user, and it starts with pervy. Bye. Have a good night. Sorry. Keep your own stuff on your own tech. And if it's sensitive, unhook it where you don't need it. I don't know how to do all of that, but I will try to figure it out because that's, you know, it's stuff has happened. Don't take security advice from, I don't know who that is. What is this? Oh, screen 2, great. Don't skip. This is next. Melbourne! Wow, that quality of sound. Oh, mute. Wow, darn. And I loved how it sounded. Okay, so this is Melbourne. Here we are. Mute that? Somebody claims that? Yes, here we are. People really, yeah, you can tell it's the 70s because people like red and yellow. Long skirts, fluffy hairdos, bell bottoms. Very busy. Probably some ciggies in there, but we don't see them. They're all waiting for cars to pass because it's the 70s and people had motor vehicles. There's a trolley and a motorbike. No helmet though, because safety in the 70s. Psh, that's that's a nice building with some windows. Very city-like. Very nice. Oh, okay, so if he's talking, I don't have to talk. I'm sorry. Here, we could have Unavailable. They are unavailable, actually. Lots of older people. They had planes in the 70s. That's nice. I didn't know Australia had planes. I thought you were all just like, only recently did I thought, but there you have it. In the 70s. It takes off in everything. It's propaganda. Very large planes. And that one is nice. Can't read it. Kind of blurry. 70s. That one does not take off and is slightly turning. Maybe a woman's flying it. We don't know. And there it goes. History. Showing lots of buildings and planes. That's kind of weird. It's Australia, so it's fine. More cars. Cute hairstyles. Kill, don't say it. Darn, the moderator beat him to it. Oh, wow. Wow, they had everything back then. I didn't know that. I thought it was just like an island, but they had planes and people and everything. Very cool. Not actually making fun of the video. I'm just sorry that we have to silence it. I think their planes just fall off the earth because they're upside down. What's happening? That one had music, but I want to watch the submissions. I still like it. It's still cool. Yes, actually, it's... Wait, what? Justice for Reen. Wait, why? Wait, what? Because it's actually... Oh, because it was accurate? It's cool. I'm not a history person, so I had to find something. Oh, you did... Oh! The coincidences are... I meant like an external hard drive. Oh, no, I understand. I just need to take stuff that might be on a cloud. Maybe. And then put it on an external... Yep. The music is used... Oh. Oh, yeah, no, of course. This is how all videos look in Aussieland even today, because their internet is so bad and everything can only load at 360. Yeah, I figured that it could have been reimagined by now, but it did say Australia, so it was not just because it was from the 70s. It's fighting all of the everything, fighting all of it. I could feel the Wa pedal begging for mercy in the soundtrack? Wait, what is that? Yeah, they had planes because Americans flew to Australia in planes sometimes. It's crazy that you can tell that it's the 70s by what people are wearing. It only took 1 decade for people's style and fashion to change drastically. Yep. I saw someone say women weren't wearing yoga pants. Yeah, I think they wore more clothes. Bunch of harlots now. Okay, next video. Oh, it's still muted. I am sorry, sir. Here, go back.
Whether humans should continue to exist on Earth once came down to the vote of one guy. It's been called the most dangerous moment in human history, and we didn't even know it happened until 40 years later. October 27th, 1962. 11 days into the Cuban Missile Crisis, the US Navy discovers Soviet submarine B-59 deep underwater. To scare it up, they drop depth charges. The submarine's crew notices these explosions, but they don't know what's going on. One possibility was that fears of a global nuclear exchange have finally come true, and if so, they should launch their own nuclear weapons to join in. But that's the problem, right? What if there isn't a nuclear war happening above us? Well, then launching our weapons could start one. And not just a little one, a nuclear exchange powerful enough to annihilate at least the entire northern hemisphere of Earth. However, B-59 is so deep, they have lost all radio contact with Moscow or the rest of the world. That doesn't mean they couldn't launch a nuclear weapon. In a case like that, protocol required a unanimous vote from the 3 highest-ranking people on the ship. The ship's captain, Valentin Savitsky, was convinced they should do it, and the ship's political officer agreed. The pivotal third vote came down to second-in-command, Vasily Arkhipov. Arkhipov hesitated and eventually said no, let's not do it. Instead of running out of air, they surfaced and exposed themselves to the US Navy, and they were sent home to Moscow. They were received in shame. There was a feeling at the time that they should have gone down with their ship instead of surrendering. Arkhipov lived until 1998. 4 years after his death, a fellow crew member that day finally told the story of what happened. Our species was spared because one guy voted no. In 2017, Arkhipov was posthumously given the Future of Life Award, a rare honor given to those who, at risk to themselves, safeguard the future of life on Earth.
That seems like such an important video. I knew nothing of that, but I saw people saying Vsauce, and I actually know about Vsauce. I think the first time I've seen a video is sometime in high school. Someone showed me them. I don't think that I've really watched much since, unfortunately, because I kind of forgot about that channel, but that sounds familiar. That's crazy. All it had to happen is a person who had a little bit of a, like it was just the right person. Yeah, happy that they at least were recognized for that, because it's really scary being responsible for so much. That was a missile tech on a nuclear sub and was also a member of Greenpeace at the time. Oh, why does media want to push the idea that nuclear war means biblical apocalypse? It's a bit of an older video. I don't think it always does that. Glad we're keeping these videos lighthearted. I mean, I think that this one is a lot to take in and really interesting, especially since it turned out great. And if anything, some of them are pretty descriptive and kind of heavy. So no, I think that they're all really cool, just different.
Sir Adrien Carton de Wiart, born in 1880, lived a life that reads like a script from a Tarantino movie. Born in 1880 in Brussels, he served in the Boer War, World War I, and at 60 joined World War II, leading secret missions. With a military career spanning over half a century, de Wiart's exploits are legendary. He was shot in the face, head, stomach, ankle, leg, hip, and ear, survived 2 plane crashes, tunneled out of a prisoner of war camp, and pulled off his own fingers when a doctor refused to amputate them. He was a force of nature and chaos that even shocked his enemies. While working for Churchill, he challenged Mao due to his lack of action towards the Japanese, something most diplomats won't even think of doing. Despite his injuries, his views on combat didn't change. He famously said he enjoyed every minute of it, and wrote about the Great War, "Frankly, I had enjoyed the war." His bravery earned him the Victoria Cross, the highest British military decoration for valor.
I'm stuck on the took off his own fingers because a doctor wouldn't amputate them. It's like, okay, rip them off? What do you mean? That's crazy. Oh, also being shot like the 11 different times, all in different places. And then just kind of like, doo-doo-doo, animal. Yep, that's cool. It kind of does mean that an apocalypse when end times, humanity will go through war. Likes of seen again. Only thing that could mean that is nuclear war. Oh, okay. I think I just didn't fully understand the angle of the question. Thought it was like, why are they always trying to push something that wouldn't happen is what you kind of meant. Oh, because I guess if everybody participated in that, it seems like most people think that that would happen. I don't know why I was thrown off by it biblical. Maybe I just read it funny. But yeah, because I guess most people feel like that, well, yeah, it would affect, I think, everyone. Are you learning a lot? I'm learning so much. I'm gonna go to sleep, and then my brain will be ready to go tomorrow with all of the emptiness. All of it I'll sleep and it'll all run away. But I'm learning a lot for right now, in this moment, right now, today. Barry Lyndon. I love the music, but is this... It just seems very specific. Okay, yeah, mute. Darn, it's so nice. It makes me think of... I love cellos! Ugh. It could be violin, whatever. No, it's good. Deep in thought. Well, then it sounds like I'm walking it. Okay, he's under stress. He's stressed out. He is marching. He has more recognition than others. He is... a little bit of a friendly jousting. Yeah, He had the same look on his face for his entire life. He's married. Or maybe meeting a woman for the first time. Maybe it's both. Ah! Now he's married, I think. Now he's, I think... fencing! That's what I was trying to... jousting's on horses. I'm so sorry! I know what it is. Bet he killed that animal that she's wearing. They have children. Lots of children. Good, a son. She is spared. Very pretty dress. Oh, wait. Okay, yeah. No, giving him the... Yes. He plays cards on his spare time. I think those are cards. The longest couch ever. And they have dinner and live a very peaceful life because they are... Nope, it's still... Piano goes hard. It's... They get drunk sometimes. Makes good for good portraits and paintings. This is how he used to load weapons. Took all afternoon. They wrote. Had no internet. This is them writing. Can't read it because brain rot. H. Lyndon. The story of this man who I feel somehow like I don't know. But it was good. It was very nice. I liked it. I'm so sorry. Sometimes I feel self-conscious about, like, what if somebody joined right now? This is their first impression. I'm not trying to I just don't know what happened. He looks like he lived a very good life. Ram guy, oh, thank you. You know what, I can just pause for a second and maybe play the alerts because they've been quiet for a very long time. Apologies. Yeah, I had to take it off screen. Thank you so much. Oh, that one's a bit old. I'm sorry. Hi, Ram guy. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for joining. Quick break time? Sure. I think we have 18 left. We kind of skipped the whole halfway through. But I technically did kind of take a break and stop, so. Thank you so much, Tony, for gifting 5 memberships. Thank you so much. That's so nice. It won't let me scroll. I will reload. Thank you so much, Cyber. Oh no, the amount of alerts gonna go through. Oops. 20-minute. Oops. Oh, thank you. Really? Where is it? NorCal, thank you. Ruin. Okay, no, I'm not at the right spot. Thank you, NorCal and Rumen. Rumen. I'm sorry. A rumen is a cow's stomach. I'm sorry. Ruin, thank you. Thank you, Pterodax. Thank you, Hoppy. Okay, I found the right spot. Here we are. Thank you, Rick. Boom. How did I know? Thank you so much. Pterodax and NorCal and Kelly. Thank you. Thank you so much. And again, I really appreciate it, Tony. Thank you, NorCal. Wait, is this not the right spot? Oh, no, it is. And then Cyber. No, Kelly. What? Oh, you're confusing me because you're adding them on. Okay, sorry. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, there it is. No, it just keeps reloading. I need to pop it out. Oh, good. Thank you. Cool MB, a new member. And I didn't acknowledge it. I'm sorry. Thank you. I need to be better at unpausing the alerts more. We could have unpaused them at least like 3 times. Kind of went overboard. I apologize. Thank you. Thank you, Rick, also. Thank you, Hoppy. Thank you, NorCal. Thank you, Cyber. Thank you again, Cool MB, for being a new subscriber. Thank you, Matthew. I think I did actually say thank you for the super chat because I just saw it. And they don't make noise anyways. Thank you, Daniel, for the super chat. Thank you, Chewy, for the biddies. Thank you, Ramp Guy, for subscribing for 25 months. Hooray! I love this sound. I want to hear it 100 more times. Oh, I'm sorry.
If I don't
It's a
answer in
spiral.
chat, I have fallen asleep. Can you believe it? Thank
I've
you
fallen
for a fun
asleep.
cozy stream. Good night, Blue. And bye
And I
for
can't get
now.
up.
Smile
Sorry.
life.
Bye. Bye for now. 3 minutes ago, 2 hours ago, I'm not sure, but
I
thank you
wouldn't
so
mind
much.
seeing you in a dope kimono. Maybe when you go to Japan. Hee hee. Cola
Mm.
blue would also be pretty cool. But maybe not all the makeup. Woof woof. Less than 3.
I can get the big hoop earrings.
Listen!
Thank you for the donation.
Oop. I was gonna send this for food. But you already have some. Umbobas is on me today. Hee hee.
I might get more
Woof
food.
woof. Less than 4.
It tastes kind of funny.
Listen!
The pickles actually don't taste good. I don't know what's
This will
wrong.
not stand. You need chicken. Here are some for next time. I feel so bad for you.
Oh no! I didn't mean to make
Sorry,
people feel
I may
bad.
still have been awake for food story. Z.
He got away with it too because it wasn't played. Thank you, Rick, NorCal, Hoppy, Cyber, Hoppy, Statagate for all of the biddies. Thank you, Tony, for the super chat. No, not super chat. Thank you so much for gifting memberships. Hi, Dentoad again. And thank you so much for the donation, Lath and Chewy. Will you go to Japan this year? Probably not. Yeah, I just need to plan it, but I guess it feels out of place to just go. I don't know. Just like, I don't know if it's like a by myself thing. I'm putting too much importance on making sure I go to the things that I want to go to, and because I don't know how to schedule or make appointments for things that you do have to make reservations for. Like if you don't ahead of time, then you just can't see them whenever you're there. Like you do need to make reservations for some things because it's just become even more touristy than it's ever been. So yeah, I need to try to do that and organize it. But it probably won't happen anytime soon, so. But that's not me trying to be negative. No worries. I have everything that I need, so I can't complain. Thank you so much, Mikey, for gifting a sub. Thank you, NorCal and Kelly, for gifting 5 subs. Thank you, Kelly, and thank you, NorCal. Thank you, level 1 for resubscribing for 21 months, and thank you, Ferminator, for the biddies. Rent a girlfriend. But I still have to organize and plan everything myself. If I go and there was an issue with streaming, I would just be there all alone. And I really want to make sure I don't do anything disrespectful, so I know certain areas you can't stream. You are history. You are high story. Thank you. Thank you so much for the donation, Cholo. Thank you. Yeah, no worries. I'm not trying to complain. I think I've just kind of put it on the back burner. Because I don't know how to organize a planet, but I'm putting a lot of pressure on it, so I'm procrastinating going and planning it. I'll go with you if you pay for it. You need my sister as your assistant. Oh, is she good at stuff like that? Saying that I need an assistant sounds so weird. Like, I don't think that I'm at a level where I should have an assistant. I don't really do much. And assistants do need to be told what to do and what to organize, and because I'm so bad at organizing and knowing what to do and procrastinating, I don't think that I would know how to set things up for someone to do for me anyways. Like, what do I need to do next? And it's like, I don't know, I have to look for it, I have to figure it out, I don't even know what I'm supposed to be doing. I don't know how an assistant would work, because how do I tell them to, how would they help me? Yeah, oh, maybe, just for the hype train, never mind. Does procrastinating mean you really don't want to go? No, I do. I'm just procrastinating it because I feel like there hasn't been a time in my brain to know when to go and what's a good time to go. Like, okay, I'm definitely going to schedule it for next year in August. And it's like, well, that's right before this. And where do I call first? What if I scheduled it and bought the ticket to make sure I do go, but then I don't schedule things, and then I end up going there and I don't actually do the things that I wanted to do because I need to schedule it. I need to make an itinerary, or hire like a company to do that or something. I think stuff like that's really expensive. Probably shouldn't waste money on that and just schedule things yourself. Unless if it's really helpful. I don't know. I'm overthinking it. I feel like I just don't know how to do it. Thank you, Hoppy, for 1,000 biddies. I've traveled to other places before Japan because I'm putting a lot of pressure on Japan. I mean, I was even thinking about, gosh, I should go back to that area where I could see Northern Lights, like Norway or something, because I didn't actually see them in Finland. Not Finland's fault. I'm not saying, gosh, this time I'll try Norway. Like, that's not what I mean, but maybe just try a different place. I'm not putting as much pressure on that because I don't really have an idea of where to go. So if I go and I don't do that much, it's not a big deal. I'm even just lucky to be there. But in Japan, I'm putting pressure on it because I'm going to be like, no, I meant to do this, and I want to stream that, and whatever. Maybe. I don't know. I think the more I explain it, the more it doesn't really, I am not really making sense. I found what I was talking about, Blue Raw Time, she was, she was back in the 90s, she kept getting pranked called on a 90s TV show. Oh, I don't know what that is or what you're talking about, I'm sorry. She was like the first streamer. Does it have to be August? That the tree blooming thingy? Oh, I think I don't remember which one's which because I haven't looked it up in a long time, but I think there's a lot of festivals and things going on in August. And maybe certain things are cheaper or maybe certain things won't be as crowded. I don't remember what it was. Nice weather, something. But then if you go in April, it's like spring season, so cherry blossoms and other certain festivals are taking place during that time. So I guess you could go during either autumn or spring. I want to see cherry blossoms, but I think autumn would probably be really nice weather there. Might be a bit rainy and maybe more crowded in autumn, though. I'm not actually sure. I don't remember what I'm talking about. I don't retain information I haven't looked into in a really long time. Honestly, I think at this point, years. So, I guess I'm blowing it all. Thank you, though, for all of the biddies. Thank you for the super chats. And donations. No big deal. Thank you for the biddies, TJ. I'm actually going to pause them again now since we're starting. Oh, what is that face? Wow, okay. Sign in to confirm you're not a bot. Refuse to connect. Could I have the link for this video? VeggieTales predicts modern internet humor, blocking VeggieTales. Is that bottom of the screen? No, it's AI content. Thank you, Black Angel. Thank you so much. Thank you for the super chat. I don't really know anything about VeggieTales, but I knew of VeggieTales. And there was a person who was watching me one time, and I like veggies. I always ate my veggies if I had food. But yeah, I liked vegetables. I didn't like how this person cooked them or made them or whatever they put on them. It was poison. I didn't like it, so I got away with not eating them by saying, "Oh no, VeggieTales! Like I can't eat veggies. They're my friends," and they literally didn't make me eat it. I was like, "Oh my gosh, I'm just gonna say that every time." That's my only memory of VeggieTales. For my, yeah. Where's Clip Q? Why was that blocked? It's just a random protect our community, whatever. Ah, okay. The Italian army that fought for 3 sides. Did I do something wrong? Are the rest of them gonna be like this? Because I thought you were randomly generic. Ha. Micah, thank you so much for resubscribing. And Lubu gang. Thank you. They don't want AI to see them making fun of AI, so they put a prove you're human thingy before it. Yeah. This next one doesn't work either, though. Oh, you already have it up. I'm sorry. Is it screen 2?
In 1943, one Italian army unit managed to fight for Mussolini, then the Allies, then the Nazis, sometimes in the same week. You see, when Italy surrendered in September 1943, the country split in half. The South joined the Allies, the North stayed with Hitler. But the Italian 184th Paratroopers Division was stuck in Yugoslavia. No orders, no idea who was in charge. So they made their own rules. Monday, they'd fight alongside German units against Yugoslav partisans. Tuesday, they'd swish and help British commandos. By Wednesday, they'd be fighting both. But here's where it gets insane. The division's commander was taking payments from all 3 sides. British gold to sabotage Germans, German supplies to fight partisans, partisans safe passage to avoid battles. Meanwhile, Italian soldiers had no idea who they were supposed to shoot. Some platoons split in half mid-battle and started fighting each other. Others just robbed everyone equally. By 1945, nobody knew which side the 184th was on, including the 184th. When the war ended, they just declared victory for Italy and went home. They fought for everyone, betrayed everyone, and somehow everyone let them. In 1943, one Italian army unit managed to fight for Mussolini, then the
That's
Allies,
actually
then
really
the Nazis,
interesting.
sometimes in the same week. You see, when Italy surrendered in September 1943, the
Shh, let's just blend in and shoot people. Like, oh my gosh.
country split in half. The South joined the Allies, the North stayed with Hitler. But the Italian 184th Paratroopers Division was stuck in Yugoslavia. No orders, no idea who was in charge. So they made their own rules. Monday, they'd fight alongside German units against Yugoslav partisans. Tuesday, they'd swish and help British commandos.
Interesting. I know we're rewatching it. I just wanted to see the part again. Okay, next. History of dog breeds? I can't see this. It's bad. I already know. I already know it's bad. The French Bulldog. Stop. I already know it's bad. I couldn't breathe either. I mean, that was from an accident, but they can help. It's okay. We're not gonna talk about it. Yeah, I'm gonna reload maybe because it says that I am logged in, and it doesn't give me like a thing to do. I don't want to reload and then all of them disappear. There's still 15. But unless I go through them, I don't think that anything would happen. Yeah, I'm not sure why it's happening. Thank you. I apologize. Oh no.
The origins of the French Bulldog or Frenchie that we know and love today began in the early 1800s in England. Dogfighting had been outlawed in 1835, and because of that, English Bulldogs became show dogs and were divided by size. The breeding of the smallest bulldogs created the toy bulldog. The toy bulldog was very popular among lace workers in England, and yes, that's workers who make lace. While it's not known exactly why they loved them so much, it's thought that maybe it's because lace workers could sit and work with their dogs on their lap. During the Industrial Revolution,
They couldn't breathe and go
lace
anywhere,
workers
but
lost their job to machines and had to move to Normandy, France to find work, and they brought their toy bulldogs with them. The popularity of the breed exploded in France. Everyone wanted to get their hands on these never-before-seen dogs. France imported these toy dogs from England in large numbers. England was happy to ship the smaller bulldogs, especially ones with defects like upturned ears. In France, the toy bulldog was crossbred with a French Shroud Terrier to make the dogs even smaller. This is when the French Bulldog breed was birthed. These dogs had a miniature body of the English Bulldog and the energetic and content temperament of the Ratter Terrier.
Content
In France,
is
the
interesting
French Bulldog
choice.
became synonymous with the elite, educated, and eccentric. Society women, artists, designers, and even Parisian ladies of the night accessorized with these companions, perfect for a night out on the town. Some dogs even wore elaborate collars of badger fur on them. While the French Bulldog was popular with the wealthy society ladies in the United States, it wasn't until 1885 that the American-based breeding program was established. In 1896, the French Bulldogs were allowed to compete at the Westminster Kennel Club Dog Show for the first time. The next year, even more Frenchies compete, but the judge only chose the one with the rose-shaped ears. This upset the American Society woman. At the time, French Bulldog could have two types of ear shape: the rose ear, which was folded like an English Bulldog, and the bat ear, which is what we see today. American Society ladies loved the bat ear so much, they formed the French Bulldog Club of America and made the breed standard, the bat-shaped ear. As you can see, the French Bulldog has quite a bit of history that spans 3 countries. Frenchies were bred to be perfect companions, and that is why it's still one of the most popular breeds nearly 200 years later. So if you see a French Bulldog playing at the dog park, walking down your street, or if you're lucky, one is snoring on your couch, now you know their history.
Okay, good. I thought it was going to be a lot darker. Like, and then they have these issues and the breeding. I don't know. Yeah, this hasn't always went well, unfortunately. Hi, Chi-Chi. Hello. Snoring in the background of some of the YouTube videos, even. It wasn't so bad. Yep, it was just history, not other stuff. It is actually sad. They can be really unhealthy, and it's really sad to see. I've heard people every now and again just dropping stories on me because of how my dogs look. That they've had one before and they just got it from a bad place, and it wasn't a good story. So, I thought it was gonna be more like that. Yeah, it's especially dogs with big dogs have their own issues. Like some of them, I know a lot of people have problems with doodles because I think they're getting really popular in certain areas, and apparently they have issues. I don't really know enough about them, but that's like the new. I don't know. I feel like I see people complain about stop breeding them. I don't know that. But yeah, a lot of dogs with pushed in faces, they can have complications. But each dog breed will typically say, hey, this is what this dog breed suffers with. Like a lot of them come with complications, even the big ones, even with the fox noses. I like Great Danes. Those are really cool dogs, but I hear that they have a lot of health problems. They're just so big and they don't really live like long lives, so. Great Danes, they also have joint issues. Huskies have really bad autoimmune issues and hip issues. Had one with each issue now. Yeah, once I looked into it thinking, oh, this is probably not a good breed to get because I was actually looking for a different breed. I wanted something that was like a doodle mix, some type of poodle mix, something, not doodle, poodle, whatever type mix. I originally wanted a dog from the shelter, but the shelters were kind of closed down at the time and weren't really letting people see dogs. Also, a lot of shelters, whenever I would request like, oh, can I spend time with a big dog? They'd find out that I had a cat, and apparently I always picked the dog that they would say, no, you can't have cats. It happened like 4 times in a row, where I would see pictures and I would read about them and be kind of like, oh, okay, this one kind of seems interesting. Like, I want to go visit this one. And after like waiting and whatever, because you can't submit anything to them, you just have to see them in person. Then eventually I would tell them like, oh, is it okay with another animal? And sometimes it wasn't listed on the site, and they'd be like, no. I was like, don't. They're like, it specifically has a prey instinct and will probably kill your cat. Like, okay. So I jumped to the opposite end of the spectrum. I was originally looking for a big, scary dog, but then the kitten kept technically getting in the way. Plus, again, I couldn't look at most of them in person, and a lot of them weren't getting back in 2020, so it was just really hard to talk to anybody in shelters. I actually had a friend push a place on me, and whenever I typed in what I was looking for, something else popped up. But before then, I remember thinking, oh, they're cute dogs, but I probably wouldn't ever have a Frenchie. They just seem like they always have health issues. And then I looked more into it, and it's like, well, a lot of dogs have their own health issues. So just maybe have to make sure that they're not coming from a super overbred place. You got a big scary boba instead. Who has more sharper teeth? I don't know. I'd say they're the same. They don't really bite. Would you get a pulley or Commodore? I don't think I know what either of those look like. Commodore sounds like a large dog, though. I've always wanted a larger dog, but one, since I might be traveling more now, and two, because I do have kind of a small space. I don't think it's small for me, but some people would judge having a large dog in an apartment, which is fair. Like right now I have a balcony. It's like, oh, it can enjoy the balcony, but what if the next place I live doesn't have a balcony, you know? I never know what will happen, and I think maybe having a big dog could feel a bit selfish. So maybe I'll just have one way in the future when I have a house and I'm not as likely to travel so much or move around. But yeah, I actually was interested in a large dog. Yours seem pretty healthy. Yeah, they're not full breed, which I think helped. They're not technically Frenchies. They're mixed a little bit more with a terrier, so I think they'll have a little bit less joint issues. Frenchies seem a bit boxy to me, like their shoulders and hip dysplasia, sometimes their spines, stuff like that they have issues with. And even just looking at like Zuko, he looks more upright, like his shoulders don't come out as much. So I think he'll have a little bit less issues with his joints as maybe full breed blood Frenchies might have, but I just know some can have problems. But some of every dogs can. That's just why ones like this make me nervous, because I was like, yeah, they don't have a great history, unfortunately. In order to get a lot of different dog breeds, they kind of have iffy backgrounds of, well, inbreeding the dog. So yeah, a lot of them come from not great places. Looking forward, oh yeah, all purebred dogs have issues. Mutts are usually healthier. Well, they're technically not recognized by that big dog thingy, so I wouldn't call them a mutt, but they're not purebred. Do you have pet insurance? Yes, I do, but kind of a complicated way to answer. There's some interesting restrictions on that, so a lot of it's limited. I kind of do and I kind of don't, but no worries. It's something, if I needed to, I feel confident that I could fix most things. Fully and Commodore Hungarian breeds that have long, corded coats. I think I'm imagining one of them. I might have to look it up another time. Would you get a bird? I would love to have a bird, but I think a lot of birds live for a really long time, and again, most of the time they stay in cages. I would feel really bad about not giving it enough attention or something. Yeah, the kind of bird that I would be interested in having would probably be able to live 20 to 40 years, and that is clearly a life commitment. They're also really intelligent, so I don't think that they would deal as well with, oh, I'm gonna just let somebody else watch them for a long period of time. I think that I don't know how that would affect a bird, because they're really intelligent, so I don't want to get something that I'm not fully educated about. especially again since they can live forever and a lot of them are as intelligent as like toddlers. Large dogs are easy. My Rottweiler was a gentle giant. I used to sneak him into hotels right past the front desk. He would stick close to the wall. That's so funny. My male husky was from one. Never wanted to buy from one, and I didn't find out until late, and I couldn't leave the puppy in those conditions. Oh yeah, that totally makes sense. I've kind of been in that situation before too. I was actually looking into taking care of a bird, and I didn't want to support the place that I got him from, but it was only going to be temporary, and it was only going to be because I like would try to rehabilitate him. But yeah, they wanted money for him, and he was in a really bad condition. So although I didn't want to support them, I was like, oh no, I don't want to leave him here. I could save him. When I was a kid, my parakeet Ladybird died the same night as my uncle. Yeah, they get really attached. I know dogs can do that too, but I don't know. Sometimes I think birds think that you're like their lifetime partner if they've been around you for 20 plus years. So that's sad. I've known someone before who's had a bird and it wasn't a caged bird, which I'd love. I would prefer that. But it took all of their time to train it, and I just don't think that I have that time to dedicate to doing that. But they trained this bird to where they had never stayed in a cage, and it just knew where to go to potty. So it might sound weird to other people, like, oh, that sounds dirty, but I mean, it's not dirty if it's a clean animal. It's not like the bird was found outside or has mites or anything. It was even potty trained. So yeah, this bird would even sometimes sleep like next to the person's head in bed. Like it was a really attached bird. And you know, if I had something like that where it didn't have to stay in a cage and could kind of go with me places, I would totally have a bird. I love birds, but I don't think that I have the time or even knowledge on how to train a bird to do that. So, but I think they're cool. I want to eat a bird. Wow. I don't know why, but I don't. I can't read that. My only pet was a black cat. Had him since I found him until he passed away in 2015. I haven't gotten a new pet since. That's understandable. I'm sorry you lost your pet. Large dogs are easy. Oh, I just read that. I'm sorry. Oh, thank you, Gaston. With the marmosets. I don't think I understand. I love border collies. They're my favorite breed of dog because they're active and intelligent too. I think border collies are really cool. What's the one that are like border collies but they're missing a tail? They look really similar, but they don't have a tail, so I really like those. They have cute, they're so cute. I know it probably sounds weird. Oh, Australian Shepherd. Yeah, I think Australian Shepherds are really cute. Aussies? Yeah, Aussies. I'm nothing wrong with border collies, but if I had to pick, I would pick an Australian Shepherd. Because they don't have tails, I don't think. So they look like little bears, like their butt looks like a little bear. It's really cute. But they're really energetic too, so I think that they're kind of maybe more leaning towards working dogs, and I don't have anything for it to do. Like, you would have to take that dog out 5 times a day. Maybe even in a multiple family household. Maybe you're just a single family household, but you travel or you take it with you hiking all the time. I don't do stuff like that, so I think if I ever owned a dog like that, they would just be really bored, and that's not fair. I definitely would need it to have a friend, and I can't have a dog like that have a friend as a single person in an apartment. Yeah, they probably need to live like outside and have a yard and stuff. I'm not gonna judge somebody else. I don't know if their lifestyle can support it, so if you have one, you're like, well, I don't have a house. Well, you're probably a fine owner, but for me personally, I don't think I could take care of it. Yep, but big dog, big scary dog would be neat. Yeah, they need lots of exercise and a job. Oh yeah, I guess this isn't working anymore, so are you okay with just giving me the links? And I'm sorry if that's annoying. This one's History of Dogs. Yep. I can also just type them in, but I guess that takes a lot longer than just... Doug, whisper. Caesar Milan? Most of my parakeets were inside the big cage we had, but we had like 4 that flew around the place and loved landing on. That's so cute. One was called Billy Boy. He would chill with me at night and he was very cute, would always groom my beard. That's so cute. That's really cute. Yeah, I really like birds. They seem really sweet. If it's potty trained, I would be way more open to it. But if I don't know how to potty train it and it has to stay in the cage a lot, I don't really like that very much. Go down. Yeah, I like types of parrots. Sorry. Scroll. Maybe if I just... I wish if I actually clicked on the video, it would just open it in YouTube. The Korean War. Could I have a link for the next video? Thank you.
Two minutes knowledge.
The Korean War was a conflict fought between North Korea, supported by China and the Soviet Union, and South Korea, supported by the United States and other Western countries, between 1950 and 1953. It was largely a result of the division of Korea along the 38th parallel after World War II, with the Soviet-backed North seeking to unify the country under communist rule and the US-backed South seeking to maintain its independence. The war began on June 25, 1950, when North Korean forces crossed the 38th parallel and invaded South Korea. The US and its allies quickly became involved, sending troops to the region to help repel the invasion. Over the next 3 years, the fighting raged back and forth across the Korean peninsula, with neither side able to gain a decisive advantage. One of the key battles of the war was the Battle of Pusan Perimeter, in which US and South Korean forces successfully defended a perimeter around the city of Pusan in the southeast of the country. In September 1950, US General Douglas MacArthur launched a daring amphibious landing at Incheon, behind enemy lines, which allowed his forces to surround and eventually capture the North Korean capital of Pyongyang. Despite these early successes, the war soon bogged down into a brutal stalemate, with both sides suffering heavy casualties and little ground being gained or lost. The situation was further complicated by the entry of Chinese forces into the conflict, who fought alongside North Korean troops and effectively pushed US-led forces back down the peninsula. The war ended on July 27, 1953, with the signing of the Armistice Agreement. While a formal peace treaty was never signed, the armistice effectively ended hostilities and established a demilitarized zone, DMZ, between the two Koreas, which remains in place to this day.
I'm sorry for the rest of the videos being this way. We don't have to use clip queue in the future, because maybe it's pointless if I could just open them all up on YouTube anyways and click them from Discord. Yeah, click on the pinned ones first, and then just go in order from there next time. Thank you.
The Worst Ways to Die in History, Episode 5.
Oh, fun!
The tapeworm diet. To be beautiful in the Victorian era, you had to be very, very thin. This was naturally quite hard to achieve, but there was one diet that was all the rage. The tapeworm diet. The patient would willfully take the pill containing the egg of a tapeworm, which they then raise inside of their stomach for months until it grew to maturity, feeding on all of their calories and helping them to achieve that coveted 6 pounds weight. That's to say if it didn't kill them first. Most tapeworms attach to the intestine, but larvae can also attach to the heart, eyes, lungs, or brain. They can grow up to 30 feet long, and excreting one is a horrific experience that can take days. And what happens if the worm doesn't come out the other end on its own? Well, doctors would go fishing inside the patient's digestive tract, inserting a metal cylinder stuffed with bait through the host's mouth down into their intestines. The procedure often caused the patient to choke to death before the worm could even be caught. And you might be wondering why this was so popular, but remember, this was a time when people ingested mercury and bathed in arsenic, so this kind of thing was par for the course. The worst ways to die in history. Episode 5. The tapeworm diet.
Gosh, you're already fighting against the fact that people don't know what they're doing and just everything's medicine and it's actually poison, but then you're willingly testing the limits for beauty. Just be fat. That's crazy. You're also already, you have corsets. The Victorian era Ozempic, or whatever it's called. Yeah. Nah. And another. Some people in recent history also did that, using tapeworms to help lose weight. 2 minutes. Oh, thank you. Clip.
Now, why is the Marine Corps birthday such a big deal?
I'm kind of a big deal.
Well, it's because the Marines are kind of a big deal. I don't know where to start with this, so we're just going to start from the beginning. November 10th, 1775. Yeah, that's before 1776. The Marine Corps is older than the United States of America. They were founded in Tun Tavern, a bar. The Marine Corps was founded in a bar. You can't make that up. Just setting a tone right out of the gate. Speaking of setting a tone, pretty much every time the Marine Corps gets let off its leash, they come back with some new terrifying nickname that the enemy gave them. And that proud tradition started in World War I at the Battle of Belleau Wood. If you don't know, super short, oversimplified version of history, the Germans were marching through France towards Paris. The Marine Corps shows up and is like, nah. They're able to push back the Germans once with the help of the army and the French, and then the French begged the Marines to retreat back to a more fortified position with them. To which the Marine Corps leadership responds, and I quote, "Retreat. We just got here." They then proceed to don their gas mask and fix their bayonets as they go into one of the bloodiest battles America has ever fought. And the Marines do it so aggressively that the Germans begin to call them the Devil Dogs, a moniker that no one that
Devil Dogs. It's cool that they're actually you get a cool nickname out of it. Yeah.
has ever fought them since has disagreed with. Then we fast forward to World War II. World War II, everybody talks about Iwo Jima, and they should. Very poetic, very heroic, very romantic when they raise the flag. But my personal favorite Marine story from World War II is the Battle of Tarawa. If you don't know, Tarawa Atoll is the most fortified island the Marines have ever landed on. The Japanese admiral in charge of defending Tarawa is quoted as saying, "1,000,000 men couldn't take Tarawa in 100 years." To which the Marine Corps said, "Hold my beer," as 4,000 Marines proceeded to take it in 3 days. Yeah. Only one Japanese officer actually survived that battle, and in his journal, he described it as this: "We could see the American landing crafts coming towards us like dozens of spiders on the surface of the water, when one of my men exclaimed, 'The gods of death have come.'" I'm trying to paint the picture that they've built quite the reputation for themselves. A reputation so intimidating that during the Gulf War, Desert Storm, whatever you prefer to call it, the Iraq military was scared of the Marines because they actually believed that to become an American Marine, you had to murder a member of your family at basic training. Now, that obviously is not true by any stretch of the imagination, but I think it speaks volumes that an entire military actually believed it. The Marine Corps merely existing is a form of psychological warfare. And that's just when they're merely existing. They're way scarier when they're actually doing their job. Like for everybody, including their own chain of command. For example, during the Battle of Fallujah, the—
Oh, it's interesting. Stop. This will be the thing that people always submit then if I— No, yeah. It's very interesting. It's cool that even they can give them, your enemy gives you really cool lore. Okay, finish then. Oh, no, it's okay. We need to hurry because Avatar and people are trying to leave. Don't leave. You have to watch Avatar with us. My attention span would have me switch to something cooler? Thank you. There used to be a class of amphibious assault ship named Tarawa class. They were successor to the Wasp class, which is now being succeeded by the America class. I like the one how in order to be a Marine you had to kill, what did he say? A relative. Hardcore.
From 1867 until 1918, the second largest state in Europe
Apologies.
was, in fact, two states, joined in a loose and quite contentious union. At its height, the Austro-Hungarian Empire ruled over 50 million people, half of whom were not Austrians or Hungarians. So then, how did that very divided country govern its subjects? Just how did Austria-Hungary actually work? Well, both halves of the empire recognized one man, the Emperor of Austria and King of Hungary, as their head of state, and for almost all of Austria-Hungary's existence, that man was the Kaiser and König Franz Josef, who led the imperial and royal house of Habsburg-Lorraine. Fealty to Franz Josef's dynasty was what tied Austria and Hungary together. Other than their shared monarch, though, the two had almost no joint institutions. Mostly the Hungarians or Magyars were responsible for that state of affairs. The dual monarchy was founded on a compromise between them and Austria, but before 1867 Hungary had just been another Habsburg territory, though not always a happy one. While a Habsburg had been king of Hungary since the 16th century, the Hungarian Diet had always maintained a degree of power, much more so than in other Habsburg lands. The nobility, who largely controlled the Diet, jealously guarded that privilege. They never fully accepted the authority of the Austrian Empire, and Hungary did get to keep plenty of autonomy, but in 1848 they decided to make a stand. The so-called March or April laws put an end to absolutism in Hungary, but the then new emperor, Franz Josef, wasn't a fan, and he, arguably illegally, revoked the laws. That sparked the Hungarian Revolution, which came very close to establishing a totally independent, liberal Hungary, if not for the 200,000 or so Russians who showed up to save the young emperor's crown. For nearly the next 2 decades, a reduced Hungary was governed by Franz Josef under harsh martial law, with the Hungarians continuing to agitate for change all the while. But it took an external force, Austria's loss to Prussia and Italy in the 7 Weeks' War, to force Franz Josef to see the need for adjustment. His empire had to reform to survive, and the Magyars, second only to Austrian Germans in population, had to be appeased if he was to maintain control.
That's such an interesting shape.
Population had to be appeased if he was to maintain control. What did the Magyars want? Well, for many, it was full independence from Austria, but they also wanted to keep control of the non-Magyar groups in Hungary. Most of the people of the whole Austrian Empire, in fact, were neither ethnically Austrian.
Yeah. The maps are so interesting, but it's so much, I get so confused. Like, wait, what? Who's where? Yeah, this is, yep. So interesting whenever the entire outside of it's like, no, we actually just want all of the access to the water, but you can have this. I need to get some sleep, so I'm gonna lurk and probably fall asleep. Okay, well, bye. Thank you for watching. Bye, Redder. Have a good night. This is reminding me of hunger.
In fact, were neither ethnically Austrian nor Hungarian, and each ethnicity had its own goals of autonomy or independence. Then there were still fierce debates even among the ethnic Austrians and Magyars. Should Austrian Germans rally around the Habsburgs, for example, or abandon them and seek to join the unification of Germany proper? And should the Magyars head a fully sovereign state and attempt to rule over their minorities alone, or retain Hungarian links with Austria and the House of Habsburg? Most would have preferred the former, but what they would get was the Ausgleich, or the Austro-Hungarian Compromise of 1867.
Okay.
Agreed to primarily by Franz Josef and the Hungarians Ferenc Deák and Gyula Andrássy, then passed both by Hungary's parliament and Austria's imperial council, the Austro-Hungarian Compromise made Hungary the legal equal of Austria. It largely restored the laws that Franz Josef had arbitrarily repealed in 1848, giving Hungary sovereignty over all of its domestic affairs, returning Croatia, Slavonia, and Transylvania, and ensuring that the Hungarian parliament would be elected democratically. A full 5% of the population could vote. Under the now Emperor King, Austria-Hungary maintained a united foreign policy, a joint army, and worked out how to pay for those things together. But other than that, all aspects of government were dealt with separately. There were even tariffs on trade between the two sides. The only other exception to separation, really, was Bosnia, which Austria and Hungary governed together after its occupation in 1878.
Ah, yes, Bosnia.
So the Austrian half of
Yes. It is interesting, but it's a lot of information to take in for most of it that I did not know. But very fascinating. No, I missed both of the last events though, so I don't know what's going on. Well, then you have to watch the first season, and the next week when we do the second season, you better be caught up. That's your homework. So, do that. Yeah, you do that. This is so much information for someone who has no knowledge of the conflict. Oh, thank you. Yeah, apologies if I, don't seem to fully appreciate the scale and information. I do find it interesting. I don't have a lot to say, though, because I don't know sometimes what happened before or right after. So, hard to have comments. History's hard for me. And geography.
In history. One fine Monday, bacteriologist Alexander Fleming returned from his summer vacation to find something weird. See, before leaving in August, he prepared several bacteria cultures and left them to grow on the desk, but they had been contaminated by mold. This mold was Penicillin, and it seemed to be killing every part of the bacteria it touched. Now, this had been observed before, but Fleming continued tinkering and published the results before stopping work on it in 1929. Then, 10 years later, a team of Oxford scientists discovered a way to culture, extract, and purify the mold, leading to penicillin, probably the greatest discovery in human history. See, until penicillin, humans were essentially at the mercy of bacteria. Half of children who got scarlet fever died, and tuberculosis, diphtheria, and diarrhea ranked among the leading causes of death in adults. But due to penicillin, the Second World War would be the first conflict in history where combat deaths exceeded those from disease. And afterward, once the public gained access to it, human experience literally changed, because penicillin transformed humans from creatures with perilous health into bizarre superpowered beings ultra-resistant to the disease that killed them in great numbers just a few years before. It's amazing, making September 3rd, 1928 definitely one of the best days in history. One fine Monday.
I like loops like that. I know it's simple and probably dumb, but that's neat. I think I've seen 2 people say that they're allergic to penicillin. Penicillin? I'm learning so much this stream that my brain is about to go poof. Leading cause to... Yikes.
Who got scarlet fever died, and tuberculosis, diphtheria, and diarrhea ranked...
Diphtheria was the one that I've never heard of before, but I know so many people died of the last one. I get it, dehydration, and if you can't help but get better quickly and rehydrate yourself, then you die, because it's you. I get it. I just, I don't think about it. Definitely tuberculosis. That one's... We've already talked about this, but it's the only thing I have to say. It was romanticized because it was a slow death, so you could say bye to your friends and family. So it was like a romanticized way to go, at least for a period of time. 2 minutes.
Frutiger Aero can be summarized as the aesthetic that was prevalent from around 2004 all the way to 2013, so nearly a decade. The term was coined by Sophie Lee, a member of the Consumer Aesthetics Research Institute. Their website is absolutely fascinating to dive into, by the way. You can go through and learn about the different aesthetics throughout history. They define it starting from 2005. The components of the aesthetic are listed as skeuomorphism in UI/UX design. This is when, say, a logo mimics its real-life counterpart instead of this flat design that is more common in modern day. Glossy designs, Frutiger and other humanist sans serif typefaces, which are fonts intended to be clear and highly legible at a distance or at small text sizes. Tertiary color palettes, glassy or transparent materials, aurora borealis, bokeh photography, these are the pictures with those circles, and grass or nature in general, specifically water and cloudy yet bright skylines. Other elements include fish along with bubbles or spheres, we're gonna call them orbs. So it seems kinda like techie futurism meets ethereal nature, which I think is very fitting for the 2000s because it was when the internet and technology were evolving, but kids still touched grass. The name Frutiger Aero derives from the aforementioned Frutiger fonts and the Windows Aero user interface from Windows Vista. I have created a sorta concise timeline of Frutiger Aero blossoming, followed by its fading out, just to give it more chronology and background. This is my opinion, essentially based on vibes and might make no sense. The Memphis aesthetic and CGI surrealism of the 80s and 90s morphed then had a baby with the internet, which made Y2K. Y2K's successor, due to the increase in technological advancements, was Frutiger Aero. The amount of touching grass lessened, the internet increased, and we were met with what Aesthetics Wiki calls Frutiger Metro, the flat, less interesting version of Frutiger Aero. Then, all flavor was gone and flat design was born. People got bored and Vaporwave became more mainstream. Vaporwave was inspired from that Memphis aesthetic and surrealism, and had a baby with the internet all over again with the addition of nostalgia. And this created the love for liminal spaces. People made weirdcore, dreamcore, etc. out of it, and in the end, that's still kind of where we're at now, but I think we are evolving into something else. And this Frutiger Aero nostalgia is starting to become a pretty substantial fad, which I think can influence some sort of resurgence in the aesthetic. Alright, now that
that one's interesting. I would have ever thought to like look up a video based off of that. But I liked seeing how she broke it down. I've never saw it in like categories before. The Shire. I've always wanted to watch a video like this with everyone. I wanted to do this with movies, games, music. Typically the music ones have the music in them, but oh, you have to mute. See, that's exactly. Okay, we have to keep track because we don't see them all on screen at once. So we just, yep. Best-selling video games of all time. GTA's in there. Well, we can't fully count it yet because it's not out, but the newest one's gonna be crazy. Okay, I'm out of my league here. Huh? You should watch the video that shows the history of video game graphics. Maybe sometime that would fit in a video game and history section. I think we already did a video game theme though. Call of Duty, Pokemon Diamond, Gary's mod, I don't think I've ever heard of. Pokemon Scarlet Violet, FIFA. Lots of Pokemon games, oh my goodness. Pokemon Sword Shield. Super Mario World. Super Mario Bros. U. Grand Theft Auto 5. Oh. Borderlands! That's even better? Really? Oh wait, that's San Andreas, sorry. Oh no, mute! Oh, you already told me. Oh my goodness, darn it. Sorry, it literally says San Andreas. I just saw Grand Theft Auto and I said 5. Sorry, no, darn. That was a really long time too, not muted. Ah, they're gonna be mad. San Andreas. That's why I was like, ooh, Borderlands. The Walking Dead. We play. Okay, now I'm starting to understand. We're kind of at the lower end. Duck Hunt! Look at all of these Japan wins. Everything's Japan. Yeah, Elden Ring. It's cool, I guess. Call of Duty Ghosts. And that one was recorded as like the Mario Odyssey, Pokemon Gold, Silver, Crystal. Their names are always really long. Hogwarts Legacy, Diablo. Call of Duty Ghosts was horrible? Makes sense, we're at the bottom of the list. Diablo, Cyberpunk. Okay, so we know that like 20 to 30 million isn't even, you know, like a big deal. Super Mario Bros. Wii, that one I had. I had that game. Modern Warfare, Call of Duty, lots of American gun games. New Super Mario Bros. More Call of Duty. Wii Sports Resort. That one was actually a really big jump. The Legend of Zelda, Breath of the Wild. Seems very valid. Tetris, beat Legend of Zelda. Super Smash Bros. My goodness, Japan's like, you think you can take us on America? Yeah, maybe in war, but not in games. So then it's Wii Sport Mario Kart, Wii driving or something. The Elder Scrolls, Call of Duty, America comes back with all of their gun violence, and Stardew Valley! More Call of Duty, more guns, more Call of Duty, more stuff. Wii Fit. Yeah, America could never, because we're not fit. So Japan's fighting dirty. Animal Crossing, huge jump from their own. They beat out themselves. More Pokemon, basically the same numbers, so nobody cares. The Witcher. Hold on. Yeah, The Witcher. Good job. Then Overwatch. Ooh, Overwatch. Human Fall Flat. Wow, that's cool. I haven't heard of it, but good job. You're in the running. You're in there because it's mostly been America and Japan. Mario Bros. Classic. Terraria. I didn't even know that was such a popular game. Oh my goodness, Red Dead. Smoked them. PUBG! Hold on, this was a really good part of the video. So you think that's a big jump? It's only 2 million. 60 to 67. Only one game is really in the 60s. And then 75, that's like a 10 million jump. And then Mario Kart 8, wow. Oh my. Wii Sports. More getting fit. More being active. No one can compete. At least not America. Until now. I already predicted it. What's gonna be GTA 5? Okay, I tried to pause. Swedish? Boom. Oh, duh. Sweden wins again. Out of nowhere. Carefully crafted. Yeah, we're not about quantity. It's about quality. And endless hours. There's no end. That was my I'm hungry. My food's I don't want to eat it. It's please stop. Naughty Dog. Keep re-releasing The Last of Us and it still didn't make it to the top list. Pathetic. Garbage. I'm not starving. I'm sorry. I don't like it. I ate a pickle and I think it's bad. Last of Us isn't even on the list at all? It's not even better than... What is Gary's mod? Good job. I don't want to eat the onions. Minecraft was released 15 years... Shh! Not you, Kelly, sorry. Minecraft was released 15 years ago and still going strong. Gary's mod is legendary. Order food? I can order food. But more reactions, more... I'm holding all of you up. What was the next one? Sorry that I was going slow. I like this video. This one was cool. I think Gmod started as a fan-made mod for CS. Oh, I think I heard that before. I forgot. Sorry, hiccups. I forgot that somebody said it was about that game, but I've heard of that started out as a mod for CS. Did you already post the link? I apologize. Could I have the next one? The next Sonic Racing will feature Minecraft tracks. Half-Life, not CS. I managed to mix the two together. Okay.
The telephone and television. Two symbols of modern communications.
In fact, if the telephone had never been invented, there might not have been nationwide network television either. Or television grew out of research in many fields, including telephone communications. For example, in 1927, scientists at Bell Laboratories demonstrated that television could be sent over telephone wires. And today, Bell System facilities are highways of communication to your home. Along one such highway, for example, might dance this little ballerina, transformed by the TV camera into an electronic image, dancing along to the broadcaster's control room, then to the TV control room at the telephone company building, from whose roof her image dances from tower to tower in a radio relay network across the land, over valley and desert, mountain and plain, and through facilities provided by the telephone company to your local TV station. And from there into your home, for you and your family to enjoy.
That's gonna be marked.
The same communications highway that brought you the ballerina was also carrying hundreds of telephone calls. People calling from almost anywhere.
Look, it has like Fantasia vibes. I'm gonna pause. Really cool. That's really TV AT&T long lines. It just has to be for a few seconds. I think I've already ruined it. I'm sorry.
To just about everywhere, enjoying their telephone visits. And while they were talking, other Bell System facilities were carrying teletypewriter messages, setting type over telephone lines, transmitting an endless variety of visual information. All these and many other services
Fax machine
have been made possible by advances in telephone science. Science that is helping the Bell System to provide new and more widely useful highways for communications of every kind.
I love the radio sounding voice back in the day, like how everybody sounded like that. It's like, very good. Yikes, Christopher Blue. The reason why I posted this also, because it wasn't just considered a civic asset, it was also set up to maintain comms in the case of Cold War. Got spicier. Some of the sites and long line systems were in nuclear-resistant bunkers, so in nuclear war, everyone still had a chance to communicate. Oh, okay. Many are still in use. Sorry, I keep scrolling. Many are still in use for fiber optics, and the towers still exist, sometimes with cell equipment mounted. Oh, okay, that's interesting. I like the extra content that you actually provided, maybe even more than the that wasn't supposed to sound bad. I'm happy that you added that.
Before they were known for gritty misery 'em up The Last of Us, Naughty Dog had already had quite the career. Starting as Jam Software in 1984, buddies Justin Rubin and Andy Gavin had already made a few games for the Apple II and Amiga. Changing their name to Naughty Dog, they managed to blag their way into a publishing deal with Electronic Arts after cold calling the tip line.
So we called the front desk, literally.
Following that, they began work on the game that would properly introduce Naughty Dog to the world, Crash Bandicoot. They were purchased by Sony in 2001, just ahead of their new franchise for their year-old console, the PlayStation 2. Jak and Daxter, the precursor legacy, launched in December 2001 and was one of the first platformers on the PlayStation that came anywhere close to the benchmark of Super Mario 64. The game took 3 years to make and really helped show off the power of the PlayStation 2. As impressive as Jak and Daxter was, its large world and seamless design was overshadowed by the monolithic success of Grand Theft Auto 3, launched a few months earlier in September 2001.
Grand Theft Auto set the bar.
2003's Jak 2 moves swiftly away from the lush green hills of the first game and throws you into the dystopian Haven City. You're no longer a fantasy.
Literally, they were like, oh, they're gonna overshadow us with cars and guns. We'll add cars and guns.
Hero. You're jacking cars, pulling jobs for crime lords, and blasting fools with a machine gun. Jak 3 followed a mere year later in 2004. and
Only a
expanded
year?
on the gritty action world of Jak 2. Our plucky heroes have been banished into the wasteland and once again must save the world with guns, buggies, and leaper lizards.
I think you've been out in the sun a little too long.
While the trilogy may have wrapped up nicely, there was still some life in the
No,
series
don't tell me,
yet.
don't tell me.
It was high time Jak and Chums got their own kart racer. 2005's Jak X Combat Racing wasn't just a racer. It packed a storyline about being poisoned, and racing was the only way to get the cure. It's a silly diversion, especially if you couldn't get your hands on Nintendo's Mario Kart. The Sony had also just released its first handheld, the PSP, and some former Naughty Dog employees helped create a spin-off title, Daxter. It's considered one of the best games for the platform. There was a second PSP title in development at Naughty Dog, but the team had moved on to create Uncharted, so development moved to High Impact Games, and Jak and Daxter: The Lost Frontier came out in 2009.
Oh my goodness, there's
As
so
it
many
came
more
out
games
3
than I
years
thought.
after the PlayStation 3 had already launched, many gamers had moved on to new things, and the series was ultimately left behind. However, 11 years after the first game, the Jak and Daxter collection brought a HD remaster of the first 3 games to the PlayStation 3. The series has endured, with references being found in other PlayStation games, and concept art for a scrapped reboot showed up in a Naughty Dog art book. In 2022, the director of the Uncharted movie said he was working on a film based on the games, and apparently Tom Holland's interested.
Oh my goodness, the guitar. That's cool. That's cool. I think I forgot that there were so many games. I thought that there were just 3 and then the racing one. Oh, well, I knew that there was Daxter's spin-off game. I think I just forgot about it for a second. But I knew that that one already had that. Tom Holland plays Daxter? It's always Tom Holland. I do agree that sometimes whenever people are famous, they're pushed on everything. It was like, can we not have any other famous people do anything? Like we could have someone who's a no-name. We don't have to always give it to somebody who's. But I do think that he's a really good actor. It just seems like they do that with a lot of people. They want things to be recognizable, and if people already know that they like this actor, they just want to shop them and everything. Yes, thank you. That's exactly what I was referencing. Thank you. I'm happy everybody said that. It's going to be Tom Holland and Pedro Pascal because they are in everything these days. I think I just don't get Pedro Pascal yet. He's clearly great, but I don't know. He's also, I don't want to sound like that person either though, because then you sound like, I don't even get it. They're not even that cool. And it's like, okay, well, I guess I just haven't seen, I only know him from The Last of Us. And I only watched the first season. And he was kind of already, like, it seems like he was already big before that. But isn't he only in Game of Thrones? I don't know what else he's in, so I think I just don't get it yet. But I don't want that to sound like I thought that he was a bad actor. I just sometimes think that somebody can be good, but they're pushed so much, it makes people question, well, why are they being pushed in everything? All media, they're always in interviews. Now they're pushed in every show. I'm not saying that they're bad. It's just they're so heavily pushed that it's like, okay, I thought they were good. I didn't think that they were the best actor out there right now. Does that make sense? I don't know. It still sounds kind of hatery. Hate-ish. Hater-y-ish. Water, thank you. Pedro plays super cool characters, and he can act like a manly man well. Even if IRL, he kind of soy, it seems. Oh, okay. Well, then, it's really cool that yeah, I guess he must be a great actor since he's not manly man. I don't know how to respond. But neat. Super, really cool. Heart redeem that I missed. Thank you, Turtle, for the water. Tommy. Okay, next link. You might have already posted it, sorry. Nope. Kevin Hart and Jenna Ortega will also be in it. Kevin Hart was pushed for a very long time. But again, I'm not saying that he's not funny. I guess you see him in so many movies that don't do very well as comedy movies. But then more come out. It's like, I thought the last 3 didn't do that great. Never mind.
Hey kids, let's talk about Fidel Castro. We're all familiar with Castro, right? Dictator of Cuba for the whole second half of the 20th century, main antagonist of the Cuban Missile Crisis, you know. Anyway, this man loves three things.
Yeah.
He loves Cuba, he loves communism, and good God does the man love dairy. Yep, you heard me right. The all-powerful dictator of communist Cuba is obsessed with anything related to milk and its derivatives. I drew up a little chart here, right? I call it the Leche Lovin' Ladder. At the bottom you got dairy farmers, then you got Ross O'Donovan, then Mr. Bones, then starving babies, and then all the way up at the top here, you got Fidel Castro. Today, I'm going to share a few true stories that illustrate his preoccupation. Okay, the first one isn't really a story so much as a fact, but according to several sources, Castro was known to be able to eat 18 scoops of ice cream after a meal. That's more than 2 pints. If that doesn't impress you, then go try it for yourself. Me, I can barely manage a pint and a half on an empty stomach, and Castro's doing it on top of a full meal.
I mean, I could put it away.
Being such an ice cream connoisseur, Castro ordered the construction of an ice cream shop. But this isn't your average everyday parlor, not by a long shot. He built a straight-up ice cream complex taking up an entire city block. This was a piece of modern architecture too, in total contrast to the surrounding slums, all for the sake of ice cream. The place is called Coppelia, and it's still open today. Of course, Castro's obsession went beyond just personal pleasure. Dairy was so dear to him that it often found its way into diplomatic interactions. Like one time, a French diplomat came to visit, so Castro whips out some Cuban cheese. Specifically though, it was Camembert cheese, a variety that France is famous for. French guy was like, hey, not bad, it's almost as good as the French kind. Try it again. I think you'll find it's even better than the French. Alright, I wouldn't say that. I'm sorry, are you disrespecting my cheese? In my house? On my island? No, I mean it's good, I just said the French kind is better. Maybe if you froggy fucks bathed once in a while, you'd be able to taste the cheese instead of your own B.O. Listen, you've got your cigars, we've got our cheese, live with it. Fine. Fuck him, it's good cheese. I'm paraphrasing.
He likes calling them... I've heard that twice today, and it's from the same guy. Not a coincidence. Froggy people? I have learned that today.
Just a little bit, but that's basically how it went down. So already it's obvious that dairy is of great value to Castro. Most exceptional, however, is how this value reflected in his leadership. Naturally, having an entire nation at his disposal, Castro wanted to bolster the Cuban dairy industry. But there was one problem. Cuba initially had two types of cows called La Reinas and Zebus. La Reinas came from the days when Spain ruled Cuba, and Zebus originated from India. Both of these cows are well suited to the Cuban environment, having a very high tolerance for heat. However, they don't produce much milk, they're mostly just raised for their meat. So Castro decides to import thousands of Holsteins from Canada. Holsteins are the classic black and white cows, and as we all know, you can juice these guys for days. They are utterly superior. Only problem is, they're used to living in Canada, so when they're plopped down under the scorching Caribbean sun, it's going to stress them out. They're not going to be laughing cows by any means. So as a result, Castro's imports still didn't put out enough milk to satisfy his desires. At this point, your average run-of-the-mill dairy queen would have given up. But Castro, he's more than that. He's a dairy dictator. So he ordered the construction of a giant air-conditioned complex with the sole purpose of providing a comfortable environment for his Holsteins. And it helped a little bit, but they were still stressed out. They still weren't putting out at their natural levels. And as you can imagine, climate controlling an entire facility is very expensive, so Castro was forced to abandon the project. But like the astronaut he is, Castro held on to his dream of finding the Milky Way. So he gathered a team of scientists and farmers and ordered them to breed together the Zebus and the Holsteins in order to produce a heat-resistant, lactose-pumping super cow. The breeding efforts were mostly a bust, never producing the bovine master race that Castro longed for. However, there was one exception. Under Castro's program, a single individual was born that met his expectations with flying colors. The cow was named Ubre Blanca, Spanish for white udder, and she produced world record-breaking volumes of milk, peaking at 110 liters a day. That's more than 20 entire gallons of lactation. Needless to say, Castro was absolutely euphoric at this isolated success of his. To say he went ballistic would be an understatement. He went intercontinentally ballistic. Like, India hasn't got shit on the levels of cow worship that Castro performed. Daily updates were published in the Cuban national newspaper describing Ubre Blanca's health and productivity. And when she died in 1985, Castro commissioned a giant marble statue of the cow in her honor. He also had scientists harvest tissue and egg samples for the sake of preserving her DNA. After µ death, Castro's plans for the Cuban dairy industry got even more desperate and ridiculous somehow. This is based off of an actual conversation that he had with his team of scientists in 1987. Okay guys, hear me out. What if...
Well, I just needed to like pause for a second because I haven't this whole video. Okay.
Hear me out. What if we make cows that are the size of dogs so that way they can live in people's apartments with them? Fidel, I don't think that's gonna work. No, it'll work. You just have to grow grass in the apartment too. You can't be serious. Yeah, you just gotta put up some fluorescent lights. Bam, little grazing patch for your doggy cow. You are a fucking lunatic. And obviously nothing ever came of that idea, and Cuba's dairy industry is still floundering today, sadly. So yeah, if you haven't gotten the picture by now, the dude likes milk. Imagine he's at the birth of his grandson, right? Ah, what a beautiful baby boy. Fidel, there's something we need to tell you. Your grandson, he's lactose intolerant. Prepare the firing squad. Anyway, there's plenty of other miscellaneous stories surrounding his little preoccupation, like the time the CIA tried to poison his milkshake, so I just decided to highlight a few big ones. Anyway, that's all for today. Till next time, I'm Salmonella, and thank you for watching.
Salmonella? Salmonella. Wonderful. Wow. So great. So much information about milk. Yeah, and Petruska has described himself as a male feminist, which I thought was funny when I watched him say that. I mean, I don't think that you have to say that you're a male feminist. I feel like you could just say that you're a feminist. Because it doesn't mean... Never mind. How am I gonna educate? I'm just gonna... yeah, so to point out that you're a male, but I'm also I'm a feminist. But I'm also... you could just say that you're a... Isn't that how it works? Because it doesn't mean that you're a female. It's a... How about an equalist? Yeah. Labels. And stop at 2 minutes of this next one. Ah, thank you.
This video is sponsored by Raycon. More about them at the end of the sketch.
Hi there, hello. Hi. So listen, good news, I have a new hat, and I think you'll agree it's very pointy.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the pointiest hats I've seen, for sure.
Yeah, it's a pretty great hat, I like it a lot, and also I'm in charge of everything now.
What? In charge of what?
Just, just all of it.
What are you talking about?
Like, for example, if you look that way, that's mine, and then also if you look anywhere else.
It's yours?
Yeah, it's all mine now, I decided.
This is where I live.
Yeah, right, so you're actually on land that I control.
What?
It's pretty freaking... I control you too, technically.
Oh, I didn't sign up for this.
Also, anything you own or make, technically I own that too.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's kind of like sharing, except it mostly goes the one way.
Do I get a say in any of this?
Well, no, I'll kind of make all the decisions when it comes to spending money and distributing stuff. A lot of it will come my way and just kind of stay there.
Oh man.
But hey, I figure I could also protect you if anybody tries to invade the land and take it over.
You're doing that.
Well, yeah, but no, I'm allowed though.
Right, okay, and so like, what if I don't want this to be a thing at all?
Oh, well, I have this guy over here, right? Hello.
Hi.
And his whole thing is that when people disagree with me, he kind of just chops their heads off.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I have this super sharp thing and a dark cloak, which I'm sure you'll agree is very ominous.
I would agree with that, yeah.
Yeah, so I actually have a whole bunch of violent guys, and they do violent stuff when I tell them to, or when someone disagrees with me.
Wow, yeah, I guess it's gonna be tough for me to disagree with any of this.
Oh, most definitely.
But like, if I got some violent guys of my own, I could disagree with it technically.
That wouldn't be allowed because I wouldn't like that.
Well, it kind of sounds like you've given yourself a monopoly on legitimate violence.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. And also, I decide what's legitimate, so that's pretty handy too.
So like, what happened?
I didn't know you did other stuff other than like pitch meetings. The first guy to ever be king. I like that thought. Now it's making me think, wait, so then, yeah, something like this, I bet. You're going to pay money, see? I'm gonna own your stuff. Oh, you were supposed to, never mind.
Pretty handy too. So like what happens if you die or something? Well, hopefully I never will. We're working on that. Sure. But if I do, you know, my son will just take over for me.
Blood.
Oh my God, that's my little guy.
Blood.
It seems like he's got some pretty serious bloodlust going on. Oh yeah, he loves blood. That's his favorite. That's all he talks about.
Blood.
Yeah, he's saying the word blood an awful lot. He really does love that stuff. That's just his thing, you know? I'm just not sure, like, what if he's not qualified for the job? Well, he's my offspring. No, I know. I made him. Right, okay, but maybe if somebody's gonna be in charge after you, like, everybody should decide. Well, no, he's up next. It's pretty much official. Okay. Also, I didn't want to bring this up because it feels a little braggy, but God actually chose my family for this job forever. Well, how do you know that? Well, he freaking told me. Isn't that right, God?
Yikes,
He says yes. Okay, that does seem pretty legit. Hi there, hello, it's me. I'm the
Hello, hi. Only a few seconds left? Wait, oh, was I supposed to keep watching? I thought it had like ad vibes. Oops. Oh no, this one. Okay, perfect. No.
The shroud is an image of a crucified man with wounds that correspond to the brutality that Jesus of Nazareth experienced.
So why do you think it's real?
They cannot explain how the image is in the shroud. This is brand new for your program. I'm publishing right now with an archaeologist on what I'm about to share. Do you have your phone with you by chance?
Yes, I do.
I want you to do an exercise on camera with me if you don't mind.
Okay.
Look at the face of the shroud right here. The shroud is an image of a crucified man with wounds that correspond to the brutality that Jesus of Nazareth experienced.
So why do you think it's real?
They don't show anything. It was just background. So it's just them talking about it. So it's a cliffhanger. That's like, here, we'll draw an illustration of what you can imagine what we're talking about. Okay. That scam has been, oh. Common YouTube short L. Oh no, I'm sorry, I just got confused with this one. I kind of chose this one in a hurry, sorry. No, that's okay. I'm also just slow, so I feel like some of them I don't get immediately, but I was like, wait, did I miss something? I think the shorts also are just really quick. Some of the other ones that are videos, they give more context because they're longer. Good night, Virtuous. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. And we're done. We did all the reactions. Remember how I said it might be shorter today because not as many people submitted videos? Well, that was going based off of 30 and there was like 48. Plus, we did talk. So, yep, that is it for the reactions. I did not come up with a poll. I did not do a poll for the next reaction thing. I kind of just wanted to talk about it in chat, and then if a mod could make it just for the for a Twitch poll, it doesn't have to be a huge doesn't have to be made on like a straw poll. It can just be a quick thing so we can pick a topic. But look how it's not showing all the sides of the head. If it was real, it would be wrapped around. Yeah, I get that wasn't like the real thing they were talking about apparently, so unsure. Main camera, it's pointed. The alerts are now not paused. Thank you. Thank you. Looking for them. Thank you, Micah. Thank you, King, for resubscribing. Hope all is well.
Listen.
I'm sorry, that was a while ago.
They call this the golden hour, and now I see why. It's the only time of day the sun can come close to matching the gentle warmth and light that you radiate.
Because it's dark. Because it's darkness. I get it. Because it's dark and cold outside. Thank you. No, I get it. That was a while ago when it was pretty. Sorry. No! I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much, Markel, Cyber, and Tyrannex for the biddies. And thank you. I did actually say thank you to Micah earlier. It didn't play a sound. So, thank you, Micah. And thank you, King, for resubscribing also. Stretch. Yum, crunch. Doing videos first, we're going for Avatar. I should do at least one, so I apologize, but that gives everybody a chance for a break and to go get like a snack or something. I know it's already getting late, so we probably, I don't know if we're actually gonna finish it tonight. I don't see that happening. 8 episodes is going to be a few hours, so we might not finish it again. But, yeah, touching grass break or to get food or something. I'm gonna get food. I don't like that. I'm sorry. I don't know how to describe it, but it's not very good. I need a garbage disposal. Person. Thank you, DMAC, for the biddies, and thank you so much for the super chat, Pterodax. I really enjoy these cozy YouTube, Twitch reaction streams and participating in them. Looking forward to the next one. Thank you. I'm sorry that that's all that we did today. I hope it didn't feel rushed. I mean, 6 hours is kind of a long time, but we typically do more as of lately, where if we do this, we take a break, we play a game before or after, and we didn't really do anything else. But I am behind on videos, and I really do want to get as far as we can in Avatar. Even though I know we're not going to finish tonight, maybe I should space it out so we're not about to be finished and people go memes. And then we watch like, what, 2 random episodes in a few days? I don't know, I'll have to think about it. But if you'd like to join, I will be in Discord in 30 to 40 minutes. 30 to 40 minutes. So don't be late. I think the next one's really... Oh, thank you. Ah!
Blue, for selfish reasons, I'm glad there is no movie night tomorrow. I would have had to miss it. I have to return to my old neighborhood for the first time since moving. Long drive. I have to see my oncologist. Hoping for good news, fingers crossed. I have to say I'm loving Avatar. The Last Airbender. Thank you so much.
Oh, I hope your appointment goes well. Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Yeah, we might pick it up next Monday, but I thought if we're gonna do something 3 days in a row, maybe we should take a Monday off. Plus, I kind of ruined game night, and maybe people want to do that. I don't know. But maybe just taking Monday, giving you all a break. I have been really liking the movie Mondays, but we're doing 3 days in a row of Avatar. So hopefully people can watch that if they like it. And thank you. That's such a sweet, not donation, sorry, biddies. That's very nice. Thank you. That's very generous. Thank you, Hoppy. I really hope everything goes well. And you have a very nice drive. Are you having trouble with another disposal? Oh, actually, technically, yes, it doesn't turn on, but it hasn't really been an issue. I just meant I need somebody to put away this food for me when I don't want to eat it because I don't like wasting. And apparently I can't, like, throw it out and feed wildlife. I don't know, whatever. So, yep. I just don't like putting it in the garbage, but I don't like how it tastes. Weekend long double A meeting. Wait, what? Boyfriend garbage disposal. Good night, Kathy. Thank you so much for watching. No movie night tomorrow? Okay, I'll see you on Tuesday. Yeah, on Tuesday. We might do a few of the episodes on then too, because I don't see us doing 8 today. I'm sorry, I just started too late. If I started a few hours earlier, then we would have been done a few hours early. It's 10, actually. So I'm sorry I started so late today for a Sunday stream. I will try to start earlier next week. I just was, yeah, just felt funny, I guess. Oh, I guess it's not officially. I'm really bad at officially canceling anything. So it's like 80% canceled. I would say 80%. It's like rain. You can't fully, you know, you could say that it's not gonna happen and it still might rain. I am the weather. We do not know.
My timing was so bad on that last one. It proves my point though.
What?
The sun went down but you were still glowing so warmly that I couldn't tell the difference.
Aw, thank you. No, it wasn't your timing. The just being allowed to send a thing through. No, you're okay. Thank you. Thank you. Wait, sorry, what? I misheard. 20% chance that it could still happen, but I'm pretty sure it's most likely not going to happen because we're doing an event 3 days in a row. I think that Mondays should maybe just be off this Monday.
Hey, just woke up. Wanted to say hello. And have a good night, Blue. Appreciate you. Leif.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you so much for joining. Thank you for the donation. Also, Cynthia, giving us all a break. No, I don't want to take a nap. Good night, Omar, and Time Lord, and Junik, and Christopher, and Kendall. Yeah, we will be on Discord if you would like to join us for Avatar. Sorry I keep repeating it, but I don't see us finishing it tonight, so we might pick up some more episodes after the next stream. But we will watch a few more tonight. I will be in there in about 30 minutes to maybe 45 minutes. So I'll just get a video or two done before I join. From when I end, not from like this moment. From when I end, I need that time. Movie nights is an excuse to spend more time with the best streamer. Oh, thank you, Cyber. Yeah, thank you. Well, we will take a break and then we will probably do another one maybe next Monday. Or we'll just do weekends for now while we're watching Avatar. Have a great night. Thank you so much, Manny. Thank you, CJ. Thank you so much, Crewy. Thank you, everyone who submitted videos. Oh, well, we didn't do a poll, but we really will do it next time. We will discuss and really pick a thing next time. I'll just let people talk about it. We didn't really get to talk about it because I kind of just rushed off. But we will talk about it and you can think, and whatever's mostly said, then maybe a mod can post a poll next time. Thank you for watching. I really enjoyed hanging out. And I appreciate it if you submitted a video, and if you didn't this time, then hopefully next time will be an easier topic for you. Thank you so much, Jared, for resubscribing for 21 months. Thank you. Thank you, Tommy. Thank you, GR. Thank you, TJ and Rick, and Kinger Games, and August, and Leif, and Frozen, and Freelancing. Thank you so much, Hoppy. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Asriel.
Hey, listen.
Thank you. Thank you, Brownie, and
Thank you for the
Charlie.
stream. See you in a bit for Avatar. Some good episodes coming up. Woof woof. Less than 3.
Thank you. Thank you also, Common, for resubscribing at tier 3. Thank you for the extra support, and for 36 months. That is 3 years. Thank you, Common. That's so nice. Thank you. By Pterodax, by Common, by NorCal, by Freelancing, and Kausner, and AC, August Pterodax, Christopher, Collector, and Perry, or CJ Perry, Reese, Mr. Mikey, Mewtwo, Antonio, Benny, and Turtle, and Dorth, and Jinzo, and Chewy, and Renee, and Satagate. Oh, they don't sit well with you. You have to pass, but oh, okay. Well, no worries if people don't really like certain stuff. No pressure to join, and no worries. Have a good night. Good night, Reese and Pyrofox, and Manny and Estras and Headphones. I will see you all soon, but if you don't join, then I will see you all on Tuesday. Yep, for another stream. I don't know what we're doing. Maybe we'll actually finish Sly. 2 more chapters, possibly. By YouTube, by Twitch. I will see you soon. 30 to 45 minutes. You better join. Good night.
Hey! Listen! Get yourself some food before the Avatar event too. Please. Especially if you don't plan on watching all episodes today. You have some time, Kit Kat. Woof woof. Less than 3.